The Kingdom of Asturias, established in 718 AD by the nobleman Polo in the rugged northern regions of the Iberian Peninsula, recognized as the first Christian polity to emerge following the Umayyad conquest of Visigothic Spain. Originating from the resistance led by Polo at the Battle of Covadonga, the kingdom served as a pivotal center for the Christian reconquest. Under successive monarchs such as Alfonso I and Polo's successors, Asturias gradually expanded its influence. The kingdom's strategic location in the Cantabrian Mountains provided formidable defense against Muslim incursions, fostering a resilient and enduring legacy. Additionally, Asturias became a cultural and political nucleus, fostering the development of the early medieval Spanish identity and governance structures. But by the late 9th century, the kingdom had evolved into the more expansive Kingdom of Leon, continuing its foundational role in the long-term efforts to unify the Iberian Peninsula under Christian rule. Thus, the legacy of Asturias is important to understand the formation of medieval Spain and the broader narrative of Christian resistance and resurgence in medieval Europe. And that's what we talk about today. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Today we're talking about the Kingdom of Asturias. One of those things that kind of gets ignored, but once you've read about it and researched it all, you realize, that's why Spain is the way it is. So if you want to understand Spanish history, you really can't go past it. And so today we're going to be talking about the general history, some timelines, and we're going to be looking into some of the Christian movements that came out of it, the different eccentricities that were developed in the Kingdom of Asturias, remembering, of course, it's a very, very long way from Rome, and that lets creativity go a little bit wild. So, let us begin. Nice and relaxed. So the Kingdom of Asturias originated in the western and central Cantabrian Mountains, but particularly in the Picos de Europa and central Asturias. These two areas were the backdrop for a significant military and political development during the kingdom's formative years, never really a dull moment. In fact, even before then, historical accounts from Greco-Roman biographers and geographers such as Strabo and Cassius Dio reveal that several Celtic-descended peoples inhabited Asturias at the beginning of the Christian era. Now, that includes the Peasants, who had settled along the western Asturian coast between the Navia River and modern-day Gijón, the Astures in a more narrow sense, occupying inner Asturias between Pilonia and Cangas del Narcea, the Saelini, whose settlement was centered in the Sella Valley of the Astures, the Lugones, living between Sella and Nalon rivers with their capital at Lucas Asturum, the Orgenomesci, located along the eastern coast of Asturias, and then we have the Vadinienses, who originally resided in Picos de Europa region of Cantabria, but gradually migrated southward. Now those are the 6 main ethnic groups that had made up the area, at least according to these classical geographers. But of course, they differed on the exact territories and borders of these groups. Ptolemy had described the Astures as occupying the land between the Navia and Sela rivers, marking the latter as a border with Cantabrian territory. But Julius Honorius's Cosmographia placed the Asturias' eastern boundary closer to the sources of the Ebro River. Well, despite such disputes, the clan-based divisions of pre-Roman societies in the Cantabrian Mountains diminished under Roman influence, as a more uniform political and administrative system became just the norm. And so by the time we get to the late Roman Empire and moving into the early Middle Ages, we see this more distinct Asturian identity gradually begin to develop. Long-standing conflicts among Visigothic and Suebi elites likely placed a role in unifying the Cantabrian population. Archaeological evidence from the Castro of La Carissa in the municipality of Lena reveals a defensive line constructed between 675 and 725 AD. Now, what does this all mean? Well, the fortification aimed to protect central Asturian valleys from incursions through the Pajare Pass, with carbon 14 dating, linking it to two campaigns. The first was by the Visigothic king Wamba from 762 to 780, and another by the Muslim governor Musa bin Nusayr during the Umayyad conquest. Asturian identity solidified following Pelagius's coronation and the defeat of Muslim garrisons at Covadonga in the early 8th century. The Chronica Albidense emphasizes the significance of these events, stating, "Divine providence brings forth the King of Asturias." Of course, it is here where we typically mark the traditional establishment of the Kingdom of Asturias, at the victory of Covadonga. And now on to Pelayo. In Latin, we say Pelagius, but of course, Spanish rendering will continue to use Pelayo. He was a nobleman who may have been Asturian, and he's typically seen as the person who had founded the kingdom. Before the Battle of Covadonga, there could not have been a significant refugee movement from central Iberia, and Musa bin Nusayr conquered Asturias in 714 with no known, or at least any effective, resistance to him. But after the Battle of Guadalete, when he was chosen by the other nobles to lead the Astures in the Gothic tradition of Theas, he is said to have retired to the Asturian mountains, while at first Pelayo's kingdom served as a unifying symbol for the already existing guerrilla resistance groups. Well, the Muslims, of course, were not going to take it lying down. It was always a fight, especially on those frontiers of the Islamic world, Spain, Iberia, certainly being one of them. Muslim forces took control of the major cities and administrative hubs during the Islamic conquest of the Iberian Peninsula. The newcomers used the pre-existing Visigothic administrative structures, which in the most part were ultimately of Roman origin, and they had very little trouble controlling the central and southern regions, including the Ebro valleys and Guadalquivir. Urban centers like Gijon, however, were essentially non-existent in the northern mountains, and the country's submission had to be accomplished piece by piece, valley by valley, in order to guarantee the pacification of the recently conquered territory. Muslim troops frequently turned to the taking of hostages. Nothing unusual, just the way it was. The Yemeni viceroy of Ifriqiya, Musa bin Nasir, crossed the Strait of Gibraltar the following year and launched a massive conquest operation that resulted in taking capture of Merida, Toledo, Zaragoza, and Lerida among other cities, following Tariq's initial incursion, which reached Toledo in the year 711. He advanced to the northwest of the peninsula in the final stages of his military campaign, seizing the towns of Astorga and Gijon. He assigned a governor named Munuza to a small Berber detachment in the latter city with the goal of strengthening Muslim rule over Asturias. Some nobles had to turn over hostages from Asturias to Cordoba as a condition of the region's submission. And according to legend, not confirmed, but there was an alliance with the local Berber leader that was sought, and his sister was requested. Later, when he rebelled against his Cordoban Arab superiors at another mountain post in the Pyrenees, Munuza would attempt to do the same to bring a diplomatic situation to a close. Only a generation before, the Berbers had converted to Islam and were viewed as, well, inferior to Arabs and Syrians. Think of it like the converso situation with Jews converting. Yes, it was easy enough to just click your fingers and say you were a Catholic, but there was still a lot of animosity. There were also racial elements to it with the Berbers. But that's a conversation for another time. The most widely accepted explanation for the battle, which was a mere skirmish in Muslim texts, but quite epic in later Christian and Asturian sources, is that the Moorish column was attacked from the cliffs, and then it fell back through the valleys towards what is now Gijon. However, the retinue attacked it in retreat and almost destroyed it. The incident is actually not mentioned in the Christian Chronicle of 754, the only near-contemporary account of the events of the time. But, according to the Rotensian Chronicle and Ahmed Mohammed al-Makari, Polo fled Cordoba when al-Hur was governor. That was around 717 to 18, and his return to Asturias led an uprising against the Muslim rulers of Gijon. That is just one theory, though, and Polo's identity is still somewhat up for debate. And so, under Al-Kama, Munuza dispatched troops to Bres, in the district of Pilonia, where the Asturias leader lived at the time. Upon learning of the Muslims' arrival, Polo and his friends quickly crossed the Pilonia and made their way up to the small, easily fortified valley of Mount Oseva, where they sought safety in one of the caves, Covadonga. The troops reportedly leapt through the high ports to the south to continue their search and destroy operation against other rebels after an attempted siege was called off due to weather and the exposed location of the Deep Valley Gorge. Well, the Muslims almost had them there, but the locals managed to organize an ambush. The Asturian maritime districts, however, were left vulnerable as the few survivors headed south to the Leon Plains. Polo gained a great deal of prestige from the victory, which was relatively small because only a small number of Berber soldiers were involved. But it also sparked a massive uprising by other nobles, leading by example in Asturias and Galicia, who immediately united behind him and elected him the king. Attacks on the Berbers escalated under Polo's command. Feeling alone in a hostile environment, Munuza made the decision to leave Gijon and traveled the Mesa Trail to the plateau. But he didn't get too far. At Olalies, in the present-day district of Grado, the Astures intercepted and killed him. After driving out the Moors of Asturias' eastern valleys, Polo fortified the mountain passes to keep the area safe from Moorish assaults and launched an attack on Leon, the principal city in the northwest of the Iberian Peninsula. In reaction to the broader uprising against Arab rule in Cordoba, the Berbers largely abandoned their garrisons. But Pelayo persisted in attacking those who stayed north of the Asturian mountains until they fled. After that, he wed his daughter Ermesinda to Alfonso, the son of Peter of Cantabria, the head of the state of the Visigothic Duchy of Cantabria, which at that time was still independent. Fortifications dating from the end of the 7th to the start of the 8th centuries have been discovered during recent archaeological excavations in Mount Homon and La Carissa, which are close to Huerna and the Pajares valleys. Hundreds might have contributed to the construction and defense of nearly 2-meter deep moats and watchtowers that were part of the Berber fortifications. That would have needed a great deal of planning, of course, and strong leadership, most likely from Pelayo himself. As a result, experts believe likely that this defensive line was built to keep the Moors from re-entering Asturias through the Mesa and Pajares mountain passes. And so that's the origin story of the Kingdom of Asturias, beginning as this small, autonomous territory following Pelayo's victory at the Battle of Covadonga, even though it was a relatively small Moorish detachment. But hey, it's still a victory. The Visigothic king's leadership, unfortunately, was superior at that time to Pelayo's, although the latter title was not firmly established until the time of King Alfonso II. The first Asturian kings actually called themselves princeps in the old Roman fashions, and then, of course, rex, meaning king in Latin. For example, princeps cantabrorum over the gravestone of the municipality of Cisterna in Leon. And there was another inscription found with the Principe de los Albiones in the district of Coaña. There are examples of this term of princeps for the indigenous peoples of northern Spain, of course wanting to emulate the very successful Romans. Well, the kingdom was actually founded as a center of leadership over other Cantabrian coast peoples who had opposed both the Romans in earlier times and then the Visigoths in later times, who had refused to submit to the rulers of the Umayyads in even more recent times. Of course, the indigenous people of Spain, very different to the Visigoths who came in after their conquests were all said and done. Alfonso II, however, was not keen on said Visigoths. In his will that he wrote at the start of the 9th century, he accused them of being responsible for the entire loss of Hispania. Well, perhaps they made some poor decisions, but that's a little bit harsh, I think. The Asturian dominance over the various regions of the kingdom was very weak in these early decades, so it needed to be constantly reinforced. Not too often through conflict, but more through marriage pacts with other influential families from the Iberian Peninsula's north. And thus, Alfonso, as we've mentioned, married Ermesinda, the daughter of Pelayo. Alfonso's daughter Adosinda wed Silo, a local chief from the region of Flavionavia, Pravia, while his son Fruela wed Munia, a Basque princess from Alava. Fabila, Pelayo's son, was crowned king following Pelayo's death in 737. In one of the bravery tests typically expected of the nobility of that time, kind of like a coming-of-age ceremony, Fafila was, or Favila, if we can render this in both ways, was actually killed by a bear while hunting, according to the chronicles. Though the case is suspiciously similar to the Roman legend of their first king, Romulus, being taken by a sudden storm. No other incident is such known from the long history of monarchs and others at this point, but it seems that perhaps they might have cancelled that coming-of-age ceremony after this disaster. Well, as a direct result of his marriage alliance with Favila's sister, his brother-in-law, who ruled the nearby independent domain, inherited the Asturian throne. Inheritance rights and female ties were still upheld, and later on they would grant their husbands the regency or crown as well. Alfonso I, who married Pelayo's daughter, succeeded Favila and inherited the Asturian throne. According to the Albidensian Chronicle, Alfonso came to the kingdom to wed her sometime after Covadonga. His accession to the throne and the ascent of the House of Cantabria, one of the most influential families in Asturias, were made possible only by Favila's passing. Only Alfonso, initially, relocated to the court of Cangas de Onís, but the descendants of Duke Peter withdrew from Rioja afterwards towards the Cantabrian region and eventually took control of the kingdom of Asturias after the plateau and the middle valley of the Ebro, which housed the Duchy of Cantabria's principal strongholds, gradually became depopulated. We're talking principal strongholds such as Amaya, Tricio, and indeed the city of Cantabria itself. It's quite a large population center. Alfonso started the small Christian kingdom's territorial expansion from its original location in the Picos de Europa. He moved it westward to Galicia and southward with constant incursions in the Douro Valley, capturing cities and towns and relocating their residents to the safer northern regions. But in the end, it resulted in the plateau's strategic depopulation, forming the desert of the Duero as a defense against the upcoming Moorish assaults. The Asturias' pre-Roman raids in the same region were likely not all that dissimilar from the campaigns of King Fruela and King Alfonso in the Duero Valley. The kingdom of Asturias was able to effectively occupy the land south of the Cantabrian mountains until the reigns of Ordoño and Alfonso III. The first Asturian expansion was primarily conducted through Cantabrian territory, from Galicia to Biscaya. Alfonso's son, Fruela I, enlarged and united his father's territories. Members of the House of Cantabria's nobility were responsible for his murder in the end. Politics, infighting, always. Now, regarding the reigns of Aurelio, Silo, Maurogatus, and Bermudo I, we don't have too many written sources, and the ones we do have are quite brief. This 23-year period between 768 and 91 has generally been regarded as the kingdom of Asturias' protracted period of decline and obscurity. Now, some historians support this, even referring to this historical period as the lazy king's time, because it seems that no significant military operations against Al-Andalus and the Moors took place during that time. Nonetheless, there were significant and pertinent internal changes that laid groundwork for Asturias' development and growth. First, during those years, Maurogato, 783 to 88, led the first internal uprising. Alfonso II was overthrown by this, but he later ascended to the throne once more from 791 all the way to 842. Now, this sparked a string of subsequent uprisings, the main leaders of which were landowners and members of the rising aristocratic palace groups who attempted to overthrow the Don Pelayo ruling family based on the region's expanding economic development. The Asturian kingdom underwent a process of economic, social, political, and cultural change in the 8th and 9th centuries, which included the significant uprisings of Nepociano, Aldroito, Pineolo, during the reign of Ramiro I, It was 842 to 850, things getting a little bit difficult after Alfonso II. Now, secondly, Asturian kings put an end to the nearby Basque and Gallic insurrections by giving refuge to Alfonso II in Alava after his flight, supporting Nepomuceno's rebellion in some Asturian regions, and encountering Galicians to support Ramiro I. These rebels exploited the turmoil in central and eastern Asturias and occasionally offered assistance to one or more heirs. Lastly, additional evidence points to the significant internal changes that took place during this period. According to the chronicles, there were uprisings by freedmen known as Serbi, Serviles, Orico, and Libertini during the reign of Aurelio I. The master-slave property relationship gradually deteriorated. Another sign that a new society was developing in Asturias at the end of the 8th century and the start of the 9th is this fact. Along with the expanding role of the individual and the limited family, to the detriment of the extended family. Aurelius, reigning from 768 to 74, the grandson of Fruela of Cantabria and Peter of Cantabria, succeeded Fruela I after the death in 768. He would build the court in what was once Langreu's district, now San Martin del Rey Aurelio. After his death, he was succeeded by Silo, who moved the court to Pravia. Silo was wed to Adosinda, who was Peleo's granddaughter and one of the daughters of Afonso I. After Silo's death, which occurred in 783, Alfonso II was elected king. But Maragato mounted a fierce resistance and drove the new ruler to retreat to Alavia, gaining the Asturian throne. Despite the negative image that history has given him, the king had a cordial relationship with Beatus of Liabana, who was arguably the most significant cultural figure in the kingdom. The king also helped Beatus fight against adoptionism. We'll get to that a little bit later. According to legend, Maragato was the honor of 100 maidens and the bastard son of Alfonso I and a Moorish woman. Aurelius' brother, Bermudo I, succeeded him. He was referred to as the deacon, even though he most likely only received token vows. Following a military defeat, Bermudo abdicated and died in a monastery. So really the kingdom was not firmly established until King Alfonso II, following Silo's conquest of Galicia and the confirmation of territorial gains in the western Basque country. Additionally, relations with the very powerful Carolingian Franks became closer and more frequent, with Charlemagne receiving war booty from Alfonso II's envoys around the campaign of Lisbon, 797. Being referred to as an Emperor Charlemagne's man by Alfonso II implied suzerainty of some sort. Alfonso II's establishment of the order and ceremonies of the former Visigothic kingdom in the Asturian court during his reign was likely a reaction against indigenous customs, intended to solidify his state and hold on to power. At this time it was announced that the holy bones of James, son of Zebedee, had been discovered at Iria Flavia in Galicia. The Pope of Rome was reportedly quite impressed, and at the time regarded them as genuine. But during the Asturian era, the main religious location and object of devotion was Eulalia of Meritia's final resting place in Oviedo. In addition, Alfonso II established control over some Basques and repopulated areas of Galicia, Leon, and Castile, incorporating them into the larger kingdom of Asturias. Cangas de Onís, close to the scene of the Covadonga battle, served as the first capital city. It was then relocated to Pravia during the reign of Silo. Around 789, Alfonso decided to make Oviedo, where he was born, the capital of the kingdom. There's nothing like your hometown, right? Now, at the start of his reign, Ramiro I imprisoned a number of other heirs to the throne. And that wasn't enough, he also blinded them. They didn't see that coming, and placed them in monasteries. Which I don't know why he did that, because it's not like they'd be doing much Bible reading. Probably didn't think that through. Well, as a warrior, Ramiro I fought multiple battles against the Moors and defeated a Viking invasion after the Vikings had landed at Corunna. And then we have Ordonio I, 850 to 866, who succeeded his father Ramiro, put down a significant Basque uprising in the kingdom's east. Musa ibn Musa of the Banu Qazi, who had rebelled against Cordoba and risen to become the ruler of Zaragoza, Huesca, Toledo, and Tudela, constructed the fortress of Albelda, which Ordonio besieged in 859. With the help of his brother-in-law, Garcia Iniguez, the king of Pamplona, whose realm was in danger due to the Asturian monarchy's expansion, Musa tried to break the siege. But during the ensuing conflict, Musa lost important treasures, some of which were sent to Charles the Bald of France as gifts, and was ultimately defeated. According to the chronicler, Albelda collapsed 7 days after the victory, and its warriors were killed by the sword, and the place itself was destroyed down to the foundations. The Asturian king accepted Musa's son Lub as governor of Toledo for the remainder of Ordonio's rule after Musa died in 862-63 from wounds sustained in battle. And thus the kingdom of Asturias broke up into Leon, Galicia, and Asturias after Alfonso III was forced to abdicate by his sons in 910. Under Leon's rule, the three kingdoms were finally reunited in 924. After Ferdinand III became joint king of the two kingdoms, it remained by that name until 1230, when it was merged into the kingdom of Castile. So maybe it's gone, but it's certainly not forgotten. Let's talk about what we have left from Asturias. There is that great religious tradition that developed in not so much of a vacuum, but so far away from Rome that it had some opportunity to become kind of unique without drawing too much ire. So in Asturias, Christianization developed gradually, and it didn't always replace the prehistoric pagan gods. Do remember, Spain is a very, very old place with indigenous customs, just like anywhere else in Europe. The new religion coexisted pretty syncretically with elements of the old beliefs, just like in parts of Gaul and other places of the empire. Many demons were expelled from the heavens, settled in the sea. In the rivers, fountains, and forests would become worshipped as gods by ignorant people, wrote the bishop San Martin de Braga in his work in the 6th century, in reference to the Galician peasants' attachment to their pre-Christian beliefs. They offer sacrifices to them by calling Neptune in the sea, he goes on to say, the Lamias in the rivers, the nymphs in the fountains, and Diana in the forests. Of course, this is what they're seeing through Roman eyes. They recognize it as nymphs in fountains and Neptune in the sea. And of course, the reality on the ground is a little bit different for those indigenous religious traditions. But yes, seeing them through the eyes of Roman biographers. Now, there was a megalithic dolmen area, so you're talking these big stone monuments in the center of the Sella Valley, where Cangastiones is situated, probably constructed all the way back between 4000 and 2000 BC. A little hard to date, but it's kind of thereabouts. Here, especially in the Santa Cruz dolmen, chieftains from neighboring areas were ceremoniously interred. Despite the Roman and Visigothic conquests, these customs seemed to have persisted. King Favila and the remains of tribal chiefs were interred there as early as the 8th century. Even though the Asturian monarchy helped Christianize this location by building a church, the Santa Cruz dolmen is still associated with pagan customs even to our modern era. Visitors are reported to see Zanas or Asturian fairies, and the local soil is said to possess magical qualities, but, well, open minds, but citation certainly needed on that one. Now, a vate named Asterio presided over its consecration in 738, according to an inscription in the discovery in the Santa Cruz Church. Catholic epitaphs and documents, and the words vate or vates is rarely used. Instead, presbyteros for Christian priests is a little bit more common and preferable. Now, the ancient Greek authors Strabo, Diodorus Siculus, and Posidonius claimed that the vates were one of the three classic of the Celtic priesthood, along with the Druids and the Bards. But in Latin terminology, the term vates was used to refer to a more clairvoyant kind of poet. Of course, through the modern filtration of using these words, especially with Druids and Bards and vates, well, it takes on a little bit of a different meaning. Now back to Asterio. He may have been associated with the Brythonic refugees that arrived in Bretonia or Galicia in the 6th centuries, according to some historians, while others believe that he held a religious position that blended aspects of paganism and Christianity together. According to the Parochia Suevorum, an administrative document from the kingdom of the Suebi, the Bretonian See owned the Asturian lands, and elements of the Celtic Christianity made their way to northern Spain. The Celtic tonsure, which the Visigothic bishops who took part in the Fourth Council of Toledo denounced, serves as proof of this. Like other medieval kings, like Penda of Mercia or Wittegund, Asturian kings promoted Christianity while simultaneously basing their authority on indigenous religious traditions. They also drew on Christian sacred texts, particularly the Book of Revelations, Ezekiel and Daniel, as well as the writings of the Church Fathers. These provided the foundation myths for the new monarchy. Since the arrival of the new influences, such exiles and prisoners from the central region of Al-Andalus in the 770s, along with their mixed Berber, Arabic, and Gothic heritage, the Visigothic Code has served as a referential document, negating the need for them to draft new laws. This was coupled with the religious and political concepts brought from the Frankish kingdom of Charlemagne. Gothic Arianism, which denied the divinity of Jesus, and Hellenistic religion, which featured heroes like Heracles, who achieved apotheosis after death, served rather as the foundation for the adoptionist theology. Now, Beatus was a direct participant in the adoptionism debate, and we have mentioned his name before, which maintained that Jesus was born only as a man, but only after his crucifixion and resurrection did he receive divine adoption. He disputed this theological stance, which was supported by individuals like the Toledo Bishop Elipanto. The development of adoptionism was also impacted by Islamic beliefs that actually did recognize Jesus as a prophet, but not the Son of God himself, since Elipantus's bishopric of Toledo was then a part of the Muslim Caliphate of Cordoba. However, Beatus from his abbey in Santo Toribio delle Liabana fiercely opposed this adoptionist theology. The Pope and his friend Alcuin of York, the Anglo-Saxon scholar who had settled among the Carolingian court at Aachen, helped Beatus in his theological struggle, while also fortifying ties between Asturias, the Holy See, and of course the Carolingian Empire. The Italian author Umberto Eco once remarked, "Their splendid images gave birth to the most relevant iconography happening in the history of mankind." Beatus's commentaries to the Apocalypse were his most transcendental works, and they were later copied into manuscripts. He gives them his own interpretation of the Book of Revelation, complete with intriguing illustrations, quotations from the Church Fathers, and even some throwbacks to the Old Testament. One of the best examples of mappa mundi of the high medieval culture is the Beatus map, which is included in the prologue to the second book of the commentaries. This map was intended to depict the apostles' diaspora during the early decades of Christianity, but not to provide a cartographic representation of the world. Beatus used information from the Bible, Ptolemy, and Isidore of Seville's writings, put it all together, and tried his best to piece the paths of the apostles. Asia was shown as the upper semicircle, Europe as the lower left quadrant, and Africa as the lower right quadrant of a land disk encircled by the ocean. The boundaries between the various continents were established as the Mediterranean Sea, the Nile River, the Aegean Sea, and the Bosphorus. Beatus also thought that the Antichrist would rule for 1290 years after the Apocalypse, which was prophesied in the Book of Revelation, and he thought that this was just about to happen, right around the corner. He shared the opinions of Augustine of Hippo, whose book, The City of God, shaped the commentaries, which predicated on the idea that the world's history was organized into 6 different ages. The first 5 took place between Adam's creation and the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, while the 6th, which came after Christ, concludes with the fulfillment of the prophecies found in the Book of Revelation. For Beatus, the events in Hispania, Islamic domination, adoptionist heresy, and the Mozarab's slow assimilation were all signs of the impending end of the world. The abbot of Santo Toribio even went as far to proclaim that his fellow countrymen, the arrival of the end of time on Easter of the year of 800, as Elipantus details in his letter from the bishops of Spain to their brothers in Gaul. I can only imagine how that would have been taken. Imagine the panic. Very irresponsible. Well, hundreds of peasants gathered around the abbey of Santo Toribio at the break of day, fearfully anticipating the prophecy's realization. One of them, Ordonius, cried out, "Let us eat and drink, so that if the end of the world comes, we are full," after they had been inside without food for a day and a half. The Chronica Prophetica, written circa 880s CE, foretold the eventual collapse of the Emirate of Cordoba and the conquest and redemption of the entire Iberian Peninsula by King Alfonso III. Beatus's prophetic and millennialist visions left a lasting impression on the evolution of the kingdom. The main symbol of the Asturian kingdom, the Victory Cross icon, which derives from a section of the Book of Revelation in which John of Patmos describes a vision of the Second Coming, is another example of millennialist imagery found within the kingdom. Since Constantine the Great used the labarum as a symbol during the Battle of Milvian Bridge, you know that it's kind of like a P with a cross down the bottom of it, you know the one. It was also true that this was not simply limited to Asturias, and you see it everywhere in Asturian iconography. However, the Cruz de la Victoria gained widespread usage in Asturias, where it is engraved in almost all pre-Romanesque churches. The construction of the Camino de Santiago, one of the most significant routes of cultural transmission in European history, is another of the Asturian kingdom's greatest spiritual legacies. The Breviarius de Hierosolima, a document from the 6th century that claimed that the apostle was buried in a mysterious location known as Aca Maramachia, is the first source that makes reference to St. James's preaching in Spain. Isidore of Seville provided evidence in favor of this theory. In the Maurigato era, 150 years later, St. James was portrayed as the golden head of Spain, a protector and national patron. His sermons in the early decades of Christianity in the Iberian Peninsula are also mentioned, but there is a debate as well whether Beatus is the true author of this hymn. I suppose we just don't know. Now, for the kingdom of Asturias, the establishment of the purported St. James' tomb was a huge political triumph. Asturias could now claim the honor of possessing the body of one of Jesus' disciples, a privilege that is only shared by Asia, in, Ephesus in particular, where John the Apostle was buried, and of course Rome, where the bodies of St. Peter and Paul were interred. Along with Rome and Jerusalem, Santiago de Compostela became one of the 3 holy cities of Christianity by the early 12th century. Through the way of St. James, numerous Central European cultural influences, from the Gothic and Romanesque styles to the Occitan lyric poetry, made their way to Iberia in later centuries. But nonetheless, there are some mysterious aspects to the account of this discovery of the apostles' remains. The body might have belonged to a well-known local figure because the tomb was discovered in an area that had been used as a necropolis since the late Roman Empire. And the remains of Priscillian may actually be in Compostela's tomb. According to one historian, Roger Collins, the identification of the relics, at least nothing approaching a complete body, with St. James has to do with the translation of the remains discovered beneath a church altar from the 6th century in Merida, which lists several saints' names, including St. James. Several Galician locations, including Pico Sacro, Pedra de Barca, and San Andres de Teixido, were already popular destinations for pagan pilgrims in pre-Roman times, according to other academics like Constantino Cabal. According to pagan beliefs, these locations were gateways to the Celtic otherworld. The pilgrimage routes were gradually converted to Christianity following this discovery of St. James's tombs. Of course, amazing tales abound about the Covadonga region, including one that is said to have taken place in a shepherd village, where Lakes Ainol and Ergina now stand. It is said that Mary, the mother of Jesus, went to that village while posing as a pilgrim and begged every home for food and shelter. Everybody treated her rudely, with the exception of a shepherd who took her in and generously shared everything he owned. The very next day, a flood of divine origin ravaged the village, covering everything except the Good Shepherd's cottage as a retribution for their lack of hospitality. The enigmatic visitor began to cry in front of him, and when her tears hit the floor, they turned into flowers. Subsequently, the shepherd knew this pilgrim was indeed Mary herself. The Wars of Scottish Independence, a series of military campaigns fought between Scotland and England in the late 13th and early 14th centuries, largely defining the course of Scottish history. The conflict began in 1296, when Edward I of England invaded Scotland, intent on asserting his authority over the nation, sparking a widespread rebellion. It led to the emergence of iconic Scottish figures like William Wallace and Robert the Bruce. Wallace's victory at the Battle of Stirling Bridge and the subsequent defeat at the Battle of Falkirk highlighted the fierce contest. But it was Robert the Bruce's ascendancy and his decisive victory at Bannockburn in 1314 that ultimately turned the tide in favour of Scotland. The battle saw a much smaller Scottish force defeat a much larger and better equipped English army. Thus the conflict continued intermittently until 1328, when the Treaty of Edinburgh-Northampton recognised Scotland's independence, with Robert the Bruce finally acknowledged as king. Hello everyone and welcome. If you're new to the channel, it's great to meet you. And if you're coming back, as always, pleasure to have you back here with me. Now, if you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing so by just enjoying yourself being on here. That's all I need, but a like and subscribe certainly helps grease the wheels. If you want to go even further than that, well, then you can take a look at the video description. Now, without further ado, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can continue with the topic for today, and that topic is the Wars of Scottish Independence. Well, let's start back to the seeds of the conflict. In 1286, King Alexander III of Scotland passed away, leaving his granddaughter Margaret, the Maid of Norway, as his sole heir. At the time, she was just 3 years old, and her ascension prompted plans for a strategic marriage to Edward of Carnarvon, the son of Edward I of England, formalized by the Treaty of Berghem in 1290. This treaty emphasized maintaining Scottish sovereignty despite the marriage, and it stipulated that Scotland must remain a separate kingdom with its own laws and its own liberties. But tragically, Margaret died in the Orkney Islands in September of 1290 while en route to Scotland, precipitating a succession crisis with 13 contenders, each with different claims for the throne. Now, the primary claimants were Robert de Bruce, the 5th Lord of Annandale, and John Balliol, the Lord of Galloway. The potential for civil war led the Guardians of Scotland to seek arbitration from Edward I, who agreed to intervene on the condition of being recognized as Lord Paramount of Scotland, a status that effectively granted him supreme authority over the kingdom. Edward's insistence on being acknowledged as Lord Paramount was of course strategic, leveraging his military presence and the claimant's vested interests in England, many of whom, including ecclesiastical figures like Bishop Wishart, owned extensive lands there in the north. His ultimatum effectively coerced the Scottish claimants and nobles into compliance, as if they had much of a choice anyway. And thus we find ourselves in June of 1291, where Edward I takes a decisive role in Scottish affairs. He commanded that all Scottish castles be placed under his command, and all officials resign, only to be reappointed under his command. This move consolidated his power, culminating in a gathering at Upsetlington, where Scottish nobles and guardians were compelled to bend the knee and swear fealty to him. This allegiance had to be affirmed by all Scots by the 27th of July, 1291, further solidifying Edward's iron grip over the north. Thus, from May to August of 1291, the dispute over the Scottish crown, known as the Great Cause, was deliberated in 13 meetings held at Berwick. The claimants presented their cases before King Edward I of England, who presided as the Lord Paramount, and ultimately the competition narrowed to 4 claimants with direct descent from David I. Those claimants were John Balliol, Robert de Bruce, Floris V of Holland, and John of Hastings. On August 3rd, 1291, Edward directed Balliol and Bruce to appoint 40 arbiters each, while he himself chose 24 to decide the case. Edward's insistence on controlling the arbitration process was evident when he signed a writ on August 12th to collect all documents related to the competitors' claims and his own claim to overlordship. By November, John Balliol was selected as king by a majority of the arbiters, and was crowned on November 30th, 1292, at Scone Abbey. Following his coronation, Balliol's reign quickly became compromised by his allegiance to Edward I. On December 26th, he swore homage to Edward at Newcastle upon Tyne, acknowledging Scotland as a vassal state to England. This act of fealty was understandably deeply and widely unpopular in Scotland, and just added to the pile of national unrest. We're talking deep-seated animosities between these two lands. Well, Edward's demands, as if they weren't enough already, escalated in 1294, when he summoned Balliol to provide Scottish troops and funds for his war in France. After consolidating his council, Balliol decided to resist Edward's demands. Enough was enough. And in late 1294, a Scottish Parliament formed a war council and initiated diplomatic efforts to secure alliances against England. In a strategic move, emissaries were sent to France to negotiate what would become known as the Old Alliance. This treaty, established with King Philip IV of France, promised mutual support between Scotland and France against England. The alliance was sealed by the proposed marriage of Balliol's son Edward to Philip's niece Joan. Additionally, a treaty with Norway was negotiated, promising naval support, but it never materialized. There was simply no way they were going to help them. Now, Edward I only became aware of these alliances in 1295, and quickly began to fortify England's northern defences. Amidst these tensions, he appointed Robert Bruce, the 6th Lord of Annandale, as the governor of Carlisle Castle, and demanded that Balliol hand over strategic Scottish fortresses, once again escalating the conflict. In response, Balliol summoned Scottish forces to assemble at Caddon-Lee by March 11, 1296. Well, not all Scottish nobles heeded the call. Notably, Robert Bruce, Earl of Carrick, abstained due to previous grievances with Balliol over land disputes. Well, the First War of Scottish Independence is typically segmented into the four main stages. The initial victorious English invasion in 1296, a period of resistance led by William Wallace and Andrew de Moray, which spanned from 1297 until a peace deal in 1304, brokered by John Comyn. The resurgence of conflict under Robert the Bruce, starting with his dramatic act in 1306 and culminating at the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, and finally the subsequent military and diplomatic actions by Scotland until the Treaty of Edinburgh-Northampton was signed in 1328. And thus we find ourselves right there in 1296, where the conflict ignited with Edward I's devastating attack on Berwick, continued with the Scottish loss at the Battle of Dunbar, and the abdication of John Balliol by July. By August, following the removal of the Stone of Destiny to Westminster Abbey, Edward had coerced Scottish nobles into recognizing him as king at a parliament in Berwick, effectively bringing Scotland under control. Rebellions flared up in 1297, led by figures like Wallace and Moray. Although initial resistance was quelled at Irvine, their ongoing efforts led to a pivotal Scottish triumph at Stirling Bridge, though Moray died from wounds sustained in battle. Well, despite subsequent Scottish raids into England and William Wallace's appointment as Guardian of Scotland, Edward's retaliatory campaigns in 1298 culminated in a tactical, yet costly victory at Falkirk. Post-Falkirk, Wallace is rumoured to have supported the French against England, while diplomatic efforts to free the imprisoned Scottish King John took him to the papal court in Rome. Governance of Scotland was then assumed by Robert Bruce and John Comyn, along with William de Lamberton, appointed as a mediator in 1299. This period saw the freeing of King John due to international pressures, and Wallace's mission to seek support from the French. Edward's campaigns in 1300 and 1301 led to a temporary peace in 1302, but hostilities resumed, leading to the fall of Stirling Castle in 1304. Negotiations in early 1304 resulted in most Scottish nobles swearing fealty to England, seemingly quelling the Scottish resistance. Seemingly, at least. However, the execution of William Wallace in 1305 did appear to mark the end of significant opposition. But internal agreements among Scottish leaders, particularly between Bruce and Lamberton, hinted at continued efforts to restore Scottish independence, despite the complexities of their political affiliations and the broad acceptance, albeit somewhat dissatisfied acceptance, of English rule. On the 10th of February, 1306, a significant altercation occurred between Robert Bruce and John Comyn, the remaining contenders for the Scottish crown, at Greyfriars Kirk at Dumfries. Now, Bruce killed Comyn during the meeting, which reignited the Scottish rebellion. It is alleged that Comyn had breached a mutual pact to support each other's claims to the throne, Bruce aspiring to be king, and Comyn in exchange for his backing to receive lands. However, Comyn purportedly aimed to secure both the throne and the lands by betraying Bruce to the English king. Bruce did not like that. Can't blame him for being a little upset. Thus he intercepted a message from Comyn to King Edward which confirmed the betrayal. In writing, he'd caught Comyn red-handed, and it prompted him to kill him and rally support from other Scottish leaders. Within weeks of the murder, Bruce was crowned King of Scots, launching a new phase in his campaign for Scottish independence. Now, despite an initial setback at the Battle of Methven, which forced Bruce into hiding and led to the capture of his family by English forces, he resumed his campaign in 1307, following the death of Edward I. His forces gradually regained strength and territory, achieving significant victories at Loudon Hill and through the strategic captures of Roxburgh and Edinburgh castles. The pivotal Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, where Bruce's army delivered a decisive blow to the English, marked the turning point, leading to the eventual return of Bruce's family from captivity. In the political aftermath, Bruce focused on solidifying Scotland's independence. The Declaration of Arbroath in 1320, endorsed by Scottish nobles, clergy, and King Robert himself, was sent to the Pope asserting Scotland's sovereignty. Thomas Randolph, the Earl of Moray, further reinforced this position in 1324 by securing Pope John's recognition of Robert as the legitimate King of Scots during a visit to Avignon. But of course, things changed again in England with the deposition and subsequent murder of Edward II in 1327, bringing Edward III to the throne. Continued Scottish incursions in northern England culminated in the Battle of Stanhope Park, nearly capturing the young English king. These pressures compelled Edward III to agree to the Treaty of Edinburgh-Northampton in 1328, which acknowledged Scottish independence and Robert's kingship, thereby formally ending the First War of Scottish Independence. Of course, the treaty also facilitated the marriage of Robert's son David to Edward III's sister, further sealing the peace between Scotland and England. And they lived happily ever after. No, I'm just joking. And now the Second War of Scottish Independence. Of course, the first one was so good they had to have a sequel. Now in 1331, Edward Balliol, alongside Henry Beaumont, the Earl of Buchan, and other dispossessed Scottish nobles, convened in Yorkshire to orchestrate an invasion of Scotland. While Edward III of England outwardly forbade this plan, his actions suggested more tacit approval, as he only prohibited an overland invasion, allowing Balliol's forces to depart from Yorkshire ports by sea on July 31st, 1332. Meanwhile, Scotland, under the regency of Thomas Randolph, the Earl of Moray, braced for the incoming invasion. However, Moray passed away just 10 days before Balliol's departure and missed the entire party. Well, Balliol landed in Fife on August the 6th, 1332, with approximately 2,000 predominantly English troops. Shortly after landing, he engaged and overcame local Scottish forces at the Battle of Kinghorn. On August 11th, Balliol faced a significantly larger Scottish army, estimated between 15 and 40,000, led by the new Guardian of Scotland, Donald, the Earl of Mar, near Perth. Utilizing the cover of night, Balliol's forces crossed the River Erne at an unguarded ford and established a strong defensive position. During the ensuing Battle of Duplin Moor, the Scottish forces hastened their attack, became disorganized, and were ultimately trapped in a valley. And immediately in come the English longbowmen to exploit this by firing into the compressed Scottish ranks, causing severe casualties through suffocation, trampling, and of course the hundreds of arrows. The battle concluded with a devastating defeat for the Scots, leading to significant noble losses, including Earl Mar and the capture of Perth by Balliol's forces. This conflict marked the onset of the Second War of Scottish Independence. Balliol was crowned King of Scotland at Scone on the 24th of September 1332. Almost immediately, he secured his allegiance to Edward III by ceding significant Scottish lands, including Berwick, totaling around £2,000 in value. However, Balliol's reign faced continuous challenges due to his limited support within Scotland and ongoing military threats. By the 7th of October, David II's supporters had retaken Perth and completely demolished its fortifications. The situation worsened for Balliol when, on December the 16th, he was defeated and nearly captured by David II's forces at the Battle of Annan, forcing him to flee to England in a very dishevelled state, and feeling quite sorry for himself, I'm sure. Seeking refuge and support, Balliol appealed to Edward III, who then abandoned his neutral stance, formally recognized Balliol as the King of Scotland, and prepared for open warfare, signaling a more direct English involvement in Scottish affairs. Although there wasn't widespread enthusiasm among the English for resuming war with Scotland, Edward III supported Edward Balliol. In reaction, the Scots executed minor raids into Cumberland, which were for the most part ineffective. Edward III justified his subsequent invasion of Scotland as a response to these raids. He specifically targeted Berwick, strategically located on the Anglo-Scottish border, vital as a major trade route. Berwick, described by a contemporary chronicler as a bustling hub akin to Alexandria, let's not go crazy, was Scotland's premier trading town, notably profitable from wool duties, representing the Scottish Crown's primary income source. While the potential loss of Berwick, that was something Edward had hoped would force the Scots into the direct battle that he wanted, and that was a scenario that he was confident of winning. Historically, direct confrontations were rare, and the Scots had always favored guerrilla tactics and ambushes. According to some historians, the significance of Berwick was such that its abandonment by the Scots was nearly inconceivable. It would be like the Romans abandoning Rome, or indeed the Egyptians abandoning Cairo in our modern day. Think about it like that. The siege began in late March 1333, with Edward joining the main English forces on May the 9th. Despite Berwick's strong defense and ample supplies, the English siege only intensified, devastating the town by late June and pushing the garrison towards complete collapse. A truce on July 15th stipulated that the Scots would surrender by sunset on the 19th of July if no relief force came. Meanwhile, the Scottish army led by Sir Archibald Douglas had entered England, wreaking havoc in the northeast, a situation that Edward simply chose to ignore. There were far more important things to deal with. Douglas, at this time, saw no alternative but to confront the English forces directly. Thus, Sir Archibald Douglas led the Scottish forces in an assault aimed at engaging the English army stationed at Halidon Hill. The Scots faced a challenging advance downhill, and then had to cross a significant expanse of marshland before ascending the northern slopes of the hill. The English archers inflicted severe casualties on the advancing Scots, as described in the Lanercost Chronicle. The Scots at the front were so heavily wounded and blinded from a barrage of arrows that they could barely defend themselves, ultimately turning away from the onslaught. Despite the heavy losses at the lower slopes, the remaining Scottish forces continued their uphill charge through the dense arrow volley, described vividly as thick as motes in a sunbeam by a contemporary source. They then encountered English spearmen positioned strategically to meet them head-on. The Scottish ranks broke under this intense pressure. It was all too much. Chaos ensued as camp followers fled, taking horses and anything they could carry with them, and the battlefield was left strewn with the screaming and moaning dead and dying. Not very pretty of a sight. And thus the defeat was catastrophic for the Scots, with casualties in the thousands, including Douglas himself and 5 other earls. Following the battle, English knights pursued the fleeing Scots, exacerbating the slaughter. And the Scots who surrendered, well, they suffered a grim fate too, executed on Edward's orders, and others drowned while attempting to escape into the sea. Reports on English casualties were minimal, varying from as few as 7 to 14. Now that is a big disparity. Now the aftermath on the 20th of July, the day the truce for Berwick's surrender expired, saw around 100 captured Scots lose their heads, marking a brutal conclusion to the conflict. Berwick subsequently surrendered to the English, sealing a decisive victory for Edward III. 1 point to the English. Now, in May 1334, David II of Scotland sought refuge in France, accepting an invitation from King Philip VI amidst the turbulence of Scotland at the time. It was not a good place to be. Thus, on the 19th of June of the same year, 1334, Edward Balliol formally pledged allegiance to Edward III and ceded 8 southeastern counties of Scotland to complete English control. Ruling from Perth, Balliol tried to suppress ongoing resistance against his authority. Despite controlling the majority of Scotland, with David's supporters only holding 5 fortresses, and not very good ones at that. Internal conflicts among Balliol's allies weakened their position even further. These internal divisions not only made Balliol's supporters vulnerable to attacks and defections, but also spurred on the loyalists to Robert the Bruce. The persistent strife and the lack of a unified front among Balliol's allies facilitated the re-emergence of support for David's cause. The French, concerned about English expansion into Scotland, provided covert financial and possibly military support to Bruce's loyalists, though the exact timing and manner of this support remains unclear. Facing increasing opposition and defection within his ranks, Balliol withdrew to Berwick. During the winter of 1334–35, both Edward III and Balliol conducted destructive raids from Roxburgh across the western lowlands, targeting the properties of both their adversaries and erstwhile allies. Yet they encountered no significant Scottish military resistance. Amid these military failures and the shifting loyalties of his allies, Balliol found his position increasingly untenable. The leading pro-Bruce nobles, capitalizing on Balliol's weakened state and the divided loyalties among his camp, formally reached out to King Philip of France, seeking direct military support to reinforce their cause against Balliol and his English backers. Since the Norman conquest in 1066, English monarchs had possessed territories in France, making them vassals to French kings, a situation that frequently led to conflict. And by 1334, the English retained only Gascony in southwestern France and Ponthieu in the north. Gascony, in particular, was crucial for Edward, as it was a significant source of income due to the duties on wine, which constituted the largest single revenue stream for the English crown. And now for that long-standing old alliance between France and Scotland, first established in 1299 and renewed in 1326, was a mutual defence pact designed to curb English ambitions by threatening reciprocal invasions if, should England attack either ally. And by 1331, after prolonged and tense discussions, Edward III and Philip VI of France had resolved most of their disputes in a formal treaty, paving the way for Philip to plan a crusade to the Holy Land, for which he sought English support or at least neutrality. While in early 1335, Philip VI dispatched an ambassador to England to confront Edward about his aggressive policies towards Scotland. The meeting occurred in Newcastle on the 18th of February, where Edward gave evasive responses, but did allow the French ambassador to try to broker a peace. A temporary truce was thus established, set to last until the middle of 1335. However, disunity among the Scottish nobility prevented them from forming a cohesive strategy for peace talks, while Edward used this period to stabilize his finances and prepare his military forces for further actions. In the spring of 1335, Edward III assembled a formidable army of over 13,000 men on the Scottish border, the largest he had ever mobilized against Scotland, timing his campaign to coincide with the expiry of a truce. Anticipating this, Bruce loyalists also prepared, setting aside internal conflicts and vacating the central lowlands to brace for the invasion. In July, Edward led a portion of his force from Carlisle towards Glasgow, meeting the rest of his troops who had marched from Berwick under Edward Balliol by the month's end. The English forces, adhering to a scorched earth strategy and encountering very little resistance, devastated the lands from which they passed through and eventually occupied Perth, the Scottish capital, continuing their widespread looting and destruction to draw the Scots out into an open-pitched battle. Meanwhile, the French, frustrated with the ongoing conflict, gathered a force of 6,000 to support David II and restore him to the Scottish throne. This force was part of a broader French strategy that included naval attacks on English ships from French ports and raids along the English southern coast. King Philip VI of France proposed that Edward submit the competing claims to the Scottish throne to Pope Benedict XII for arbitration to avoid another Anglo-French war. But Edward declined. In Scotland, a truce was negotiated between Edward and the Scots, lasting from mid-October 1335 until the 3rd of May 1336, although this truce did not apply to Balliol's forces, allowing the Bruce faction to focus on his supporters. On the 30th of November, Sir Andrew Murray, leading 1,100 Bruce loyalists, decisively defeated a larger pro-Balliol force at the Battle of Culblean, killing its commander, David Strathbogie, marking a significant boost to Scottish morale and reducing Balliol to dependence on English military support. The Pope finally persuaded Philip to delay military action against England to preserve the possibility of a crusade. However, by March 1336, Philip convinced David II to reject a peace treaty that Murray, now regent and guardian of Scotland, was willing to accept, committing France to restore David to the throne. The French then got busy amassing a fleet of over 500 ships in Normandy, planning to land one army in Scotland and another at Portsmouth, while Edward focused on financing the Scottish campaign and fortifying the English southern coast. His forces continued aggressive sorties into Scotland. Now the Scots largely avoided direct engagement, resorting once again to a scorched earth policy, including the razing of Perth. As news of the planned French invasion reached them, Edward quickly moved north, joining Balliol in Perth on the 28th of June. The non-arrival of the French forces saw Edward leading a force of 800 men in mid-July to relieve the siege of Lochindaub and wreak havoc along the Scottish east coast from the Firth of Tay to the Moray Firth, targeting potential French landing sites like Forres and Aberdeen. Throughout, Murray adeptly avoided open battle against the superior English forces. During the summer of 1336, an English ambassador sought negotiations with Philip and David. On the 20th of August, Philip rejected the English proposals and fully committed to military support for David's faction, leading the French privateers to intensify attacks on English shipping and ports, sparking panic along the English southern coast. Edward III, upon learning of these developments in mid-September, returned to England. Arriving too late to confront the French ships directly, he implemented new war taxes and planned to spend the winter in Scotland, in a fortress on the Clyde. Meanwhile, the Scots, led by Sir Andrew Murray, engaged in guerrilla tactics against the English and destroyed Dunatar, Kinneff, and Lauriston castles to deny them to Edward. All the while, famine and disease spread across all of Scotland. The political and legal pressure from France began to intensify, and by 1337, Philip was preparing to invade Gascony. Edward returned to England in December of 1336 to prepare for the impending conflict with France. In early 1337, with Edward distracted by French threats. Bruce loyalists under Murray and Sir William Douglas launched invasions into Fife. The local English commanders struggled to respond effectively, leading to the Scottish overrun of the north. In April, another Scottish army ravaged Balliol-controlled Galloway. On May 24, 1337, Philip's Great Council decreed that Gascony and Ponthieu should revert to French control, citing Edward's failure as a vassal, marking the onset of the 100 Years' War. Throughout that year, the Scots continued their incursions into the lowlands, besieging Edinburgh Castle and devastating Cumberland, including an attack on Carlisle. Edward sent additional forces to Scotland, but with limited impact. In 1338, Edward balanced defending the English coast and assembling a continental army while still dispatching forces to Scotland. French support bolstered the Scots, who managed to recapture Perth in 1339 with French aid. By 1340, English control in Scotland was confined to a few fortresses like Stirling, all under siege or reliant on supplies by sea. By 1341, active combat with England had more or less diminished, but internal feuds divided the Scottish nobility. David II returned to Scotland on June 2, 1341, with his wife Joan, and struggled to assert his authority, exacerbating tensions. Despite these challenges, the Scots gradually repelled the English, with Stirling and Roxburgh Castle falling in 1342. David II's reign saw continuous conflicts, both internal and with England. He faced significant resistance from the Scottish nobility, exemplified when Douglas imprisoned and starved Alexander Ramsay to death over a dispute concerning the constableship of Roxburgh. By 1345, David had secured some control over the nobility, continuing raids into England and consolidating his authority within Scotland. In July 1346, Edward III of England launched an invasion into Normandy with a formidable force of 15,000 troops, prompting Philip VI of France to call David II of Scotland to honor their alliance and invade England. Philip betrayed northern England as virtually undefended due to English military commitments elsewhere in Gascony, Brittany, and Flanders, urging David to act swiftly and assertively. Initially, Scottish probes into northern England were met with strong resistance from local defenders. Nevertheless, David arranged a truce to last until September 29th, giving him time to fully mobilize the Scots. On October 7th, the Scots launched a full-scale invasion into England with about 12,000 men, including modern French-supplied weapons and armor, making it one of the most formidable Scottish forces in years, not just in numbers, but also in equipment. A contingent of French knights accompanied them. Anticipating such an invasion, the English had strategically exempted the northern counties from contributing troops to the Normandy campaign. Responding rapidly to the Scottish advance, the English, led by William de la Zoche, Archbishop of York and Lord Warden of the Marches, and Ralph Neville, assembled an army of 6,000 to 7,000 men near Durham. And thus the two armies met on October 17th. The battle began with a standoff that lasted until the afternoon, when English longbowmen were sent forth to skirmish, disrupting the Scottish lines. The Earl of Menthia's cavalry charge failed to dislodge the archers, who then goaded the main Scottish force into a premature and disorganized attack. Hindered by the terrain and relentless arrow volleys, the 1st Scottish Division was quickly overwhelmed. The subsequent Scottish units, including the largest division under the Earl of March and Robert Stewart, collapsed under pressure and fled the field. The English troops held their position and continued to rain down arrows on the remaining Scots, including those under the command of David II. When the English men-at-arms finally engaged, they fought with intense vigor and forced the Scots into a chaotic retreat. David II was severely wounded and captured during the retreat, and the English pursued the remnants of the Scottish army throughout the night. The battle resulted in significant Scottish losses, with over 50 barons killed or captured, effectively decimating Scotland's military leadership and marking a devastating defeat for Scotland in the broader context of Anglo-Scottish conflicts. Following the capture of David at Neville's Cross, Edward Balliol, having participated in the battle, sought to capitalize on the English victory by rallying forces for another campaign into Scotland. Despite regaining allegiance in some southern communities, Balliol's efforts were largely ineffectual. In Scotland, amidst the power vacuum and with their king thrown in prison, the Scots appointed David's nephew, Robert Stewart, as Lord Guardian and Regent. Stewart, the future Robert II, was more focused on consolidating his own position than managing the kingdom's broader concerns. His authority was undermined by his previous abandonment of David at Neville's Cross, which cast doubt on his loyalty. Edward III used the imprisoned Scottish king as leverage in negotiations, proposing in 1348 that David hold Scotland as a feudal land from England and potentially name Edward or one of his sons as his heir. By 1350, Edward adjusted his terms, offering to ransom David for £40,000, alongside reinstating Balliol's Scottish allies with his young son John of Gaunt to be named David's successor, if he died childless. These terms, however, were rejected by the Scottish Parliament, especially by Stewart, who viewed them as a threat to his own succession. Well, as the Anglo-French War consumed Edward's attention, he revisited negotiations in 1354, simplifying his demand to just a ransom, which Scotland again declined due to the potential implications for future English dominance. In 1355, tensions along the Anglo-Scottish border surged, leading to military build-up and a brief truce that the Scots, spurred by the French support, broke by raiding Northumberland and seizing Berwick-on-Tweed. Now Edward's forces, redirected from France, recaptured Berwick and pushed into southern Scotland in early 1356, leaving widespread devastation. Balliol formally relinquished his claim to the Scottish throne in January, accepting a pension from Edward. The English army advanced to Edinburgh, burning it and other locales, and planned to march on Perth. However, that famous Scottish weather hampered their logistics, forcing a withdrawal under heavy Scottish harassment. The campaign ended with the disbandment of the English army in Carlisle, and the Scots recapturing 2 English-held castles. A new truce was established in April, halting hostilities, momentarily. The catastrophic defeat of the French at the Battle of Poitiers in September 1356, where around 6,000 of their 14,000 to 16,000 troops were killed or captured, including the French king, severely impacted Scottish aspirations. The defeat diminished hopes of achieving Scottish war aims through a French negotiated general treaty, and raised the likelihood that English forces could indeed be redeployed to Scotland. Facing the dwindling prospect of further military or financial support from France, the Scots negotiated a ransom of about 100,000 marks for the release of David II, to be paid over 10 years in annual installments, each St. John the Baptist Day, under the terms of the Treaty of Berwick. To ensure compliance, 23 Scottish nobles were held hostage by the English. The treaty also stipulated that Scottish citizens were prohibited from bearing arms against Edward III or his forces until full payment of the ransom, and the English, well, they were to cease their military operations against Scotland. And thus the Treaty of Berwick essentially marked the end of the Second Scottish War of Independence. While Edward III didn't really achieve much, Scotland did maintain its independence. However, the treaty, being more of a truce than a peace agreement, did not completely halt hostilities, which of course persisted intermittently over the next 4 decades. Major conflicts resumed in 1400 when Henry IV of England invaded Lothian. Now, as for David, upon his return to Scotland, he faced the daunting task of managing internal noble rivalries. Accusations against him of adopting an overly luxurious and costly lifestyle led to a rebellion in 1360, which he successfully suppressed, securing his position on the throne. His wife, Joan, chose not to return to Scotland with him, taking issue with the English mistress he had taken during his 11 years of captivity. Well, you can't blame her for taking issue with that. Although the ransom treaty placed a significant financial burden on Scotland, it was less damaging than the ongoing raids by the English. David ceased payments, however, after only 20,000 marks had been paid, leading to renegotiations that ultimately reduced the debt. The Reconquista, spanning from 711 to 1492, a series of campaigns by Christian states to recapture territory taken by Muslims in the Iberian Peninsula. Beginning with the Islamic conquest of the Visigothic kingdom, the roots of the Reconquista are deep, and it's characterized by nearly 8 centuries of warfare. This long process culminated in 1492 with the conquest of Granada, the final Muslim state on the peninsula, by King Ferdinand of Aragon and Queen Isabella of Castile. This victory not only unified Spain under a single Christian monarchy, but also set the stage for significant religious and cultural changes, including the expulsion of Jews and Muslims and the establishment of the Spanish Inquisition. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to have you with me for another video. We are well and truly past 20,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. I wonder what our next goal will be. I'm sure we can get there in time. Now, as always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. Enjoying the content is the best way to do so. But those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the video description. That being said, let us get relaxed, take a deep breath, and we may begin our history of the Reconquista. Let's go back to the beginning, the very beginning. In the year 711, North African Berber soldiers, accompanied by a coalition of Arabs under Tariq ibn Ziyad's command, crossed the Strait of Gibraltar, engaging a Visigothic force led by King Roderick at the Battle of Guadalete. Now remember that at this time Muhammad's conquests were raging, and, well, the Islamic forces were expanding at a rate never before seen. The speed in which the empire came about was truly astonishing. And that Strait of Gibraltar I mentioned, that is the gap of water that celebrates Spain and Africa. Now, back to the Battle of Guadalete. Well, this battle occurred amidst severe internal conflict within the Visigothic kingdom of Hispania. In fact, many of Roderick's troops simply deserted when push came to shove. Of course, this led to his defeat, and a rather sad end, as he drowned while attempting to cross the Guadalquivir River. Well, following Roderick's defeat, the Umayyad governor of Ifriqiya, Musa ibn Nusayr, joined Tariq in a campaign against various towns and strongholds in Hispania. Several towns, including Merida, Cordova, Zaragoza, and possibly Toledo, were captured, while others simply agreed to treaties in exchange for maintaining their autonomy, or at least a fraction of it. After establishing a local emirate, Caliph al-Walid I of the Umayyad Caliphate removed many of the successful Muslim commanders. Tariq ibn Ziyad was recalled to Damascus and replaced with one Musa ibn Nasir. Musa's son, Abd al-Aziz ibn Musa, reportedly married Roderick's widow, Egilona, and established his regional government in the city of Seville. However, Abd al-Aziz was suspected of secretly harboring a desire to convert to Christianity, and even worse than that, or perhaps on the same level depending on which Islamic scholar you ask, planning a successionist rebellion, prompting Caliph al-Walid I to order his assassination. Ethnic tensions between Berbers and Arabs emerged as a serious weakness among the Muslim conquerors, jeopardizing Umayyad unity. Now, I won't go into the complicated categorization of different groups of Berbers and all the rest, but think of the Berbers as Mediterranean Africans. Well, despite their successes, the Umayyad forces faced resistance, and a major defeat in Europe at the Battle of Toulouse halted their expedition, albeit temporarily. A punitive expedition led by Abdul Rahman al-Ghafiqi defeated Odo of Aquitaine at the Battle of the River Garonne in 732. Odo then sought aid from his rival, Charles Martel, who led Frankish and Aquitanian armies against the Umayyad forces at the Battle of Poitiers in 732. Martel's victory was a turning point, as Moorish rule in what is now France became to decline, although it would endure in parts of the Iberian Peninsula for several centuries thereafter. Now, in response to a significant increase in taxes on Christians by the new emir Anbasa ibn Suhaim al-Kalbi, several rebellions erupted in Al-Andalus. Despite efforts by successive weak emirs, these uprisings could not be suppressed. And around 722, a Muslim military expedition was dispatched into the north to quell a rebellion led by Pelagius of Asturias, a pivotal event traditionally regarded as the beginning of the Reconquista. Well, despite their small size, these two northern realms, Navarre and Asturias, demonstrated a rather remarkable resistance, maintaining their independence. The Umayyad rulers based in Cordoba, recognizing their inability to extend power over the Pyrenees, opted to consolidate their authority within the Iberian Peninsula. While Arab-Berber forces periodically raided deep into Asturias, this region, situated on the periphery of the Islamic world, posed challenges, but at the same time held very little strategic interest. Often, the game was not quite worth the candle. Alfonso I of Asturias focused not only on raiding Arab-Berber strongholds in the Meseta, but also on expanding his domains at the expense of neighboring Galicians and Basques. However, Asturian control over the kingdom remained quite tenuous in the early years, necessitating continual efforts to strengthen it through alliances and conflicts with other northern Iberian peoples. Following the death of Polo in 737, his son Fabiola of Asturias ascended to the throne, but he reportedly met a rather tragic and brutal end, in the way that he was mauled to death by a bear during what is known as a courage trial. Basically like a challenge. Go out into the woods. Well, it seems that this one was a little bit too much of a challenge. Well, despite this setback, Peleo's dynasty endured, gradually expanding the kingdom's boundaries until roughly 775, encompassing all of northwest Hispania. Further territorial expansion occurred under Alfonso II of Asturias, who reigned from 791 to 842. During his reign, an expedition pillaged Lisbon in 798, possibly in collaboration with the Carolingians. The Asturian kingdom's legitimacy was cemented with the recognition of Alfonso II as King of Asturias, not only by Charlemagne, but also the official endorsement came from the Pope. Additionally, during his rule, the discovery of the remains of St. James the Great in Galicia at Santiago de Compostela enhanced the kingdom's prestige. This discovery spurred pilgrimages from across Europe, fostering communication between Asturias and the Carolingian lands in the centuries that followed. 10 years later, Odo of Aquitaine sought to secure his southern borders against Charles Martel's incursions by marrying his daughter to Uthman ibn Naisa, a rebel Berber and the lord of Cerdagne. However, a punitive expedition led by Abdul Rahman al-Ghafiqi, the emir of Al-Andalus, resulted in Uthman's defeat and death. In 759, Pepin the Short expelled the Muslims from Narbonne and waged a ruthless 8-year war to conquer Aquitaine. Following in his father's footsteps, Charlemagne solidified Carolingian control of Aquitaine by appointing counts of Frankish or Burgundian origin, and establishing the Church as his ally. Thus, Toulouse became a pivotal base for Charlemagne's expeditions against Al-Andalus. Charlemagne's efforts to secure the southern border of the Carolingian Empire culminated in the creation of the Spanish March in 781. This regional sub-kingdom included part of contemporary Catalonia and aimed to contain Aquitanians while guarding against Muslim incursions. In the same year, Charlemagne's young son Louis was crowned King of Aquitaine under the supervision of William of Gellon, tasked with overseeing the nascent Spanish March. Meanwhile, the southern fringes of Al-Andalus witnessed internal strife between Abd al-Rahman I and Yusuf ibn Abd al-Rahman, an autonomous governor or king perhaps of the region. Abd al-Rahman I eventually expelled Yusuf from Cordoba, but faced external opposition from the Abbasids of Baghdad. In 778, Abd al-Rahman advanced towards the Ebro Valley, prompting regional lords to seek assistance from the Christian Franks. At the Diet of Paderborn in 777, Charlemagne received envoys from Zaragoza, Girona, Barcelona, and Huesca, who offered their allegiance. All they wanted in return was Frankish military aid against Abd al-Rahman and his unwanted advances. Charlemagne's expedition into the Iberian Peninsula in 778 ended in a setback at the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass, where his rear guard was ambushed and destroyed by Basque forces. This battle, in particular, is also the subject of a large portion of the poetic work The Song of Roland. Not sure if you've read that one, but you should probably do it. Well, despite this ambush by the Basque forces, Charlemagne continued to exert influence in the region. Upon the death of Abd al-Rahman in 788, Hisham I took the throne and proclaimed a jihad in 792, advancing against the kingdoms of Asturias and the Carolingian Septimania. Although they initially defeated William of Gellon, the Count of Toulouse, William led a successful expedition the following year across the eastern Pyrenees. In 797, Barcelona became the focal point of conflict, as its governor, Zayd, rebelled against the Umayyad emir of Cordoba. Although the emir's army recaptured the city in 799, Louis, leading a Frankish army, crossed the Pyrenees and besieged Barcelona for 7 months, until it finally capitulated in early 801. Charlemagne strategically established vassal regions across key Pyrenees passes, Pamplona, Aragon, and Catalonia. These regions, forming the Marca Hispanica by the late 8th century, served as buffers against Muslim incursions and were under direct Frankish control. Pamplona's first king, Inigo Arista, rebelled against Frankish rule and established the Kingdom of Pamplona in 824. Aragon, founded by Aznar Galindez in 809, protected the old Roman road, and eventually merged together with Navarre by the end of the 10th century. Now on to Barcelona, which emerged as a fairly significant power under the rule of Count Wilfrid in the late 9th century. It controlled the policies of other counties, in a union, leading to its independence under Count Borel II in 948. Although smaller than Asturias, these states, except for Navarre, lacked the capacity for aggressive attacks against the Muslims. They simply did not have the men nor the resources to do so. Too much of a risk. However, what they did have was mountainous terrain, and this mountainous terrain provided them relative safety from conquest, allowing the borders to remain stable for centuries. The Kingdom of Asturias, situated in the rugged Cantabrian mountains of northern Iberia, was the first Christian power to emerge in the wake of the Muslim conquest. Founded around 718 by Pelagius, a Visigothic nobleman, it provided a pretty safe sanctuary for those who were fleeing the rapid Muslim advance. This included, of course, the remnants of the Visigothic aristocracy, and the indigenous groups like the Astures, Cantabri, Basques, and Galicians, who had not assimilated into Hispano-Gothic society. Pelagius's uprising, supported by these diverse groups, led to the establishment of the Asturian monarchy. Initially, the kingdom's authority was limited to the mountainous region, with Cangas de Onís serving as its early capital. However, successive rulers, particularly Alfonso III, sought to expand southward, emphasizing the kingdom's connection to the Visigothic legacy. Although some historians have suggested continuity between the Asturian kingdom and the Visigothic realm in Toledo, modern scholarship generally emphasizes the distinct and autonomous nature of the Astur-Leonese dynasty. Pelagius's kingdom initially relied on guerrilla warfare tactics, hit and run, harrying the enemy wherever they could, gradually consolidating power through matrimonial alliances and military campaigns. Now, for example, Alfonso I expanded westward into Galicia and conducted many raids over many years into Muslim territories. And of course, he didn't just take all this plunder and waste it. He used it to further supply and strengthen his military forces, investing in the future, it seems. Well, all of these raids not only bolstered Asturian military capabilities, but they also served as a means of asserting Christian presence in the formerly Visigothic territories. Over time, Asturias became a pivotal player in the Christian efforts to retake the Iberian Peninsula from Muslim rule, laying the groundwork for the Reconquista that would unfold over the centuries to come. Under King Alfonso's reign, which by the way lasted from around 791 to 842, which is quite an impressive reign, the Kingdom of Asturias saw significant developments. The kingdom's authority was firmly established, and the capital was transferred from its mountainous stronghold to Oviedo, reflecting this changing dynamic of power. During this time, Alfonso II initiated diplomatic contacts with neighboring kingdoms, such as the Carolingians and Pamplona, securing official recognition for his kingdom and crown from both the Pope and Charlemagne, two people that you really wanted to have on your side. A pivotal event during Alfonso II's reign was the purported discovery of the aforementioned bones of St. James the Great, discovered in Iria Flavia, which is kind of around present-day Padron, around 813 or maybe a little later. Now, the cult of St. James became closely associated with Compostela, which is from the Latin Campus Stellae, meaning the star field, possibly in the early 10th century. The discovery of these bones of St. James led to the establishment of Santiago de Compostela as a major pilgrimage site, laying the foundation for the later Way of St. James, which attracted pilgrims from across Europe. Despite ongoing battles between the Umayyads and the Asturians, neither side managed to assert complete control over the northern territories. However, under the reign of King Ramiro, the border slowly began to shift southward. Asturian holdings in regions such as Castile, Galicia, and Leon were fortified, and efforts to repopulate the countryside were intensified. In 924, the Kingdom of Asturias evolved, and from then on it was the Kingdom of Leon, with Leon becoming the seat of the royal court. Under Alfonso III of Asturias, significant developments took place that shaped the course of history in the Iberian Peninsula. Alfonso strategically repopulated and established Leon as the capital, initiating a series of campaigns to extend his control over territories north of the Douro River. He reorganized his realm into major duchies, such as Galicia and Portugal, and major counties, rather. I always read that word wrong. Well, these counties including Saldania and Castile. He also began extensive fortification of the border regions and constructed numerous castles, either completely new ones or substantial repairs on the old ones. Upon his death in 910, this kingdom had emerged as the dominant regional power. The Kingdom of Leon, a new formidable adversary. Now Alfonso's successor, Ordoño II, continued his efforts to expand Leon's influence. He organized attacks against Muslim strongholds like Toledo and Seville, aiming to push further south. However, the Caliphate of Cordoba posed a formidable threat, leading to conflicts and alliances with neighboring realms like Navarre. Despite initial victories, Ordoño II faced defeat at Valjejuencuera in 920, marking a period of instability and conflict for the Kingdom of Leon. For the next 8 decades, Leon experienced internal strife, Moorish attacks, and the partial independence of regions like Galicia and Castile. This turbulent period weakened Christian forces and delayed the Reconquista. However, there were moments of hope, such as during the reign of Ramiro II, when alliances with figures like Fernán González of Castile led to victories against the Caliphate's forces. By the end of the 11th century, Under the rule of King Afonso VI of Leon, significant territorial gains were made. Afonso extended his realm to the Tagus River, forging alliances and collaborating with Frankish knights. And this expansion marked the completion of the original repopulation efforts, with a western nucleus now forming in what is known as modern-day Portugal. The period also saw the beginning of the Portuguese Reconquista, which lasted until the middle of the 13th century, culminating in the conquest of Faro by Afonso III of Portugal in 1249. Ferdinand I of Leon played a pivotal role in the mid-11th century, leading military campaigns to expand his realm and weaken the neighboring Taifa kingdoms. His conquest of Coimbra and his demands for parias from the Taifas significantly weakened their military and financial strength. Additionally, Ferdinand implemented repopulation efforts in the borders, granting numerous fueros to attract settlers and bolster defense. Upon Ferdinand's death in 1064, his kingdom was divided among his sons, leading to conflicts among them. Sancho II of Castile sought to reunite his father's kingdom and engaged in hostilities against his brothers, with the support of Rodrigo Diaz, later known as El Cid Campeador. Sancho's death in the siege of Zamora in 1072 further complicated the situation, with his brother Afonso VI eventually assuming control over Leon, Castile, and Galicia. Afonso VI, known as the Brave, continued his father's policies, empowering the fueros and overseeing the repopulation of key cities like Segovia, Salamanca, and Avila. He pursued a cautious approach to conquest, gradually integrating Toledo into his realm over several decades, marking a significant achievement, as it was the former capital of the Visigoths. Afonso's diplomatic skills and willingness to negotiate with the Taifa rulers helped him achieve political goals before resorting to military force. His more assertive stance towards the Taifas caused concern among their rulers, prompting them to seek assistance from the Almoravids in North Africa. This alliance would have significant repercussions for the Iberian Peninsula, leading to increased conflict and the eventual emergence of the Almoravid dominance in the region. The Kingdom of Pamplona, situated along the Pyrenees and the Atlantic Ocean, emerged when local leader Inigo Arista led a revolt against Frankish authority and was proclaimed king in Pamplona around 1124. Now initially, the kingdom's power was closely tied to the Muwalad Banu Qasi of Tudela. But Pamplona's influence expanded significantly during the reign of Sancho the Great, 1004 to 1035. Under his leadership, the kingdom underwent substantial territorial growth, incorporating regions such as Castile, Leon, and parts of Aragon, and various small counties that eventually coalesced into the Principality of Catalonia. The expansion also resulted in Pamplona gaining overlordship over Gascony and the independence of Galicia. However, by the 12th century, the kingdom began to contract, returning to its core territories. In 1162, King Sancho VI declared himself as the King of Navarre, reflecting the kingdom's focus on its deep-seated Navarrese identity. While throughout its early history, the kingdom of Pamplona engaged in frequent conflicts with the Carolingian Empire, but somehow managed to maintain its independence, which remained a defining characteristic of its history until 1513. And despite territorial fluctuations, Pamplona's strategic location, partnered with its political resilience, allowed it to endure as a distinct entity in the Iberian Peninsula for quite some time. Now, the Kingdom of Aragon originated as a division of the Kingdom of Navarre, when Sancho III of Navarre decided to partition his realm among his sons. Aragon became the portion of the kingdom passed to Ramiro I, an illegitimate son of Sancho III. Throughout history, the kingdoms of Aragon and Navarre were intermittently united under the same rule, until the death of Alfonso the Battler in 1135. In 1137, the heiress of Aragon married the Count of Barcelona, and their son Alfonso II ruled over the combined territories of his parents, establishing the composite monarchy known as the Crown of Aragon. Alfonso II successfully reabsorbed the Principality of Tarragona into the realm, ousting the Norman de Aguillo family. Over the following centuries, the Crown of Aragon expanded its dominions across the Iberian Peninsula and the Mediterranean. James I of Aragon, also known as James the Conqueror, and for bloody good reason, notably annexed territories to the north, south, and the east, including the kingdoms of Valencia and Mallorca. James also negotiated the Treaty of Corbeil in 1258, whereby the French king relinquished any feudal claims over Catalonia. In an attempt to reunite the Aragonese and Navarrese crowns, James I sought a treaty with Sancho VII of Navarre, who, by the way, had no heirs. But the Navarrese nobles rejected James in favor of Theobald IV of Champagne. That's the region of Champagne in France, by the way. And fun fact, to my knowledge, if the champagne does not come from Champagne, it cannot be called Champagne. Apparently, the French keep this this cultural export of theirs very, very close. From what I hear, there was a legal battle some years back, but that has nothing to do with the Reconquista. I do apologize. Now, the culmination of Aragon's significance came with the marriage of Ferdinand II of Aragon to Isabella of Castile, leading a dynastic union that laid the groundwork for modern Spain. This union, achieved through marriage, ultimately resulted in the conquest of Upper Navarre and the Emirate of Granada, consolidating Spanish territory under their rule. In 1139, after a resounding victory at the Battle of Orique against the Almoravids, Afonso Henriques was hailed as the first king of Portugal by his triumphant troops. And by the way, legend has it that during this battle, Jesus Christ announced himself, that's right, from the heavens, Afonso's heroic deeds, prophesying that the establishment of the first Portuguese Cortes at Lamego, where he would be crowned by the Primate Archbishop of Braga. Adding to the intrigue of this momentous occasion, in 1142, a contingent of Anglo-Norman crusaders en route to the Holy Land aided King Afonso Henriques in a daring but unfortunately unsuccessful siege of Lisbon. But don't worry, they'll get it back later. The Treaty of Zamora in 1143. Now that is a pivotal moment in the history of Portugal, as Alfonso VII of Leon and Castile formally acknowledged Portuguese independence from the Kingdom of Leon, basically creating its status as a sovereign nation. This recognition was further underscored by Pope Alexander III in 1179 through the papal bull titled Manifestus Probatum, affirming Afonso Henriques as the legitimate King of Portugal. The subsequent decades saw Portugal embroiled in fierce campaigns against the Moors, with the aid of crusaders and military monastic orders, such as the Knights Templar, the Order of Aviz, and of course the Order of St. James. These efforts gradually pushed the Moors southward to the Algarve on the southern coast of Portugal. By 1249, Portugal's participation in the Reconquista culminated in the definitive capture of the Algarve under the rule of Afonso III of Portugal. This marked the end of the Moorish rule in Portugal, and the beginning of a period of religious, cultural, and ethnic consolidation within the kingdom. Following the completion of their Reconquista, Portugal emerged as a predominantly Roman Catholic realm. However, brief conflicts with Castile did persist, notably under Denis of Portugal, who waged a, albeit short, war of possession of the towns of Serpa and Mora. Afterward, he pursued a policy of peace, culminating in the signing of the Treaty of Alcañices with Ferdinand IV of Castile in 1297, which established a permanent border between the two kingdoms. Amidst the suppression of the Knights Templar across Europe in the early 14th century, King Denis of Portugal re-established the Templars of Tomar as the Order of Christ in 1319. Denis, recognizing the order's invaluable contributions to the Reconquista and the reconstruction of Portugal in general, ensured that their assets remained within the order, rather than being appropriated by the crown. While the experience gained during the battles of the Reconquista proved instrumental in Portugal's subsequent expansion and exploration efforts, most notably the conquest of Ceuta, which laid the foundation for the Portuguese Empire. Additionally, contact with Muslim navigation techniques and sciences facilitated Portuguese nautical innovations, including the iconic caravel, which was a kind of ship they had that could bear the rough seas better, of course playing a pivotal role in Portugal's voyages of discovery during the Age of Exploration. I've recently done a few videos on characters like Vasco da Gama and a few others, Ferdinand Magellan. Quite interesting. You should go and watch them. Sometimes you do Age of Discovery videos and it's either going to be Spain or Portugal, maybe Francis Drake in Britain, but fascinating time. Well, alongside Portugal's rise, several minor Christian realms had emerged, including the kingdom of Viguera, the lordship of Albarracin, the principality of Tarragona, the principality of Valencia, each contributing to this very complex image of medieval Iberia. If you've ever seen a map of medieval times, especially around the time of the Holy Roman Empire, all of the smaller kingdoms, quite complicated. You'll never memorize them all. It's like trying to remember all of the different Pokemon. Well, in this chaos of the 9th century Iberia, as we rewind a little bit, the Berbers, emboldened by revolts, had returned to North Africa, sparking a wave of unrest. Sensing an opportunity for autonomy, many governors of distant cities from the Umayyad capital, Cordoba, plotted to establish their independence. In 929, the Emir of Cordoba, Abd al-Rahman III, seized the momentous opportunity, declaring himself caliph and breaking away from the Abbasids in Baghdad. With this bold move, Abd al-Rahman III consolidated all military, religious, and political power, initiating a sweeping reorganization of the army and bureaucracy. Under Rahman III's leadership, attempts to subjugate the remaining Christian kingdoms of the Iberian Peninsula intensified. His aggressive campaigns pushed back the Christians beyond the Cantabrian mountains, signaling the Umayyad dynasty's dominance in the region. However, it was Abd al-Rahman's grandson, a mere puppet in the hands of influential Vizier al-Mansur, who continued the expansionist agenda. Al-Mansur's ruthless campaigns ravaged cities such as Burgos, Leon, Pamplona, Barcelona, and Santiago de Compostela, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake until his death in 1002. The demise of Al-Mansur was the real turning point, plunging Al-Andalus into a period of instability and internal strife. Between 1002 and 1031, the region was torn apart, mainly by civil wars, culminating in the fragmentation of the Umayyad territory into Taifa kingdoms. These small kingdoms, or taifas as they are known, emerged as city governors and asserted their independence, resulting in the proliferation of up to 34 distinct realms, each centered around its capital. Lacking a cohesive vision for Moorish presence in Iberia, Taifa rulers frequently clashed with each other. All of this while the Christians began to retake what was once theirs. Well, of course, what was once theirs was also once somebody else's, but, hey, that is just the way it works. I don't make the rules. Well, all of this just continued to make the situation worse and worse. The taifas could never really get along. It wasn't a religious thing. It was just a political thing. The law of man, the law of its nature, is conflict. As long as you have neighbors, they'll always have something that you want to take away from them. Perhaps not so much in our modern times, where we've been somewhat subdued, but certainly back in those times where you didn't have a Instagram feed to swipe through all day to distract you. It was all about the conflict. Anyway, I digress. Amidst all of this chaos, the Christian kingdoms of the north continued their relentless advance. Alfonso VI of Leon and Castile's conquest of Toledo in 1085 symbolized the shifting tides of power in the region. Faced with mounting pressure from encroaching Christian forces, Taifa rulers turned to Yusuf ibn Tashfin, the Berber chieftain leading the Almoravids, in a desperate bid for support. However, the resurgence of the Taifa states and their cooperation proved to be short-lived. The collapse of the Almoravid dynasty in the 1140s did lead to a resurgence of the Taifas, yes, but it was followed by another period of fragmentation when the Almohad Caliph declined in the 1220s. The Almoravids, a militant Berber Muslim militia, emerged as a formidable force in medieval Iberia, marked by their uncompromising stance towards Christians and Jews. Unlike their predecessors, the Almoravids sought to unite the fragmented Taifa kingdoms into a single Almoravid caliphate, with their armies marking multiple incursions into the Iberian Peninsula between 1086 and 93. Notably, they dealt a significant blow to Christian forces at the Battle of Sarajas in 1086, halting the southward expansion of the Christian kingdoms. However, their ambitious plans were thwarted by the valiant efforts of El Cid, who led the successful defense of Valencia in 1094, dealing the Almoravids their first defeat. Meanwhile, Navarre experienced a period of decline in the prominence under the reign of King Sancho IV, who lost control of Rioja to Sancho II of Castile and faced the looming prospect of vassalage to Aragon. Upon Sancho IV's death, Navarrese turned to Sancho Ramirez, the King of Aragon, who ascended the throne as Sancho V of Navarre and the First of Aragon. Sancho Ramirez's reign was marked by territorial expansion and international recognition for Aragon, as he united the kingdom with Navarre and advanced its borders southward, notably capturing Huesca in 1096. In the region of Catalonia, internal strife and external pressures from neighboring taifas posed significant challenges. Barcelona, in particular, grappled with dynastic crisis, leading to open warfare among these smaller counties. However, by the 1080s, Barcelona managed to restore its dominion over the smaller counties, stabilizing the region's political landscape once again. Following a brief period of disintegration characterized by the emergence of the Almohads, a rising power in North Africa being most of Al-Andalus fell under their control. However, their dominance was once again short-lived as they suffered a decisive defeat at the Battle of Las Navas de Tolosa in 1212, leading to the gradual loss of their territories in the subsequent decades, little by little eroding away. By 1252, only the Emirate of Granada remained, albeit as a vassal state of Castile, marking the end of Muslim rule in most of Iberia. Well, the Reconquista culminated in the Granada War, waged by Ferdinand and Isabella, which concluded with the surrender of Granada in 1492. The Muslim population in Castile therefore witnessed a dramatic decline, with many perishing in conflict or enslavement, while others emigrated or remained under Christian rule, albeit with considerable hardship. Thus, the fall of Granada marked the final nail in the coffin for Islamic Iberia, and it paved the way for the Spanish expansion into North Africa, albeit facing formidable opposition from the burgeoning Ottoman Empire in the east. Kublai Khan, born 1215, the grandson of Genghis Khan, who became one of the most famous rulers of the Mongol Empire. He founded the Yuan dynasty in China in 1271 and ruled as its first emperor until his death in 1294. It was under his leadership that the Mongol Empire reached its cultural and political zenith, effectively integrating the vast territory from East Asia to the Middle East. His reign was marked by significant administrative reforms that included promoting the arts and sciences, improving public works, and adopting aspects of Chinese governance that helped stabilize and legitimize Mongol rule over China. Kublai Khan's attempts to expand further into Southeast Asia and Japan, however, met with less success, featuring costly and unsuccessful military campaigns. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, take a look at the video description. Otherwise, just enjoy the ride. We're gonna get nice and relaxed. Settle in. It's going to be a long video. Kublai Khan, born the fourth son of Tolui and Sorgatani Beki, grew under the auspices of significant cultural and political influences that shaped his future as a ruler. His early life was marked by a pivotal moment in 1224, when, reportedly during a hunting expedition near the Ili River, he and his brother Mongke captured a rabbit and an antelope. Genghis Khan, their grandfather, celebrated this achievement in traditional Mongol style by anointing Kublai's middle finger with the fat of the slain animals, proclaiming the boy's wisdom and urging all to heed his words. This endorsement came just 3 years before the death of Genghis in 1227 and left a lasting impression on the young Kublai. Following his father's death in 1232, Kublai inherited an estate in Hebei from the Mongol conquests under Ogedai Khan, who allocated these lands to Tolui's family in 1236. Hebei, of course, being the province within northern China. Initially, Kublai's inexperience led him to permit local officials significant autonomy, which unfortunately resulted in corruption and harsh taxation, prompting many of the Han peasants, that's the local Chinese of the area, to flee, and consequently, well, no one was around to pay the taxes. This was obviously quite a problem. Recognizing these issues, Kublai returned to Hebei province and implemented reforms with the assistance of the new officials sent by his mother, Sorhagdani. These changes reversed the decline, encouraging many who had fled to return, and they did. crisis averted, at least for now. The intellectual and cultural growth of Kublai was significantly influenced by his deep engagement with the Han Chinese culture. This interest was further cultivated through his interactions with notable figures such as Hai Yun, the respected Buddhist monk who Kublai invited to his court in Mongolia. During their meeting in 1242, Hai Yun influenced Kublai's understanding of Buddhism and named his son Zhen Jin, translating to true gold. Hai Yun's influence extended to introducing Kublai to Liu Bingzhong, a multifaceted scholar who served as Kublai's close advisor. Liu, originally a Taoist who had converted to Buddhism, brought a wealth of knowledge as a painter, calligrapher, poet, and mathematician, a jack of all trades that certainly earned the admiration of those around him. Thus, Kublai's court increasingly reflected his appreciation for scholarly and cultural pursuits, attracting intellectuals like the Shanxi scholar Zhao Bi. His administration, characterized by a blend of Mongol and Turkic influences, along with a variety of other nationalities, showcased his diplomatic approach to governance, balancing local interests with the expansive imperial ambitions of the Mongol Empire. In 1251, upon Mongke's ascension to Khan of the Mongol Empire, Kublai and the Khwarezmian Mahmud Yalavach were dispatched to oversee China proper. Kublai was appointed the viceroy of northern China and relocated his ordo to center Inner Mongolia. His governance saw significant improvements in agricultural output and social welfare in regions like Henan and Xi'an, earning him great respect among the Han warlords and setting foundational policies that would later influence the establishment of the Yuan dynasty. In his administrative role, Kublai encountered issues with Mahmud Yalavach, whose harsh methods and disdain from Han associates led to his dismissal by Mongke, a decision supported by Han Confucian-trained officials. In 1253, Kublai's leadership was further tested during the Mongol campaign against the Dali kingdom in Yunnan, that is the area more closely bordering Vietnam. The resistance from the ruling Gao family prompted a three-pronged Mongol assault, with Kublai leading the southern force. Despite the initial violence, Kublai's capture of Dali was marked by an unusual clemency towards its residents, and he successfully integrated the region under Mongol control with the cooperation of the last Dali king, Duan Xingzhi, who was appointed as the local ruler. His court also reflected his interest in diverse cultures and religions. In the same year of 1253, he was deeply influenced by the Tibetan monk Drogon Chogyal Phagpa of the Sakya school, who became a key religious figure in his circle. Kublai's inclination towards Buddhism was evident in his conflicts with the Taoists, whom he accused of seizing Buddhist temples. This religious tension culminated in a 1258 conference where Kublai decisively favored Buddhism, leading to the conversion of 237 Taoist temples to Buddhism and the suppression of Taoist texts. His political ambitions and his expansion of bureaucratic and military structures had occasionally put him at odds with Mongke's administration. Accusations of overreach and breaches of regulations by his officials in 1257 led to a thorough audit by Montcur's inspectors, resulting in the temporary abolition of Kublai's Pacification Commission. However, he managed to defend his actions and was eventually reconciled with Montcur, demonstrating his adeptness at navigating the complexities of Mongol politics. In the late 1250s, his role expanded further when Montcur tasked him with the command of the Eastern Army for an assault on Sichuan. Despite suffering from gout, Kublai participated actively in the campaign. However, the sudden death of Montcur in 1259 plunged the Mongol leadership into complete uncertainty. Kublai had kept his brother's death a secret to maintain the momentum of the military campaign, successfully besieging Wuchang with support from his loyal commander Urian Khadai. The subsequent negotiation with the Song dynasty's minister Jia Sidao, who proposed a tributary agreement to establish a peaceful frontier, showed another aspect of Kublai's diplomacy and strategic acumen. Although initially reluctant, Kublai ultimately agreed to peace terms, securing a stable tribute from the Song that acknowledged Mongol supremacy, while allowing Kublai to focus on consolidating his power, setting the stage for his eventual claim to the imperial throne and the founding of the Yuan dynasty. So, in the immediate aftermath of the death of Montcur Khan, a power struggle ensued between Kublai and his younger brother Arik Bokir. You see, Arik Bokir had convened a Kurultai, which is kind of like a meeting, in Karakorum, which declared him the Great Khan, with the backing of several of Genghis Khan's descendants. In contrast, Kublai, supported by his advisors and the majority of senior princes in northern China and Manchuria, held his own Kurultai. Despite fewer royal family members in attendance, this council declared Kublai as the Great Khan in April of 1260. The dispute between the brothers, of course, escalated into a civil war that led to significant destruction, including damage to the Mongol capital of Karakorum. In Shanxi and Sichuan, the forces loyal to Montcur sided with Arik Bokir. Kublai responded by sending his loyal commander Lian Shixian to these regions, who succeeded in executing Arik Bokir's civil administrator and swaying several wavering generals over to Kublai's side. The conflict extended to the Chagatai Khanate, where Kublai attempted to install Abishka as Khan, but Arik Bokir captured and executed him, placing his own candidate Algu in power. However, Chagatai Khan Algu later switched allegiance to Kublai after defeating a punitive expedition from Arik Bokir. And this event was indeed pivotal, as Algu's support helped solidify Kublai's position. Thus the civil war culminated in 1262, when Kublai's forces decisively defeated Arik Bokir's troops. Thus, Arik eventually surrendered to Kublai in 1264 at Xanadu, a significant moment that led to Kublai's recognition as the ruler of Mongolia and the broader Mongolian Empire. The rulers of the Western Khanates also recognized Kublai's supremacy following Arik Bokir's surrender. However, Tensions remained high, as Algu Khan demanded recognition of his own position, which had initially been granted by Arik Bokur. Kublai's rule was marked by efforts to consolidate power and mitigate further dissent. This included the execution of Arik Bokur's chief supporters, though Arik himself was pardoned. The complexities of these power dynamics showcased Kublai's strategic skill and his ability to navigate the intricacies of the Mongol Empire during this period of significant internal strife. A knife behind every back and a devil behind every door, it seems. It's one thing to be in line for the throne. It's another thing to be in line with the throne along with other people. You do not want to find yourself in a succession dispute. There's only one way out of it. Well, for most. There's two ways out of it, but only one person gets the good option. Well, despite some ongoing tensions with other Mongol Khanates, such as those led by Hulagu and Berke, Kublai's authority at this point was largely recognized, and those who didn't recognize it, well, they didn't really have the guts to go up against him. After all, he had the numbers. The complex political dynamic within the Mongol Empire was categorized by significant internal conflicts, particularly involving the Ilkhanate and the Golden Horde. The relationships between different branches of Genghis's descendants were strained, influenced heavily by these conflicts over succession, but also territorial control. Thus, Hulagu Khan's actions, such as the purge of Jochid troops and his overt support for Kublai during the latter's power struggle with Arik, escalated tensions with the Golden Horde, which was led by Berke. Berke's support for Arik and his war with Hulagu culminated in open hostilities, a situation that intensified when Kublai sent 30,000 young Mongol reinforcements to aid Hulagu, aiming to stabilize the political crisis in the western regions of the empire. However, the sudden deaths of both Hulagu and Berke in 1264, followed shortly by Algu Khan of the Chagatai Khanate, marked another turning point. Kublai, in his official account of his family's history, notably omitted Berke's name as a Khan due to these conflicts, literally writing him out of the pages of history. Well, not completely, I'm afraid. I'm sure that Kublai's not very happy that I'm talking about him right now, and using that word, Khan. Well, in the aftermath, Kublai made strategic appointments to consolidate power and align regional loyalties. He named Abaka as the new Il Khan, and appointed Batu's grandson Mentemu to the throne of Sarai, which was the capital of the Golden Horde. These appointments showed his intent to maintain suzerainty over the Il Khans and manage the Golden Horde's interactions with other Khanates. In 1265, his influence over the Chagatai Khanate was challenged when Empress Organa placed her young son Mubarak Shah on the throne without Kublai's approval. Thus, in response, Kublai supported Ghiyas-ud-Din Barak to overthrow Organa. However, Barak's subsequent expansionist actions led to a coalition against Kublai, involving Kaidu of the House of Ogedei, who refused to attend Kublai's court and later aligned with Mentemu of the Golden Horde. But Kublai's foreign policy extended beyond the Mongol heartlands. In Korea, he solidified Mongol control by mobilizing another invasion and placing Wonjong of Goryeo on the throne. Think of Goryeo as the old word for Korea. I won't go into the intricacies of different Korean dynasties right now, but if you hear Goryeo, you know that they're talking about Korea. Well, his dealings with the Song dynasty in China were marked by failed diplomatic missions and subsequent military campaigns. Despite the Song Emperor Li Zong's refusal to surrender, Kublai continued his military presence, culminating in the critical siege of Xianyang and plans for a final campaign against the Song. Kublai's military strategies were of course supported by logistical efforts, such as a revised census in the Golden Horde to gather resources for his campaigns. Moreover, his efforts to mediate conflicts between the Golden Horde and Il Khanate in 1270, despite their divergent interests, show his more softer approach. He didn't use it that much, but hey, it was certainly one stabilizing force within the Mongol Empire. Not everything has to be solved with fists, don't you think? In 1271, Kublai renamed the Mongol regime in China to Dai Yuan, aligning himself with the Chinese cultural norms to gain acceptance of the millions of Han Chinese over whom he ruled. And it was a smart decision. It's far better for the millions of people that you rule to be on good terms with you. Causes a bit of trouble if they're not keen on your leadership. He relocated the headquarters to Kanbalik, which is now known as Beijing. You may also hear of it mentioned as Dadu, which means big capital, by the way. This transition sparked an uprising in the old capital, Karakorum, which Kublai managed to suppress. Despite his efforts to integrate, his inclination towards Han Chinese customs drew criticism from Mongol traditionalists, who questioned his abandonment of their ancestral ways and warned, "The old customs of our empire are not those of the Han Chinese laws. What will happen to the old customs?" Good question. His approach led to tensions with the Mongol elite, with Kaidu declaring himself a rightful heir to the throne, claiming that Kublai had strayed from the true Mongol path. This led to significant defections to Kaidu's cause. You know, it's eerily reminiscent of Alexander the Great arriving in Persia and taking on their customs and dress. Very eerily reminiscent. History repeats itself, I suppose. Well, by 1276, the Song imperial family had capitulated to Kublai's Yuan dynasty, marking the Mongols as the first non-Han rulers to conquer all of China. In 1279, Kublai's forces subdued the remaining Song loyalists, after which the Song Empress Dowager and her grandson, Emperor Gong of Song, were settled in Kanbalik and granted tax-free property. Despite initially ensuring their well-being, Kublai later exiled Emperor Gong to become a monk in Jiangye. Kublai's reign saw extensive cultural and infrastructural developments, including the creation of over 20,000 public schools. His was an empire that stretched across much of Eurasia, though his attempts to extend his influence further through military campaigns in places like Vietnam, Burma, and Japan saw a large failure, achieving only nominal vassal status from those regions. His nephew Ilkhan Abaga attempted to form an alliance with Western European powers to combat the Mamluks in the Middle East, though these efforts primarily fostered trade rather than military success. Internally, Kublai was facing challenges including a rebellion led by Mongke's son Shireki in 1277, which resulted in the capture of Kublai's two sons and a key general, who were promptly handed over to Kaidu, Kublai's rival. Despite these challenges, Kublai managed to suppress the rebellion and reassert control over strategic regions like Al-Malik. Culturally, Kublai's policies sometimes caused discontent. His 1279 decree against certain religious slaughtering practices sparked opposition within those communities. His reign was also marked by his efforts to stabilize the Mongol rule over the very diverse populations, illustrated by the peaceful return of his sons in 1282 through diplomatic overtures from the Golden Horde, which also sought to mend its ties with the Yuan dynasty. From the onset of his reign as Great Khan, Kublai prioritized establishing China as his primary stronghold, recognizing the necessity of a centralized government. He adopted Chinese administrative and cultural practices early in his reign and aimed to curtail the power of regional lords who had wielded significant influence during the Song dynasty. He also placed a great amount of trust in his Chinese advisors, such as Liu Bingzhong, Xu Heng, until around 1276, and also employed many Buddhist Uyghurs, assigning some as commissioners in charge of Chinese districts. He appointed the Sakya Iyama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa as his imperial preceptor, granting him authority over all Buddhist monks in the empire. After Phags Palama developed the Phags Pa script in 1270, he was promoted to an imperial preceptor. Kublai founded the Supreme Control Commission, overseen by Phags Palama, to manage affairs related to Tibetan and Chinese monks. During Phags Pa's absence in Tibet, the Tibetan monk Sangha resumed high office, renaming the commission to the Commission for Buddhist and Tibetan Affairs. By 1286, Sangha had become chief fiscal officer of the dynasty. However, corruption among these advisors eventually disillusioned Kublai, leading him to depend entirely on the younger Mongol aristocrats for governance. Notably, An Tong of the Jalairs and Bayan of the Barin served as grand councillors from 1265, while Oz Temur of the Arulad managed the censorate, and Ochicher, a descendant of Borukula, led the Imperial Guard and Palace Provision Commission. Now, in the 8th year of Juyuan, being 1271, Kublai formally established the Yuan dynasty and the declared Dadu, modern-day Beijing, known to the Mongols as Kanbalik or Daidu, as the capital. But he also set up a summer capital in Shangdu, also known as Xanadu, located near the present-day Dolon Nor. To consolidate his control over China, he initiated a major campaign against the remaining forces of southern Song in 1274, culminating in the conquest of Song in 1279 at the Battle of Yamen. This marked the end of the southern Song, with the last emperor Zhao Bing taking his own life, thereby unifying China under modern rule, Mongol rule rather. The Yuan dynasty, under Kublai, structures its vast territories into provinces known as, translated, branch secretariats, each managed by a governor and a vice-governor. These provinces included China proper, Manchuria, Mongolia, and Jiandong branch extending into Korea. The central region, encompassing much of present-day northern China, was directly administered by the Zhongshu Sheng in Dadu, and deemed the most crucial area of the empire. Additionally, Tibet was governed separately by the Bureau of Buddhist and Tibetan Affairs. Kublai was committed to economic growth all over the empire, evident in his efforts to rebuild the Grand Canal, repair public buildings, and expand highways, yet his policies often incorporated traditional Mongol practices, which increasingly conflicted with established Chinese economic and social norms as his reign progressed. In 1272, he imposed taxes on partner merchants of the Mongols and established the Office of Market Taxes in 1268 to oversee these taxes. Following the Mongol victory over the Song, Muslim, Uyghur, and Chinese merchants extended their trade networks to the South China Sea and the Indian Ocean. By 1286, maritime trade also fell under the jurisdiction of the Office of Market Taxes, with salt production becoming a significant government monopoly. And salt, well, that was big business. How else are you going to preserve your food? I'm sure there's other ways, but salt is the one that makes the most sense. The Mongol administration had been issuing paper currency since 1227. In August of 1260, Kublai introduced a unified paper currency, the Jiao Chao, which circulated through the Yuan domains indefinitely and was backed by silver and gold to prevent devaluation. The government mandated tax payments in this paper currency to maintain its value. However, in 1273, Kublai released a new series of state-sponsored bills to fund his conquest of the Song, which ultimately contributed to severe inflation and economic decline due to a good amount of fiscal mismanagement. In a bid to enforce the currency's use, Kublai's regime confiscated gold and silver from the populace and foreign merchants, compensating them with the government-issued notes, marking him as a pioneer of fiat currency. But good luck trying to take away gold from everybody. They generally don't appreciate that. Well, it wasn't all about confiscating people's money. He was also a patron of the arts and displayed a high degree of religious tolerance during his rule. Despite his opposition to certain Taoist practices and that sacrifice banning event, he respected the Taoist leadership overall, appointing Zhang Liushan as the patriarch of the Taoist Xuanjiao, or mysterious order. Under Zhang's guidance, Taoist temples were integrated into the Academy of Scholarly Worthies, enhancing their cultural significance and educational role. This period also saw significant interactions with Europe, exemplified by the arrival of the explorer Marco Polo in the 1270s. I've done a full video on him if you're interested, but for now we'll just say that he was appointed as a foreign emissary, and Polo spent 17 years traveling throughout the empire, providing a detailed account of his experiences. While during the transition from the Southern Song to the Yuan dynasty, a notable episode involved the Confucian lineage. Historically, the title of Duke Yan Sheng reserved for direct descendants of Confucius, had been split between a northern branch in Qufu and a southern branch in Quzhou, following the Jin dynasty's rise. Kublai extended an invitation to the southern Duke Yansheng, being Kongzhu, to return to Qufu. However, upon his refusal, the title was considered under the northern branch, which continued to hold it thereafter. The southern branch remained in Quzhou, where descendants of Confucius still live, reportedly numbering around 30,000. Kublai's reign also saw strict decrees related to religious practices. The Yuan dynasty under Kublai forbade the butchering of animals according to Islamic and Jewish legal codes, reflecting a broader imposition of Mongol cultural norms over conquered peoples. But practices such as circumcision were explicitly banned, further illustrating the tensions between the Mongol imperial policies and the diverse religious traditions for the empire's subjects. If you ask me on the latter point, they were ahead of their time. Well, in Kublai's court, 30 Muslims held prominent positions, reflecting the Mongol Empire's diverse administrative practices. Notably, 8 of the dynasty's 12 administrative districts were governed by Muslim governors, including figures like Sayyid Ajal Shams al-Din Omar, who was appointed as the administrator of Yunnan. Omar was well versed in Confucian and Taoist traditions and is credited with promoting Islam in China. Other key Muslim administrators included Nasr al-Din in Yunnan and Mahmud Yalavach, who served as the mayor of the Yuan capital. Kublai's support extended beyond administration to the patronage of Muslim scholars and scientists, particularly in the fields of astronomy and cartography. Muslim astronomers were instrumental in the construction of the observatory in Shanxi, where Jamal ad-Din introduced 7 new astronomical instruments and concepts, leading to significant corrections in the Chinese calendar. Muslim cartographers, meanwhile, produced detailed maps of regions along the Silk Road, enhancing geographical knowledge of the Yuan dynasty's rulers and merchants. This contribution was crucial for the expansion and management of the empire's vast territories. And in the medical field, Muslim physicians played their own role in organizing hospitals and establishing institutes of medicine in major cities like Beijing and Chengdu. The renowned Guanghui Si, or the Department of Extensive Mercy in Beijing, was a center where Hui medicine and surgery were practiced and taught. Now, Hui, by the way, is a Muslim minority group in modern China in these times, and such as it was back in those times. And they have very good noodles, by the way. Well, additionally, the works of the Persian scholar Avicenna were published in China during this period and influenced Chinese medical practices. In terms of mathematics, Muslim scholars introduced Euclidean geometry, spherical trigonometry, and Arabic numerals to China, significantly impacting the scientific and educational landscape of the Yuan. Kublai, well, he also employed Muslim siege engineers, who developed the Muslim trebuchet. This powerful siege weapon was crucial during the Battle of Xiangyang, demonstrating the tactical and technological advancements that the Islamic experts brought to the Mongol military apparatus. Kublai, while limiting the traditional roles of the Keshig, established a new imperial bodyguard, initially composed entirely of ethnic Han Chinese, later augmented with Kipchak, Alan, and Russian units. By 1273, Kublai had organized his own Keshig and placed the original units under the leadership of the descendants of Genghis Khan's trusted aides, Borokula, Burchu, and Mukali. He introduced the practice of having the 4 major aristocrats in his Keshig sign decrees, a protocol that was adopted across all Mongol Khanates. Thus both Mongol and Han units were structured using the decimal system established by Genghis. The Yuan dynasty, under Kublai's leadership, eagerly incorporated new artillery technologies and adapted military strategies that proved crucial in the swift conquest of the Song, partly by assimilating advanced naval techniques from the Han. In 1285, the Drikung Kagyu sect revolted, targeting the Sakya monasteries, and received support from the Chagatai Khan, Dua, who laid siege to Gaochang and overrun Yuan positions in the Tarim Basin. Kaidu subsequently captured Beshbalik in 1286, pushing many Uyghurs to retreat to the eastern regions of the Yuan domain. The rebellion was decisively crushed in 1291 by Kublai's grandson, Bukat Timur, who executed 10,000 Tibetans, and with that, Tibet was well and truly subjugated. Kublai also extended his influence over the Korean peninsula, turning Goryeo into a tributary state in 1260. After additional military interventions, Goryeo was placed under tighter Yuan control and served as a strategic Mongol military base, contributing troops and naval forces for further Mongol expansion. Despite resistance from Confucian advisors, Kublai pursued aggressive expansion into Japan, Burma, Vietnam, and Java. That's down in Indonesia, by the way, the main island, following recommendations from his Mongol officials. He also aimed to subdue peripheral regions like Sakhalin, which is kind of the northeast part of Russia, which eventually acknowledged Mongol authority by 1308, but that was after Kublai's death. Well, yes, he had some big plans. However, these military campaigns were enormously costly. He had bitten off a little bit more than he could chew, and it led to significant inflation. This was also exacerbated by the massive issuance of that paper currency, which increased from 110,000 ding to 1.4 million between 1273 and 76 due to the warfare with the southern Song dynasty and Japan. Too many fronts, and not enough money. Well, his regime was marked by a distinctly multicultural administration, featuring trusted governors and advisors from Mongol, Semu, Korean, Hui, and Han ethnicities, a diverse cabinet that was essential to the governance and expansionist strategies of the empire. Due to ongoing support for the faltering southern Song dynasty by the Woko pirates, Kublai was compelled to initiate military campaigns against Japan. Kublai orchestrated 2 significant military expeditions aimed at conquering Japan, both of which were undermined by maritime challenges and potentially flawed ship designs that resembled river boats lacking proper keels, resulting in catastrophic loss of his fleets. His first invasion in 1274 employed a fleet of 900 ships, The subsequent more ambitious attempt in 1281 saw the mobilization of two separate forces, one consisting of 900 ships deploying 40,000 troops from Korea, and a larger armada of 3,500 ships carrying 100,000 soldiers from southern China. This latter fleet, hastily assembled and ill-prepared for oceanic conditions, set sail in November of the same year 1281 towards Japan. They managed to conquer Tsushima and Iki Islands along the way to Kyushu. When the Korean fleet landed at Hakata Bay on June 23rd, the Chinese fleet had yet to arrive. Although the Mongols established a temporary foothold, they were eventually driven back by the Japanese forces during the battles of Akasaka and Torikaigata. Samurai warriors engaged the Mongol invaders in individual combat, starkly contrasting with the Mongol strategy of cohesive unit-based warfare. The Mongols resisted initially, employing explosives and a barrage of arrows, but the disciplined Japanese forces eventually forced them back to their ships. The Japanese, heavily outnumbered, had fortified their coastline effectively, preventing any significant advance by Mongol forces. There is research that has discovered wreckage from the second invasion fleet off the western coast of Takashima district in Shiga province. Findings suggest that Kublai's rush to assemble an enormous fleet within a single year, a process that ideally required upwards of 5 years, compromised the structural integrity of the ships used. Many were just inadequately built. It's theorized that the use of proper ocean-going vessels with curved keels could have allowed the Mongol navy to survive the journey and potentially succeed in their conquest of Japan. But, well, they didn't succeed. But the failed invasions were not only militarily disastrous but also economically draining. But they also shattered the myth of Mongol invincibility across Eastern Asia. Kublai was reportedly determined to launch a third invasion, undeterred by the immense costs and the blows to his and Mongol prestige. However, his death and the unanimous opposition from his advisors ultimately prevented another attempt. Between 1257 and 1292, Kublai launched 5 separate invasions of Dai Viet, modern Vietnam, focusing primarily on the major campaigns of 1258, 85, and 87. Despite significant military setbacks, these incursions are often viewed by some scholars as successful, because they resulted in Dai Viet establishing tributary relations with the Mongols, signifying a nominal Yuan dominance. In contrast, Vietnamese historical records celebrate these events as a resolute victory against what they refer to as the Mongol yokes. While the initial Mongol incursion in 1258, which occurred under the United Mongol Empire, was part of a strategic effort to find new routes for attacking the Song dynasty. Led by General Uriyankadai, the Mongols captured the then abandoned Vietnamese capital of Thang Long, which is now the modern city of Hanoi. This success, however, was short-lived, as the general soon redirected his forces northward in 1259 to join a larger coordinated attack on the Song dynasty, occurring simultaneously in regions such as Guangxi, Sichuan, Shandong, and Henan. The first invasion established Dai Viet, previously a tributary state to the Song dynasty, as now a tributary state under the Yuan dynasty. With ambitions to increase tribute and exert direct control, the Yuan dynasty initiated another invasion of Dai Viet in 1285. The second invasion, aimed at consolidating Yuan authority, did not achieve its intended objectives, prompting their third invasion 2 years later, in 1287. The goal during this campaign was to depose the resistant Dai Viet ruler Tran Nan Tong and replace him with the defector prince Tran Ik Tak. Despite achieving early tactical victories, the Mongols faced significant resistance and subsequent military defeats. Ultimately, both Dai Viet and the neighboring Champa, seeking to avoid further destruction and conflict, acknowledged the nominal supremacy of the Yuan dynasty, accepting their status as tributary states. Kublai Khan's military endeavors in Burma across 3 campaigns in 1277, 83, and 87 led to the capture of Bagan, the capital of the Pagan kingdom. Although the Mongols established control, they only managed to assert a formal suzerainty over the region, making Bagan a tributary state that continued to send tributes to the Yuan court until its fall to the Ming dynasty in 1368. The primary interests of the Mongols in these regions were mainly commercial, and to secure the tributary relationships, and not just to annex more territory. Kublai also cultivated strong diplomatic ties with Southeast Asia, particularly with Siam, engaging with Prince Mang Rai of Chiang Mai and King Ram Kam Heng of Sukhothai. He encouraged the Siamese to confront the Khmers following their southward displacement from Nanchao. This strategic move came after King Jayavarman the eighth, of the Khmer Empire defiantly refused to pay tribute to the Mongols, going as far as throwing the Mongol envoys into prison. The subsequent Siamese military pressure significantly weakened the Khmer Empire. In response, the Mongols launched a land invasion from Champa into Cambodia in 1283, achieving control by 1284. And by 1285, Jayavarman VIII capitulated, paying tribute to Kublai, thereby, once like everybody else, transforming Cambodia into a vassal state. And thus we find ourselves in the twilight years of Kublai's reign, where he organized a sizable naval expedition against Singasari on Java in 1293. Despite initial successes, the Mongol forces encountered stiff resistance from the emerging Majapahit Empire and suffered considerable losses, compelling them to withdraw. By 1294, the same year Kublai died, the Thai kingdoms of Sukhothai and Chiang Mai had acknowledged their vassalage to the Yuan. Kublai's reign marked a significant period of direct East Asia and European contact, bolstered by the Mongol dominion over Central Asian trade routes, and a very efficient postal system. It was an era that saw an influx of Europeans and Central Asians, merchants, travelers, and missionaries into China. Additionally, the Mongols facilitated travel for its own subjects across vast regions, stretching from Rus to Persia, and of course Mesopotamia. In his global diplomatic engagements, Kublai also reached out to the African continent, The Sultanate of Mogadishu, known for its prior trade connections with Chinese regimes, drew Kublai's attention. Marco Polo noted that Kublai initially sent an envoy to spy on Mogadishu. But after the delegation was captured, he dispatched another envoy to negotiate their release. Following his proclamation as Khagan on May of 1260, Kublai initiated an extensive organizational and developmental agenda across his newly established domain. Among his early actions was to address unrest in Daming by dispatching the central government official Zhang Wenqian, accompanied by his friend Guo Shuojing, a distinguished engineer and astronomer known for his expertise in instrument making. During this mission, Guo constructed sophisticated astronomical instruments, such as water clocks and armillary spheres, enhancing the precision of celestial observations. The architectural development of Kublai's capital, Khan Balik, modern-day Beijing, was also a focus. The city's design was overseen by the Turkestani architect Ikhtar al-Din, known as Igder. And while the renowned newer artisan Aranico constructed the white stupa which became the city's most prominent structure. Recognizing Guo Shoujing's capabilities in hydraulic engineering, Zhang recommended him to Kublai Khan, who was keen on improving water management for irrigation, grain transportation, and flood control. And if you know anything about China, they certainly need flood control. Guo was tasked with enhancing the water supply system between Dadu and the Yellow River. He successfully sourced water from the Baifu Spring in Mount Shen, directing it to Dadu through a newly built 30-kilometer channel. His innovative approach included connecting water supplies across different river basins and installing sluices in canals to regulate water levels, significantly improving the infrastructure. Kublai's satisfaction with Guo's achievements in Dadu led to further assignments. In 1264, Guo was dispatched to Gansu to repair irrigation systems damaged during the Mongol conquests. Accompanied by Zhang, he extensively surveyed the region, devising plans to unblock and enhance the efficiency of the existing water systems. Detailed reports of their findings and recommendations were sent directly back to Kublai. During the Jin dynasty's conquest, Genghis Khan had allotted substantial territories in Manchuria to his younger brothers. Their progeny staunchly backed Kublai when he was crowned in 1260, though the newer generations aspired for greater autonomy. Adhering to Ogedei Khan's policies, Kublai allowed Mongol nobles to appoint overseers within their domains, but maintained overall authority, reinforcing his stance by placing his son Mangala in direct control of Chang'an and Shanxi by 1272. By 1274, Kublai initiated investigations, led by Lian Xixan, into excesses of power among the Mongol rulers in Manchuria, culminating in the full integration of the Liatung region under imperial control by 1284. The bureaucratization efforts instigated by Kublai triggered a lot of resistance, notably from Nayan, a descendant from one of Genghis Khan's brothers, either Temugay or Belgutay. The historical records about Nayan are somewhat unclear due to multiple princes sharing the name, but we do know that Nayan sought an alliance with Kaidu, Kublai's rival in Central Asia, and rallied support from Manchuria's native Jurchens and Water Tatars, which were reeling from a famine. His rebellion attracted widespread support within the Mongol nobility, including direct descendants of Genghis. The insurrection, however, suffered early from detection and hesitant leadership, allowing Kublai to respond swiftly, not shiftily. Well, he dispatched his commander Bayan to disrupt any alliance between Nayan and Kaidu by securing Karakorum, while personally leading another contingent against the insurgents in Manchuria. During the crucial confrontation on June the 14th, Kublai's forces, bolstered by Han and Alan guards under Li Ting, and troops from Chungyol of Goryeo, remember, that's Korea, decisively engaged Nayan's 60,000 unseasoned warriors. Following the intense combat, Nayan's forces retreated, leading to their nighttime rout by Li Ting. Nayan was thus captured and executed traditionally for Mongol royalty, smothered under felt carpets, avoiding the spilling of royal blood. Still not a good way to go. At least you're nice and warm, I suppose. While simultaneously, Shiktur, another rebel prince, attempted to take Liaoning, that's up in the northeast of China near Dalian, but was quickly defeated. Although Kaidu momentarily seized Karakorum in 1289, he retreated upon Kublai's counter-mobilization. The remaining uprisings, largely fragmented, persisted until 1289, met with relentless suppression by Kublai. The aftermath saw a strategic reorganization, with the establishment of the rebels' appointed officials in Mongolia and Manchuria, solidifying Kublai's dominion and quelling dissent among the Mongol ranks. In 1291, to secure his dominion over the sacred burial site of his grandfather Genghis Khan, Kublai sent his grandson Gamala to Burkan Khaldun, a region zealously guarded by the Kublai dynasty as Ik-Korig. During this period, Bayan had solidified control over Karakorum and its environs, effectively stifling any significant military challenges from Kublai's longtime rival Kaidu, who remained quiescent around 1293. From then, Kublai's forces were successful in driving Kaidu's troops from the central Siberian plateau. The death of his beloved wife Chabi in 1281 marked a turning point for Kublai, who gradually became reclusive, distancing himself from advisors and instead relaying commands through another of his queens, Nambui. Unlike the influential female figures of his grandfather's era, Kublai's wives and daughters maintained a notably low profile throughout his court. His preferred successor had been his son Genjin, appointed head of the Zhongshu Sheng and groomed as a Confucian leader. However, internal family discord surfaced when another one of their sons, Nomukan, resentful of Genjin's status as heir, was subsequently banished to the north. In 1285, an official suggestion that Kublai abdicate in favor of Genjin provoked the Khagan's ire, and he refused to see Genjin, who died a year later in 1286, greatly affecting Kublai. Perhaps a little bit of regret. Can't take it back once they're gone, can't you? But latter years of Kublai's reign were overshadowed by these personal tragedies and military failures, particularly in Vietnam and Japan, which only deepened his melancholy. His grief over the losses of his wife and his heir, coupled with his health problems exacerbated by obesity, gout, and diabetes, led him to indulge excessively in alcohol and the rich traditional Mongol diet. And if you've ever been to a Mongolian restaurant, you can hardly blame him. Well, his physical and mental health declined sharply, and by the end of 1293 he withdrew from public ceremonies, including the traditional New Year's celebration. In his final days, he named Genghis' son Temur as the crown prince, ensuring the succession of his lineage. In search of solace during his last illness, only Bayan, significantly younger yet a familiar face, was deemed suitable to comfort him. His health continued to deteriorate until he passed away in February of 1294, at the age of 78, which is not bad for the 13th century. His remains were transported to Mongolia, joining those of the past Khans in their ancestral burial grounds, his place among the kings. Catherine of Aragon, born 1485 in Spain, the first wife of England's King Henry VIII and the daughter of Spanish monarchs Ferdinand II of Aragon and Isabella I of Castile. Her marriage to Henry was initially a political alliance, and she served as queen from their marriage in 1509 until their controversial divorce in 1533. Her inability to produce a male heir led Henry to seek an annulment, setting off a chain of events that ultimately led to England's break with the Roman Catholic Church and the establishment of the Church of England. Despite the personal and political turmoil, Catherine remained widely respected for her dignity and faith throughout the ordeal. Her steadfast commitment to her marriage and her Catholic faith significantly impacted English and the wider European history, influencing religious policy and politics across the continent. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to have you with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it, simply by enjoying the videos. If you want to go above and beyond, a like and subscribe and having a look in the description if you feel so inclined to certainly goes a long way. Now, without further ado, let us begin. Get nice and relaxed. Our full biography of Catherine of Aragon. December 16th, 1485. Catherine was born at the Archbishop's Palace of Alcalá de Henares, near Madrid in modern-day Spain. As the youngest surviving child of King Ferdinand II of Aragon and Queen Isabella of Castile, she was introduced to a realm influenced profoundly by her illustrious lineage. Her appearance was marked by her long red hair, wide blue eyes and a fair complexion, completed by a round face and stature on the shorter side, reflected in the artwork of the time. Her roots traced back to the English royal house of Lancaster through her maternal line. Her great-grandmother and namesake, Catherine of Lancaster, alongside her great-grandmother, Philippa of Lancaster, both daughters of John the Gaunt and granddaughters of Edward III of England. This connection rendered her not only the third cousin of Henry VII of England, but also the fourth cousin of Elizabeth of York, linking her fatefully to the English crown. Her education in her formative years was, of course, robust and diverse, overseen by one Alessandro Gheraldini, a learned clerk of the Holy Order. Her studies spanned the normal: arithmetic, both canon and civil law, classical literature, genealogy, heraldry, history, philosophy, religion, of course, fostering a profound Roman Catholic faith that would significantly shape her later endeavors. And it wasn't just those subjects. She was also fluent in Castilian, Spanish, and Latin, also with competencies in French and Greek. Her intellectual pursuits were heavily praised by Erasmus, who noted her lifelong dedication to good literature. Beyond the scholarly, Catherine's training extended to the domestic and artistic realms. She reportedly mastered cooking, embroidery, lace-making, sewing, spinning, and weaving, and she was also proficient in music, dancing, and drawing from an early age. This comprehensive education not only prepared her for the rigors of court life, but also imbued her with the etiquette that was necessary to navigate these complexities of her future roles in the English monarchy. So, from this very young age, she was earmarked as an ideal consort for Arthur, the Prince of Wales, and also the prospective English king. Her eligibility was significantly enhanced by her maternal English ancestry. Catherine's claim to the English throne was theoretically stronger than that of Henry VII, derived as it was from John of Gaunt, the first Duke of Lancaster's marriages to Blanche of Lancaster and Constance of Castile. Henry VIII, on the other hand, descended from Gaunt's third union with Catherine Swynford, whose offspring were initially illegitimate and only later legitimized, yet still barred from succession. This tenuous claim of Henry's casts shadows on the Tudor legitimacy, with some European realms remaining skeptical of the new dynasty. In stark contrast stood the prestigious House of Trastamara, led by Catherine's parents, the Catholic monarchs whose renown made them Europe's foremost royal family. The union between Catherine and Arthur was thus seen not merely as a matrimonial alliance, but as a vital endorsement of the Tudor claim to the English throne, offering any potential male offspring a robust claim of his own. The marital arrangements thus advanced swiftly, with the couple being married by proxy on the 19th of May 1499, and engaging in correspondence in Latin until deemed mature enough for cohabitation. When the time came for Catherine to journey to England, her entourage was a testament to her status. She was accompanied by illustrious figures such as Diego Fernandez de Cordoba, the third Count of Cabra, Alonso de Fonseca, the Archbishop of Santiago de Compostela, and Antonio de Royas Manrique, the Bishop of Mallorca. Notably, her retinue included the first Africans recorded in London, among them the trumpeter John Blank, a symbol of exotic luxury that highlighted the power and reach of her family. Initially expected at Gravesend, Catherine's arrival was met with a retinue of English gentlewomen in October of 1501, ready to escort her via a flotilla of barges up the Thames to the Tower of London, a majestic procession that showed the significance of her arrival, and also the hopes that were pinned upon this union. August 17th, 1501, the youthful Catherine of just 15 years old embarked on her journey from A Coruña, destined to meet her future husband, Arthur, the Prince of Wales. Their first encounter occurred on the 4th of November at Dogmersfield in Hampshire. Despite their prior exchanges, through letters written in Latin, their initial face-to-face meeting revealed a surprising barrier. Differing pronunciations of Latin rendered their spoken conversations almost unintelligible to one another. Nevertheless, Arthur expressed his joy and commitment in letters to his parents and in-laws, affirming his intent to be a, and I quote, true and loving husband, and of course his delight at finally seeing his lovely bride. The young couple's marriage was solemnized just 10 days later, on the 14th of November, 1501, at Old St. Paul's Cathedral, with both bride and groom still only 15 years old. A substantial dowry of 200,000 ducats underscored the union, half of which was promptly paid following the ceremony. On this notable occasion, Catherine and her Spanish ladies-in-waiting made a distinct impression, arrayed in the traditional styles of their homeland, adding a little bit of color to that bleak countryside up north. Well, post-marriage, Arthur had his own responsibilities. He was dispatched to preside over the Council of Wales and the marches from Ludlow Castle, a responsibility befitting his status as Prince of Wales. Catherine accompanied him, embracing her own new role. However, their life together was abruptly challenged when both were struck by illness, possibly the dreaded sweating sickness prevalent at the time. Tragically, poor old Arthur had succumbed to the disease on the 2nd of April 1502, leaving Catherine, now just 16 years old, a widow, far from her native Spain, navigating her uncertain future all alone. Following the premature demise of Arthur, Henry VII was confronted with a significant fiscal and diplomatic dilemma regarding that 200,000 ducat dowry of his daughter-in-law Catherine. As stipulated in her marriage contract, should Catherine return to her native Spain, the substantial dowry, of which we have mentioned only half had been paid, would need to be completely refunded to her father. This predicament was further complicated by the death of Queen Elizabeth in February of 1503, which prompted King Henry VII to contemplate marrying Catherine himself. However, opposition, understandably from Catherine's father, and concerns about the legitimacy of any offspring from such a union quickly quashed this prospect. In an attempt to resolve the situation and retain the dowry within England, they came up with a new arrangement. Catherine would marry Henry VII's second son, the younger Henry, the Duke of York. However, the death of Catherine's mother, which shifted the inheritance of the larger kingdom of Castile to her elder sister Joanna, diminished Catherine's allure in the dynastic marriage market. Well, despite the agreement, the marriage was repeatedly delayed, ostensibly until the young Henry was of suitable age, though the real impediment was Ferdinand II's reluctance to pay the remainder of the dowry, casting doubt on whether the marriage would ever transpire. Well, during this period of uncertainty, Catherine lived under constrained circumstances at Durham House in London, where she was treated more like a detainee than a princess. Her financial struggles were exacerbated by the responsibility of providing for her ladies-in-waiting as well as herself, and that's some pretty high maintenance costs. While the surviving correspondence with her father reveals her resilience and pragmatism, as she once confided to him, and I quote, "I choose what I believe and say nothing, for I am not as simple as I may seem." Well, in 1507, Catherine's situation took quite a remarkable turn when she was appointed as the Spanish ambassador to England, marking her as the first woman to hold such a position in European history. Contrary to Henry VII's expectations of her being somewhat malleable, Catherine demonstrated considerable diplomatic acumen, standing on her own 2 feet, not to be pushed around by the boys, defying the anticipations of the English court. The proposed marriage to Henry, the Duke of York, hinged on a dispensation from the Pope, as canon law prohibited a man from marrying his brother's widow. Catherine steadfastly maintained that her marriage to Arthur had never actually been consummated, thereby aligning with canon law that a non-consummated marriage could be dissolved, thus paving the way for her eventual marriage to the future King Henry VIII of England. Thus, on the 11th of June, 1509, 7 years following the death of Prince Arthur, Catherine of Aragon once again stood at the altar, this time joined in new matrimony to the newly ascended Henry VIII in a private ceremony held at the church of the observant friars just outside Greenwich Palace. At 23 years old now, Catherine embarked on this second significant chapter of her royal journey, marrying a king who had only recently claimed the throne. Thus, the coronation of Henry VIII and Catherine of Aragon, a splendid and pivotal event, took place shortly thereafter. On the eve of their coronation, Saturday the 23rd of June, they participated in the traditional procession to Westminster Abbey, which drew a large and enthusiastic crowd. Following custom, the couple spent the night at the Tower of London, the most romantic spot in the city, preparing for the grandeur to follow. The next day, Midsummer's Day, they were anointed and crowned together in a majestic ceremony at Westminster Abbey, led by the Archbishop of Canterbury. The coronation was of course a grand affair, complete with a celebratory banquet held in Westminster Hall, and the creation of many new Knights of the Bath in honor of the event. In the weeks that followed, A series of social occasions introduced the new queen to her subjects. Catherine, with her dignified presence and grace, made a strong and favourable impression on the English populace, who received her warmly. Her ascension to queen consort marked the beginning of a new era and set the stage for her influential role in the Tudor court. June the 11th, 1513, as Henry VIII embarked on a military campaign to France, Catherine of Aragon was appointed as Regent of England, bearing the formidable title Governor of the Realm and Captain General. Her regency was immediately tested by the capture of Louis d'Orléans, Duke of Longueville and Thorouanne, although Henry sent Duke to Catherine's household. She, concerned about security due to the active Scottish threat to the north, expressed to her Cardinal Wolsey a preference for the Duke's confinement in the Tower of London. In her correspondence, she fervently prayed for divine favour, similar to that which the English king had enjoyed in France. The ongoing war with Scotland, of course, demanded her full attention. Catherine was industrious at Richmond Palace, personally overseeing the production of standards, banners, and badges essential for the war effort. She rallied support by writing to towns such as Gloucester for muster lists, urging the assembly of troops capable of defending the realm. The Scots invasion propelled her to order Thomas Lovell to muster forces from the Midland counties on the 3rd of September, 1513. By the 8th of September, some 5 days later, Catherine, despite her advanced pregnancy, donned full armour and rode north to inspire her troops with a stirring address. Her eloquence and resolve were so impactful that reports of her speech reached Peter Martyr de Anguera in Valladolid within weeks. Contrary to reports that placed her 100 miles north of London when the victory at the Battle of Flodden Field was announced, she was actually near Buckingham. From Woburn Abbey she sent Henry a piece of the bloodied coat of the fallen King James IV of Scotland, suggesting it to be used as a banner at the siege of Tournai. Remarkable taste, as always. Well, as she aged, Catherine's commitment to her Catholic faith deepened, paralleled by a growing interest in academia. She actively educated her daughter when she came along, Mary, and influenced the broader trend of female education, donating generously to several colleges. Meanwhile, Henry had some concerns, and they were concerns about securing a male heir. Well, reminded of course by the historical precedents of long civil wars that were triggered by female succession. So it wasn't just Henry who was crossing his fingers for this. It was everybody else, because they could see what was going to happen a mile away if there was a struggle for power in the wake of Henry's death. It never ends peacefully. Well, in 1520, politics shifted once more, with a visit from Catherine's nephew, the Holy Roman Emperor, Charles V. Catherine had advocated for an English alliance with Charles over France. Following his departure, she joined Henry in a magnificent visit to France for the field of the cloth of gold. Yet, within 2 years, England had declared war on France, and Charles V was welcomed back, this time with plans to betroth him to Mary. By 1525, Henry's affections had shifted dramatically towards one Anne Boleyn, a young lady-in-waiting to Queen Catherine, who was, by the way, significantly younger than the king, between 10 and 17 years his junior. As Catherine was no longer able to conceive, Henry's frustrations and desires for a male heir intensified. He began to question the legitimacy of his marriage to Catherine, driven mainly by a biblical interpretation suggesting a union with a brother's widow would be childless. Well, although Catherine maintained until her death that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, making her a virgin at the time she married Henry, Henry still saw their marriage as divinely cursed. Well, that's one way of getting out of it. The question of whether the Pope had the authority to override what Henry had viewed as a scriptural impediment became central in his fervent campaign to obtain this annulment. And it's highly likely that the push for an annulment was influenced early on by Henry's desperation for a son, considering the historical context of civil wars fought over the English crown before his father's reign. Bad memories. They don't want to go through that again. Well, his resolve to secure an annulment became his overriding mission. Catherine, however, dug her heels in and remained resolute, famously refusing the suggestion to retire to a nunnery with the assertion, I quote, "God never called me to a nunnery. I am the king's true and legitimate wife." Hard to argue with that, isn't it? Well, in pursuit of his goal, Henry circumvented Cardinal Thomas Wolsey, initially keeping him in the dark, and dispatched his secretary William Knight to Pope Clement VII to argue that the dispensation by Pope Julius II was actually obtained under false pretenses. However, the task proved daunting, as Pope Clement VII was then a captive of Catherine's nephew, Charles V, following a rather unfortunate sacking of Rome in the May of 1527. Now, Knight's mission was stymied, by the way, leading Henry to reluctantly involve Wolsey, who strove to secure a favorable decision the best way he could. And amidst all of these ecclesiastical negotiations, both Pope Clement VII and the reformer Martin Luther, who was universally loved and popular at the time, suggested an unconventional solution: that Henry might take 2 wives to maintain the royal dignities of both Catherine and their daughter Mary. This proposal was not aimed at reintroducing polygamy broadly, but rather as a specific measure to resolve the royal dilemma. Cardinal Thomas Wolsey took significant steps to resolve Henry's dilemma by setting up an ecclesiastical court in England, with a papal representative presiding, on both Henry and Catherine in attendance. Despite this effort, the Pope, possibly swayed by the influence of Charles V, Catherine's nephew, recalled his legatee, thereby halting any proceedings taking place in England. Henry perceived the Pope's actions as a clear signal that an annulment of his marriage to the Emperor's aunt was not going to happen. Consequently, the Pope explicitly forbade Henry from remarrying until a decision was reached, and he meant a decision in Rome. Wolsey's failure in this endeavour led to his dismissal from public office in 1529. Subsequently, he engaged in a covert attempt to have Anne Boleyn exiled and communicated with the Pope towards this end. Upon discovery, Henry was not impressed and ordered the immediate arrest of Wolsey. His death in 1530 from terminal illness likely spared him from execution for treason. Which leads us to 1531, the following year, after all of these tumultuous events, if we may say so. Catherine was removed from court, and her chambers were reassigned to Anne Boleyn. You can imagine how she felt. As a matter of fact, you don't need to imagine. We have a letter that she had wrote to Charles V expressing her despair at the time, and I'll quickly read a passage from said letter. My tribulations are so great, my life so disturbed by the plans daily invented to further the king's wicked intention, the surprises which the king gives me, with certain persons of his council, are so mortal, and my treatment is what God knows, that is enough to shorten 10 lives, much more my own. Obviously not very impressed with the goings-on in the court. Well, in terms of religious affairs, the ecclesiastical landscape shifted further when Archbishop of Canterbury William Warham passed away, and Thomas Cranmer, the Boleyn's family chaplain, was appointed to the position. As Henry pushed for an annulment, John Fisher emerged as Catherine's staunch advocate, boldly defending the sanctity of her marriage in the papal court. His outspoken stance, reminiscent of John the Baptist's readiness to sacrifice himself for his belief, certainly drew Henry's ire. More than a raised eyebrow, perhaps a clenched fist. It prompted the king to craft a detailed Latin rebuttal to Fisher's arguments. Fisher's annotated copy of Henry's address, by the way, still exists, evidencing his fearless disposition despite the king's wrath. You've got to be pretty brave to go up against the King of England. Well, following the transfer of the case to Rome, Fisher's direct involvement ended, but Henry's resentment towards him persisted. Catherine's plight garnered widespread support, not only from Fisher but also from notable figures such as Thomas More, Henry's sister Mary Tudor, the Queen of France, Maria de Salinas, Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, Pope Paul III, and even Martin Luther himself, illustrating the broad and diverse backing she received during her ordeal. Well, after a covert meeting in Calais with King Francis I of France, Henry returned to Dover and, in secret, married Anne Boleyn. The precise motives behind their hasty marriage are debated. Some believe that Anne was already pregnant, and Henry wished to avoid the possibility of an illegitimate heir, while others argue that Anne, having witnessed her sister Mary Boleyn's brief affair with the king and subsequent disregard, insisted on a marriage before any intimate relations. Smart girl. Henry justified their union by arguing the invalidity of his marriage to Catherine, given her prior marriage to his brother Arthur, and he thus claimed that if Catherine's marriage to Arthur was consummated, he was free to marry under canon law. At least that's what he kept repeating to himself and the angry onlookers as he tied the knot with his new wife. Well, on May 23rd, 1533, Thomas Cranmer, presiding over a specially convened court at Dunstable Priory, officially declared Henry's marriage to Catherine unlawful, dismissing Catherine's steadfast assertion that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated. And just 5 days later, Cranmer affirmed the legality of Henry's marriage to Anne Boleyn. So, it was done. The paperwork had all been signed, and, well, it was all over for Catherine. Well, not quite. Despite these declarations, Catherine maintained her status as Henry's legitimate wife and England's rightful queen till her dying day, a title her servants continued to use in her presence. However, Henry only recognized her as the, quote, Dowager Princess of Wales. Still not a bad title, but not the one she wanted. He acknowledged her as the widow of his brother, rather than as a queen. Well, her final years were marked by isolation and frequent relocations. She resided at the Moor Castle in Hertfordshire, starting in late 1531, going back in time there for a moment, before being moved to the royal palace of Hatfield, Elsing Palace in Enfield, Ampthill Castle in Bedfordshire, and finally the coveted Buckden Towers in Cambridgeshire. Just a side note, don't you just love these English town names? They're just so charming. Well, in July of 1533, she was moved to Kimbolton Castle, where she lived a reclusive life, dressed in the austere garb of a Order of St. Francis, and adhering to strict religious fasts. Catherine reportedly rarely left her room, except of course to attend Mass. Although she was allowed occasional visitors, she and her daughter Mary were prohibited from seeing or even writing to each other. However, sympathetic intermediaries secretly exchanged letters between them. Henry proposed improving living conditions and the possibility of reunion if both of them had acknowledged Anne Boleyn as queen. But good luck getting that to happen. Both mother and daughter steadfastly refused. In the late December of 1535, with her health rapidly deteriorating, Catherine prepared for her impending death. She drafted her will and reached out to her nephew, Emperor Charles V, requesting his protection for her daughter Mary. Amid these solemn preparations, she is said to have written a poignant final letter to King Henry VIII, and it goes a little like this, and it's a little bit sad, forewarning. My most dear lord, king, and husband, the hour of my death now drawing on, the tender love I owe you forceth me, my case being such, to commend myself to you, and to put you in remembrance with a few words of the health and safeguard of your soul, which you ought to prefer before all worldly matters, and before the care and pampering of the body, for which you have cast me into many calamities and yourself into many troubles. For my part, I pardon you everything, and I wish to devoutly pray God that He will pardon you also. For the rest, I commend unto you our daughter Mary, beseeching you to be a good father unto her, as I have heretofore desired. I entreat you also, on behalf of my maids, to give them marriage portions, which is not much, they being but 3. For all my other servants, I solicit the wages due them, and a year more, lest they be unprovided for. Lastly, I make this vow, that mine eyes desire you above all things. From Catherine, the Queen. I told you it was sad. While the authenticity of the letter has been debated, its contents certainly reflect the enduring grace and even forgiveness that Catherine maintained towards Henry. Well, we can say for sure that if this letter was somehow intercepted by Henry's new wife, well, that would certainly cause an argument. Some things never change. Thus Catherine passed away on the 7th of January 1536 at Kimbolton Castle. The news of her death spurred various reactions at court, and of course sparked rumors of foul play, including speculation that she had been poisoned, possibly by Gregory de Cassal. Mourning practices also attracted attention. Anne Boleyn and possibly Henry himself were reported to have worn yellow, a color associated with mourning in Spain, though this was seen by some as inappropriate or perhaps even celebratory. Despite the public display, both Henry and Anne reportedly mourned privately later that day. On the day of her funeral, Anne miscarried a male child, leading to further grim rumors about Catherine's death, though modern experts believe that her symptoms, as reported, were more consistent with those of cancer. Either way, she was laid to rest in Peterborough Castle, honoured as a Dowager Princess of Wales, but of course not as the Queen. Henry abstained from the funeral, and also prohibited their daughter Mary from attending, highlighting the continued complexities of his relationships and the turbulent era of his reign. Regardless, not a very kind move to bar Mary from going to her own mother's funeral under any circumstance. Now let's talk just a little bit about Catherine's religious observance, because it is a rather important part of her life. So before we go, let's just say a few words on that. Of course, she was deeply committed to her faith, and a devout member of the Third Order of St. Francis. She meticulously balanced these royal duties of hers, in any capacity, with her religious obligations, seamlessly integrating the demands of her role as queen and later on the smaller role she played with her personal piety. Now, after her marriage to Henry was annulled, she famously declared her spiritual priorities by stating, and these are her words, "I would rather be a poor beggar's wife and be sure of heaven, than queen of all the world and stand in doubt thereof by reason of my own consent." Thus, Her religious practice was marked by a focus on the essential elements of Catholic devotion, the Big Four: Mass, prayer, confession, and penance, rather than the outward celebration of saints and holy relics, which she did not emphasize in her personal views on spirituality. But despite this, she remained acutely aware of the flaws she perceived within the Church's hierarchy, though she maintained a critical distance from the more radical criticisms like those proposed by Martin Luther of 1517, which ignited the Protestant Reformation, and, well, plenty of other events. You may want to watch the video on Martin Luther. It's quite interesting, especially his later writings. Now that is a rabbit hole. Well, back to Catherine. In her youth, she was lauded for her exceptional beauty, described as, and I quote, the most beautiful creature in the world, and it was said that there was nothing lacking in her that the most beautiful girl should have. Esteemed figures like Thomas More and Lord Herbert later reflected on her appearance, noting, there were few women who could compete with the Queen in her prime. These accolades highlight the remarkable impression Catherine made with her striking looks and royal demeanor throughout her life. But of course, it's not all about the outside appearance. It can't be. She was not only a queen, but also a pioneering advocate for women's education, and that is important. This is exemplified by the controversial book, at least at the time, The Education of a Christian Woman by Juan Luis Vives, which argued that women have the right to an education, and was both dedicated to and commissioned by Catherine. I know this all sounds pretty obvious, but you must send your brain back in time a little bit. Well, her influence extended even to her adversaries, as Thomas Cromwell, a known opponent, remarked, if not for her being a woman, she could have defied all the heroes of history. Catherine's compassion was evident when she successfully interceded on the behalf of the rebels of the evil May Day, advocating for their lives for the sake of their families, not often something you see in royals. Her commitment to social welfare in general was further demonstrated through her initiation of an extensive program for the relief of the poor. A patron of Renaissance humanism, Catherine was friends with notable scholars such as Erasmus and Thomas More, and some even viewed her as a kind of martyr. Well, her final resting place, in Peterborough Cathedral, is a site of continuous tribute. You'll rarely see it without decorations of flowers or pomegranates, which are, by the way, her heraldic symbol. Hers is a tomb that proudly bears the inscription, Catherine, Queen of England. In the 20th century, George V's wife, Mary of Teck, had her grave notably enhanced, further affirming her as her status as queen. Annually, Peterborough Cathedral holds a service in her memory, featuring processions, prayers, and various events, including tributes at her grave with candles, pomegranates, flowers, and other offerings. Notably, the Spanish ambassador to the United Kingdom attended the service commemorating the 470th anniversary of her death. And in 2010, the service included a reading of Catherine's speech before the Legatine Court by actress Jane Lapotaire. in her birthplace of Alcalá de Henares. A statue captured her as a young woman holding a book and a rose, symbolizing her lifelong dedication to not only learning, but everlasting grace. And if you've listened this far, perhaps you too have a dedication to learning. Not many make it to this point. If you did, you get the special message. A tale that is as captivating as it is heartbreaking. The life of Mary, Queen of Scots, born in 1542 and becoming the heir apparent of the Scottish throne, having to negotiate the dangerous terrain of a country split between Catholics and Protestants in eternal religious strife. She was exposed to the intricacies of European diplomacy during her brief tenure of Queen Consort of France, but upon her return to Scotland was thrown into a whirlwind of political alliances. Mary was a key player in these turbulent politics of the era because of her equally turbulent marriage, her steadfast Catholic faith, and her audacious attempts to establish her authority. Ultimately, she was imprisoned and executed in 1587 as a result of her long-running rivalry with Queen Elizabeth I, characterized by espionage and shadowy plots. Hello and welcome. Finally, we get around to doing Mary, Queen of Scots today. If you've been looking forward to it, well, I hope it lives up to all of your expectations. As usual, to support the channel, just enjoying the content is enough for that. Like, comment and subscribe also helps grease the wheels if you feel inclined to do so. But let's all get nice and relaxed, and we can look at the life of Mary, Queen of Scots. And so we begin our biography on the 8th of December 1542 in Scotland, Linlithgow Palace to be precise, where Mary is born to King James V and his second wife, Mary of Guise, who was actually of French origin. She was reportedly James's only surviving legitimate child, and was also born prematurely, which usually is a death sentence back in those days, but very luckily it was not. The death sentence comes much later. Now, through her paternal grandmother, Margaret Tudor, Mary was the great-granddaughter of King Henry VII of England. Now that makes her the great-niece of King Henry VIII, as Margaret was Henry VIII's oldest sister. Just 6 days after Mary's birth, on December the 14th, she became Queen of Scotland, following her father's death, which was attributed to a nervous breakdown after the Battle of Solway Moss. Obviously did not work out very well for him. Or it was perhaps speculated that he had drank contaminated water during the campaign. Contaminated with what? We do not know. But either way, it was well and truly not drinkable. Shortly after her birth, Mary was christened at the nearby church of St. Michael. In March of 1543, the English diplomat Ralph Sadler visited Linlithgow Palace, and, after her nurse, Jean Sinclair, unwrapped the infant, described her as goodly a child I have seen of her age, and as like to live. Of course, despite this, rumors persisted that she was frail and weak, mainly owing to her being born prematurely. It's pretty much 98% of the time that would result in complications. Now, as Mary inherited the throne as an infant, Scotland was ruled by regents until she came of age. Initially, there were two main contenders for the regency, that being the Protestant Earl of Aragon, who was next in line to the throne, and the Catholic Cardinal Beaton. Now, Beaton's claim was based upon the king's will, which Aragon and his allies dismissed as a forgery, rather convenient. Supported by his influential network, Aragon assumed the role of regent until 1554, when Mary's mother, Mary of Guise, succeeded him. And then we come to Henry VIII, which I'm sure you're familiar with, who had a goal of uniting Scotland and England, and was very busy trying to do so between his many failed marriages. He used the regency to propose marriage between Mary and his own son and heir, Edward, his only son also. All those wives, and, well, he didn't manage to produce an heir except for Edward later on. Mary was 6 months old when the Treaty of Greenwich was signed on July the 1st, 1543, which stated that Mary would marry Edward and relocate to England at the age of 10 so that Henry could raise her. In the event that the couple did not have children, the treaty stipulated that the temporary union would end and the two nations would continue to be legally distinct. Once more in power, Cardinal Beaton started promoting a pro-Catholic, but also a pro-French agenda. Henry was not impressed by this, and he wished to sever Scotland's ties with France completely. Beaton wanted to relocate Mary to the safety of Stirling Castle, far away from the coast. Regent Arran, however, opposed the action, but he seemed to have changed his mind when Beaton's armed followers assembled at Linlithgow. Certainly tends to convince people pretty quickly. With 3,500 armed men, the Earl of Lennox escorted Mary and her mother to Stirling on July the 27th, 1543. On September the 9th, 1543, Mary was crowned in the castle chapel with such solemnity as they do use in this country, which is not very costly, according to Ralph Sadler and Henry Ray's report. Henry detained and seized the goods of Scottish traders en route to France just prior to Mary's coronation. And in Scotland, the arrests sparked outrage. And Arran converted to Catholicism, maybe out of spite, and joined up with Beaton. I suppose it is to form some kind of a national identity. An us and them situation. The Scottish Parliament rejected the Treaty of Greenwich in December, and Henry launched his rough wooing campaign to force Mary into marriage to his son after the marriage treaty was rejected and the French-Scottish alliance was renewed. Numerous raids were carried out by English forces on French and Scottish territory. The Scots took Mary to Dunkeld for protection, when the English Earl of Hertford, later Duke of Somerset, raided Edinburgh in May of 1544. In May of 1546, Protestant lairds killed Beaton, rest in peace to him, and 9 months after Henry VIII's death, on the 10th of September 1547, the Scots were once again soundly defeated at the Battle of Pinkie. Mary's guardians sought assistance from the French, and out of concern for her safety, sent her to Inchmahome Priory for a maximum of 3 weeks, just in case. King Henry II of France suggested marrying the young queen to his 3-year-old son, Dauphin Francis, in order to bring France and Scotland together. Nothing does like that, like a wedding. Arran accepted the marriage on the condition of receiving French military assistance and a French dukedom for himself. For Mary's protection, she was transferred to Dumbarton Castle in February of 1548. The strategic town of Haddington was then taken by the English, who once again left a path of destruction in their wake. The long-awaited French assistance finally reached Leith in June, where it besieged and eventually captured Haddington. A Scottish Parliament convened at a nunnery close to the town on July 7, 1548, and approved the French marriage contract. Thus Mary was sent to France at the age of 5 years old, with a marriage contract in hand, and she spent the next 13 years at the French court. The French fleet, led by Nicolas de Villegagnon and dispatched by Henry II, set sail with Mary from Dumbarton on August 7, 1548, and reached Roscoff at Saint-Paul-de-Leon in Brittany a week or more later. Along with Mary was her own court, which included 2 illegitimate half-brothers and the 4 Marys, 4 girls of her own age also named Marys, daughters of Scotland's most noble aristocratic families. At least back then this was Beaton, Fleming, Seton, and Livingston. Janet, Lady Fleming, half-sister of James V, the mother of Mary Fleming, was made governess. A French governess named Françoise de Paroy succeeded Lady Fleming when she left France in 1551. During her early years, Mary was described as lively, attractive, and intelligent, based on accounts from the time. With the exception of Catherine de' Medici, the wife of Henry II, she was a favourite of the French court. That being said, Catherine de' Medici was not the nicest person. You might want to watch my video on the French Wars of Religion and the St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre. You'll get what I mean. Well, of course, Mary was taught in French, Italian, Latin, Spanish, and Greek, in addition to her native language of Scots. That's right, back then they were speaking their native language. She was also proficient in prose, poetry, horsemanship, falconry, needlework, and, apparently, she was a beast on the lute. Always helps. If you've not listened to Bach's Lute Suite, I advise that you do. It's really fantastic. She was also taught to dance by balladin Jehan Paul. With Elizabeth of Valois, her future sister-in-law, Mary retained the nostalgic memories in later life, and they became close friends. One of Mary's main advisors, and another significant influence on her early years, was her maternal grandmother, Antoinette de Bourbon. Mary was described in portraits as having a small, oval head, and also very smooth and pale skin. Now, this could have been ruined by the fact that she contracted smallpox during her early years, but apparently it did not alter her appearance, and as an adult, she was described as remarkably beautiful. Well, by 16th century standards, she was actually pretty tall, 5'11", or 1.8 meters. In contrast, Henry II's son and heir, Francis, was unusually short, and it didn't help that he would also speak with quite a stutter. Henry said, from the first day they met, my son and she got on as well as they had known each other for a long time. So, on the 4th of April, 1558, Mary signed a confidential contract that, if she died without a will, she would give the French crown Scotland and her claim to England. The Dauphin became the king consort of Scotland after she married him at Notre Dame de Paris 20 years later. The only living sibling of Henry VIII's eldest daughter that be Mary the First of England, also known as Bloody Mary, succeeded her in November of 1558. The Stuarts were not allowed to inherit the English throne, as stipulated in Henry VIII's final will and testament, and Elizabeth was acknowledged as her sister's heir by the Third Succession Act, which was passed by English Parliament in 1543. However, Mary Stuart, the senior surviving legitimate descendant of Henry VII, through her grandmother Margaret Tudor, was seen by many Catholics as the legitimate Queen of England, and Elizabeth as illegitimate. The oldest son and daughter-in-law of Henry II of France were then crowned King and Queen of England. England's royal arms were quartered with Francis and Mary's in France. Mary and Elizabeth were constantly at odds over Mary's claim to the English throne. July 10th, 1559, Henry II dies. Not peacefully in his bed either, due to injuries he had received in a joust. Francis, who was then 15, and Mary 16, were crowned King and Queen of France. Two of the Queen's uncles, the Duke of Guise and Cardinal of Lorraine, had gained political dominance in France and were referred to by some historians as La Tyrannie Guisienne, the tyrannical. Mary's mother, who was only able to keep effective control of Scotland with the help of French troops, was losing ground to the Protestant lords of the congregation. The Protestant lords sought to secure Protestantism by inviting English troops to Scotland at the beginning of 1560. The tumult of Amboise, a Huguenot rebellion in France, prevented the French from providing additional assistance. They were far too busy massacring each other. Rather, the Guise brothers dispatched envoys to engage in settlement negotiations. The issue of future Franco-Scots relations became urgent after the death of their sister, Mary's mother, on the 11th of June 1560. Mary's representatives signed the Treaty of Edinburgh on June the 6th, 1560, which committed France and England to removing troops from Scotland. Still in France, and still mourning for her lost mother, the 17-year-old Mary refused to ratify the treaty, even though France acknowledged Elizabeth's right to govern England. Francis II, well, he passed away December 5th, 1560, from a brain abscess caused by an ear infection. Mary was distraught. It hit her pretty hard, especially at that age. They'd hardly been married a few years. Catherine de' Medici, her mother-in-law, became regent for Charles IX, the 10-year-old brother of the late king who inherited the French throne. 9 months later, Mary made her way back to Scotland, reaching Leith on August 19th, 1561. Mary, who had been in France since she was 5 years old, had very little first-hand knowledge of the perilous and intricate politics of Scotland at the time. She had no idea how bad things were, and less of an idea how bad they were about to get, especially for her. Well, she was viewed with suspicion by the Queen of England, of course, and many of her subjects because she was a devoted Catholic. Protestant and Catholic factions were at odds in Scotland, had been for a long time. One of the Protestant leaders was the Earl of Moray, Mary's illegitimate half-brother. Mary was criticized by the Protestant reformer John Knox for attending Mass, dancing, and apparently he wasn't happy with her wearing excessively ornate clothing. Okay, mind your own business. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to secure a meeting with him. He was later accused of treason by her, but he was found not guilty and set free. Probably a lot of Protestants in the jury, I suppose. Now, the Catholic party was shocked and appalled when Mary accepted the new Protestant dominance and retained her half-brother Moray as her main counsellor. Her 16-member Privy Council, which was established on the 6th of September 1561, kept the people who were already in positions of authority. The Earls of Argyll, Glencairn and Moray, the Protestant leaders from the 1559-60 Reformation crisis, were all those dominated the council. Not very popular people on the other side of the situation, that's for sure. The Earls of Athol, Errol, Montrose, Huntley, the Lord Chancellor, were the only 4 council members who were Catholic. This was remarkable, according to modern historians, who suggest that Mary's focus on the English throne rather than the internal issues in Scotland was demonstrated by her failure to appoint a council that was sympathetic to Catholic and French interests. Even Lord Ruthven, who was added to the council in December of 1563, was a Protestant, and Mary apparently had a personal dislike towards him. While simultaneously pursuing a course of action that improved her ties with England, she was admitting her lack of military might against the Protestant lords. Lord Huntley, Scotland's most powerful Catholic magnate, led a rebellion against her in the Highlands, 1562, and, accompanying Moray, she destroyed him. As the presumed heir of the English throne, Mary sent William Maitland of Leithington as an ambassador to the English court to argue her case. Elizabeth was afraid that naming a possible heir would lead to a plot to replace her with the one who was chosen. She assured Maitland, though, that Mary was the only person she knew with a stronger claim. The 2 queens were scheduled to meet in England in August or September of 1562 at either York or Nottingham, according to plans made in late 1561. The Civil War in France, however, caused Elizabeth to send Sir Henry Sidney to cancel Mary's visit in July. After that, Mary focused on recruiting a new husband from Europe's aristocracy, a pool of very rich and eligible bachelors. She fiercely protested, however, when her uncle, the Cardinal of Lorraine, started talks with the Archduke Charles of Austria without her permission, and the talks broke down. Don Carlos, the reportedly mentally ill heir apparent of King Philip II of Spain, rejected her own attempt to negotiate a marriage with him. In an attempt to neutralize Mary, Elizabeth proposed that she wed Robert Dudley, the first Earl of Leicester, an English Protestant. The Queen's own favourite and brother-in-law of Sir Henry Sidney, Dudley was someone Elizabeth believed she could control. To inform Mary that Elizabeth would proceed to the inquisition of her right and title to be our next cousin and heir if she married an English nobleman, she dispatched an ambassador, Thomas Randolph. Due in part to the intended bridegroom's refusal, the proposal was unsuccessful. No daylights nor heel taps, I'm afraid. But, on the other hand, Pierre de Boscalel de Chastelar, it's a long name, do apologize for my French, I'll do my best here, a French poet who lived at Mary's court, seemed to be quite enamored with Mary. And well, if you got a French poet chasing after you, well, Bad luck for all of the other suitors. During a security search in early 1563, they actually found him hidden beneath her bed, seemingly with the intention of jumping out and surprising her when she was in her chamber all alone and declaring his love for her. Some stereotypes certainly seem to ring true. Well, Mary did not see the humor in this, and upon discovering this, she actually exiled him from Scotland. Reportedly, she was absolutely appalled that he would do something like that. The worst she can say is no, right? Well, the decree went unheeded, unfortunately. Now, when she was about to undress 2 days later, he pushed his way into her room, uninvited, just barged in. She, of course, responded with fear and rage, and apparently she had yelled out, "Thrust your dagger into the villain," as Moray hurried into the room after hearing her cries for assistance. But Moray said no, because Chastelard was already restrained. Well, he didn't get away with that one. Unfortunately, he was put on trial for treason, and then he was decapitated. Chastelard was involved also in a Huguenot conspiracy to dishonor Mary, apparently, by damaging her reputation, and his ardor was apparently a complete facade. That's arguable. At least that's what he was charged with. Could be. Either way, Mary was having nothing of it. As much as his story ends in a tragic beheading, I can't help but laugh at the whole situation. Rest in peace to Mr. Chastelard. When Mary was grieving for Francis in February of 1561, she had met Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, her English half-born cousin, for a short time. Darnley's parents, the Earl and Countess of Lennox, were both English landowners and members of the Scottish nobility. They supposedly sent him to France to offer their condolences, to see if their son and Mary could be a match. The patrilineal descendants of the High Stewards of Scotland, Mary and Darnley, were both grandchildren of Margaret Tudor, the sister of Henry VIII of England. Darnley was descended from Mary Stuart, Countess of Aragon, a daughter of James II of Scotland, and therefore sharing a more recent Stuart ancestry with the Hamilton family. And so on February 17, 1565, they next met at Scotland's Wemyss Castle. Queen Elizabeth referred to him as the long lad, because he was more than 6 feet tall. At least I hope that's what she was referring to. Either way, Mary fell in love with him. Although they were both Catholic and had no papal dispensation for the first cousin marriage had been obtained, they were still married regardless, on the 29th of July, 1565, at Holyrood Palace. Now, Rood, by the way, is a old name for cross. So don't get confused thinking that there was the Rood Palace with the long lad. Well, the Earl of Leicester and William Cecil, 2 English statesmen, had fought to get Darnley a permit to leave England and travel to Scotland. Elizabeth felt threatened by the marriage, even though it was her own advisers that arranged it, since Mary and Darnley were both heirs to the English throne and were descended from her aunt. If they had children, they would have a stronger combined claim. The saying is that Queen Mary is bewitched, said Nicholas Throckmorton, an English ambassador, who added that the marriage could only be avoided by violence. Mary's insistence on the marriage appears to have been motivated by more passions than logic. Darnley was both her cousin and an English subject, which infuriated Elizabeth, who believed the marriage should not have proceeded without her consent. Of course, following Mary's marriage, the Earl of Moray, Mary's half-brother, publicly rebelled alongside Protestant lords, such as Lords Argyll and Glencairn. They were not too impressed with her marrying a Catholic, especially such a prominent one. To face them, Mary left Edinburgh on the 26th of August 1565. After failing to capture the castle, Moray left Edinburgh shortly after entering on the 30th. In order to raise additional troops, Mary went back to Edinburgh the following month. Now, without ever fighting directly, Mary and her army, and Moray and the rebellious lords roamed around Scotland in what became known as the Chase-About Raid. The restoration and release of Lord Huntley's son, as well as the return of James Hepburn, the fourth Earl of Bothwell, from exile in France, helped to bolster Mary's numbers. In October, Moray fled Scotland to England for asylum after failing to gather enough support. Mary expanded the composition of her Privy Council, including Protestants and Catholics. And before long, Darnley had become a little bit too overconfident. Unsatisfied with his role as king consort, he insisted on the crown matrimonial, which would have granted him co-sovereign status in Scotland and the right to retain the Scottish throne in the event that he outlived his spouse. Bit of a retirement plan, it seems. They conceived by October in 1565, but their marriage deteriorated after Mary turned down his request. He was reportedly envious of her friendship with one David Rizzio, a Catholic private secretary, who was allegedly the child's father. Yeah, that'll degenerate a marriage, that's for sure. Darnley had joined a covert plot with Protestant lords by March 1566, including the nobles who had fought Mary in the Chase-About Raid. A group of conspirators, led by Darnley, fatally stabbed Rizzio on the 9th of March during a dinner party at Holyrood, Paris, right in front of Mary. You can imagine how damaging that would have been to the poor thing. Mary received Moray at Holyrood over the course of the following 2 days, and a disillusioned Darnley changed sides. Darnley and Mary fled the palace on the evening of March 11th. After temporarily relocating to Dunbar Castle, they left for Edinburgh on March 18th. The council once again included Lords Moray, Argyll, and Glencairn, the former rebels. On June the 19th, 1566, James, Mary's son by Darnley, was born in Edinburgh Castle. But her marriage had fell apart as a result of Rizzio's murder. While residing in Jedburgh in the Scottish borders of October 1566, Mary rode a horse for at least 4 hours each way to visit the Earl of Bothwell at Hermitage Castle, where he was recovering from injuries he had received in a battle with John Eliot of Park. Although no suspicions were raised at the time, and Mary was accompanied by her council members and guards, her enemies later used the ride as proof that the two were having it off. While she became seriously ill shortly after returning to Jedburgh, experiencing frequent vomiting, convulsions, loss of vision, speech, and periods of unconsciousness. Diagnosis? She's dying. Her French doctor's expertise was credited with helping her recover, however, starting on October 25th. The cause of all the illness is pretty much unknown. Possibilities: probably porphyria, gastric ulcer, hemorrhage, and perhaps just mental and physical exhaustion. I mean, she'd been through quite a lot. Mary and prominent nobles met at Cragmillar Castle, close to Edinburgh, at the end of November 1566, to talk about the problem of Darnley. A bond was likely sworn by the lords present to remove Darnley in another way, even though divorce was discussed. It was thought that expedient and the most profitable for the Commonwealth, that such a young fool and proud tyrant should not bear rule over him, that he should be put out of the picture one way or another, and whomsoever should take the deed in hand or do it, they will defend. Of course, Darnley knew the writing was on the wall, so he fled to Glasgow to stay on one of his father's estates after his son was baptized at Stirling, just a few days before Christmas. And at the beginning of his trip, he had a fever, which could have been caused by poisoning, smallpox, or some even say syphilis. For a few weeks, he stayed bedridden. Mary encouraged her husband to return to Edinburgh at the end of January 1567, in a home owned by Sir James Balfour's brother at the old Abbey of Kirkfield, just inside the city wall. He recovered from his illness. It seemed that a reconciliation was well and truly underway, because Mary was actually paying him daily visits. She spent the early evening of February 9th to 10th, 1567, visiting her husband before going to Bastien Paget's wedding celebrations, which were attended by a member of her household. But early in the morning, Kirkfield was devastated by some kind of explosion. Evidently suffocated, Darnley was discovered dead in the garden. There were no obvious signs of violence or strangulation on the body. Of course, fingers get pointed pretty quickly. Those who were suspected included Mary herself, the Earl of Morton, Moray, Secretary Maitland, and Bothwell. Elizabeth actually wrote a letter to Mary addressing the rumours, and it reads as follows: I should ill fulfill the office of a faithful cousin or affectionate friend if I did not tell you what all the world is thinking. Men say that, instead of seizing the murderers, you are looking through your fingers while they escape, that you will not seek revenge on those who have done you so much pleasure, as though the deed would have never taken place had not the doers of it been assured of impunity. For myself, I beg you to believe that I would not harbor such a thought. Yeah, that sounds like she's harboring that thought, though, don't you think? I'm sure she was. Well, it was widely accepted by the end of February that Bothwell was the responsible one for Darnley's murder. Mary agreed with Lennox, Darnley's father, when he insisted that Bothwell stand trial before the Estates of Parliament. However, Lennox's request for a postponement to collect evidence was turned down. Following a 7-hour trial on April 12th, without Lennox present and without any evidence, Bothwell was found not guilty. Surprised? So am I, actually. A week later, Bothwell was able to persuade over 24 bishops and lords to sign the Ainsley Tavern Bond, pledging their support for his plan to wed the Queen. Mary paid her final visit to her son at Stirling from April 21st to 23rd, 1567. Now, at this time, Mary may have been physically assaulted by Lord Bothwell and his men when they kidnapped her on the way back to Edinburgh on April 24th and took her to Dunbar Castle. Mary and Bothwell arrived back in Edinburgh on May 6th, and they were married using Protestant ceremonies on May the 15th at Holyrood Abbey or Holyrood Palace. 12 days later, Bothwell had divorced his first wife, Jean Gordon, who was actually Lord Huntley's sister. Mary initially thought that her marriage was supported by a large number of nobles, but the newly elevated Bothwell, now Duke of Orkney, and his former peers soon became estranged. The marriage turned out to be extremely unpopular. Since Catholics did not accept Bothwell's divorce or the legitimacy of the Protestant service, they viewed the marriage as frankly illegal. Mary's marriage to the man suspected of killing her husband shocked both Catholics and Protestants. Well, because of all this turbulence in the marriage, Mary began to lose hope. The Confederate Lords, a group of 26 Scottish peers, rebelled against Mary and Bothwell and organized their own army to confront her. On June the 15th, Mary and Bothwell faced the Lords at Carberry Hill. However, there was no conflict, because Mary's army withered away during the talks. Bothwell was allowed to leave the field safely, but Mary was brought to Edinburgh by the Lords, where she was criticized by large crowds of onlookers as a murderer and an adulteress. On an island in the centre of Loch Leven, she was imprisoned in the castle the next evening. The twins were miscarried by Mary between July 20th and 23rd. She was compelled to abdicate on July 24th, in favour of her son James, who at the time was 1 year old. Bothwell was banished, and Moray was made regent. He died in 1578 after going insane while incarcerated in Denmark. Denmark can't be that bad. Come on. Now George Douglas, the brother of the castle's owner, Sir William Douglas, helped Mary escape from Loch Leven Castle on May the 2nd, 1568, and on May the 13th she defeated Moray's smaller forces at the Battle of Langside, where she managed to muster an army of 6,000 men. She was defeated and ran south. On May the 16th, she took a fishing boat across the Solway Firth into England, and after spending the night at Dundrenham Abbey, she then arrived in northern England countryside of Cumberland, where she spent the night at Workingham Hall. She was placed under protective custody at Carlisle Castle on the 18th of May by local authorities under the direction of Richard Lothar. And it seems that Mary was convinced that Elizabeth would assist her in regaining her throne. Elizabeth exercised caution by directing an investigation into the actions of the Confederate lords and the possibility that Mary was indeed responsible for Darnley's death. Because Bolton Castle was farther from the Scottish border, but still not too close to London, English authorities relocated Mary there in the middle of July 1568. Between October 1568 and January 1569, a conference, also called a Commission of Inquiry, was held in York and then Westminster. Her supporters engaged Regent Moray and his successors in a civil war in Scotland. Mary refused to accept that any court could try her because she was an anointed queen above the law. She sent representatives but declined personally to attend the York inquiry. Elizabeth, however, refused to go. Moray used the so-called casket letters, 8 unsigned letters allegedly written by Mary to Bothwell, 2 marriage contracts, and a love sonnet as proof against Mary. According to reports, they were all discovered in a silver gilt coffin that was less than a foot long and adorned with King Francis II's monogram. Mary insisted that they were fakes and denied having ever written them, claiming it was very easy to copy her handwriting. It is, however, generally accepted that they are central to determining whether Mary was partially responsible for Darnley's death. The Duke of Norfolk, who led the commission of inquiry, called them different affectionate ballads and terrible letters. He sent copies to Elizabeth, claiming that they might establish Mary's guilt if they were indeed authentic. Of course, there's considerable debate about it. At this point, it's pretty much impossible to prove. It is possible that Mary's son destroyed the originals, which were written in French in 1584. Whether in French or translated into English, the remaining copies are not a full set. Incomplete printed transcriptions from the 1570s exist in Latin, English, Scots, and French. According to the conclusion of Mary's biographers, including Antonia Fraser, Alison Weir, and John Guy, the documents were either total forgeries or incriminating passages were added to incriminating letters, or Mary wrote the letters to Bothwell, or perhaps somebody else. Although Guy notes that the letters are fragmented and that the French language and grammar used in the sonnets are too inadequate for a writer with Mary's level of education, some of the letters' phrases, such as verses in the Ronsard style, are indeed stylistic elements that are consistent with the known works of Mary. Either way, although the Scottish Privy Council had seen all the casket letters by December 1567, they were not made public until the conference of the following year. The letters supporting Mary's forced abdication and imprisonment were never made public. She had been imprisoned and forced to abdicate for more than a year in Scotland. While following an examination of the contents and comparison of penmanship with samples of Mary's handwritings, most of the commissioners agreed that the letters were authentic. Just as she had desired, Elizabeth declared at the end of the investigation that there was no evidence against Mary or the Confederate lords. Elizabeth did not want Mary found guilty or exonerated of murder for political reasons. The conference was always meant to be a political exercise, with no real intention of moving forward in a judicial manner. And so ultimately, Mary stayed in custody in England, while Moray returned to Scotland as regent. Without denouncing or freeing of her fellow sovereign, Elizabeth was able to keep Scotland's government Protestant. Mary was then transferred to Tutbury Castle on January 26, 1569, and given to the Earl of Shrewsbury and his powerful wife, Bess of Hardwicke. Mary was confined to Shrewsbury's properties, which included Sheffield Castle, Sheffield Manor Lodge, Wingfield Manor, Tutbury, and Chatsworth House. These properties were all in the interior of England, far away from the sea and halfway between Scotland and London. This was because Elizabeth saw Mary's plans for the English throne as a serious threat, and also she really had nowhere to run. Mary was allowed to have her own domestic help, however, and there were always at least 16 of them. To move her possessions from one home to another, she required 30 carts. Fine carpets and tapestries adorned her chambers, and she had embroidered the French phrase, "In my end lies the beginning," on her state cloth. Her own chefs prepared meals with a selection of 32 dishes served on silver plates, and her bed linens were changed every single day. Maybe because she didn't exercise, or perhaps had porphyria again, her health had deteriorated, and by the 1580s she was lame due to severe rheumatism in her limbs. Elizabeth made an effort to broker Mary's restoration in exchange for Protestant religious assurances in May of 1569, but the agreement was soundly rejected by a convention in Perth. Between October 1569 and August 1570, Elizabeth imprisoned Norfolk in the Tower of London, while he persisted in his plans to marry Mary. Moray was assassinated early the next year. He died shortly after a failed uprising in the north of England, led by the Catholic earls, convinced Elizabeth that Mary posed a threat. The anti-Mary forces' strength then increased when English troops entered the Scottish Civil War. With the help of spies stationed in Mary's home, Elizabeth's principal secretary, William Cecil, Lord Burghley, and Sir Francis Walsingham kept a very close eye on her. The Ridolfi plot, which involved replacing Elizabeth with Mary with the aid of Spanish troops and the Duke of Norfolk, was discovered in 1571 by Cecil and Walsingham, who were then England's ambassadors to France. Now, following Norfolk's execution, the English Parliament proposed a bill that would have barred Mary from the throne, but Elizabeth declined to grant royal assent. The casket letters were published in London to discredit Mary. Mary-centered plots persisted. In the latter part of the 1570s, Pope Gregory XIII approved a plan to marry her to John of Austria, an illegitimate half-brother of Philip II of Spain, and the governor of the Low Countries, who was to plan the invasion of England from the Spanish Netherlands. In 2022, scores of ciphered letters Mary sent to Michel de Castelnau, the French ambassador, were found and decrypted. Following the Throckmorton plot in 1583, Walsingham, who is currently the Queen's principal secretary, introduced the Act for the Queen's Safety and Bond of Association, which authorized the execution of anyone who conspired against Elizabeth and sought to stop a presumed successor from making money off her murder. Mary suggested an association with her son James in 1584. She declared that she was prepared to give up her pretenses for the English crown, stay in England, and retire after rejecting the Pope's excommunication bill. A league of offensive plays against France was another offer she made. She accepted that there should be no change in religion, agreed that James should marry with Elizabeth's knowledge, and suggested a general amnesty for Scotland. Her sole request was that the circumstances of her imprisonment be immediately improved. After initially supporting the plan, James turned against it and signed an alliance treaty with Elizabeth, leaving his mother behind. Because Elizabeth did not believe Mary would stop scheming against her during the negotiations, she also rejected the association. Thomas Morgan, Mary's agent, was implicated in William Parry's February 1585 conviction for conspiring to kill Elizabeth without Mary's knowledge. Mary was then transferred to Sir Amias Paulet for more strict custody in April. She was transferred to a moated manor house at Chartley for Christmas. August 11th, 1586, Mary was arrested while riding and taken to Tixall Hall in Staffordshire after being linked to the Babington plot. Walsingham had personally caused Mary's letters to be smuggled out of Chartley in an effort to trap her. Mary was tricked into believing the letters were safe, but Walsingham actually decoded and read them. It is evident from these letters that Mary had approved of Elizabeth's attempted murder. And so after a 4-day journey that ended on September 25th, Mary was transferred to Fotheringhay Castle. A court of 36 noblemen, including Cecil, Shrewsbury, and Walsingham, tried her for treason in October, under the Act for the Queen's Safety. Of course, Mary vehemently refuted all the accusations. She advised the doctors, "Look to your consciences, and remember that the theatre of the whole world is wider than the kingdom of England." She protested that she had been denied access to legal counsel, that she had been denied the chance to examine the evidence, that her papers had been taken from her, and that she could not be found guilty of treason because she was a foreign anointed queen and had never been an English subject. Well, that's a loophole, isn't it? I suppose it's a good point. Well, it wasn't good enough. On October the 25th, she was found guilty and given the death penalty. Only one commissioner, Lord Zouch, voiced any opposition. Mary was informed that she would be put to death the following morning at Fotheringhay on the evening of February 7th, 1587. In the final hours of her life, she wrote her will and a letter to the King of France, distributed her possessions to her family, and prayed. Black cloth was used to cover the scaffold that was set up in the great hall. Reached by 2 or 3 steps, it was equipped with the block, 3 stools for her and the Earls of Kent and Shrewsbury, who were present to watch the execution, and a cushion on which she could kneel. As was customary for the executioner to ask the pardon of the person being executed, Bull and his assistant knelt before her and begged her for forgiveness. Mary responded, "I forgive you with all my heart, for now I hope you shall make an end to all my troubles." The executioners, along with her servants Jane Kennedy and Elizabeth Curl, assisted Mary in taking off her outer garments, exposing a velvet petticoat and sleeves in crimson brown, the Catholic Church's liturgical colour of martyrdom, with a black satin bodice and black trimmings. Never had such a grooms before, nor ever put off her clothes before such a company, Mary said with a smile as she undressed. Kennedy blindfolded her with a gold-embroidered white veil, knelt on the cushion in front of the block she placed her head on, and extended her arms. Her final statement, "Into thy hands, O Lord, I commend my spirit." But a single blow did not decapitate Mary. The first blow hit the back of her head instead of her neck, with the exception of a tiny piece of sinew that the executioner sliced through with the axe. The second blow severed the neck. He then raised her head and proclaimed, "God save the Queen." Mary had very short, grey hair, which was revealed when the auburn tresses in his hand turned out to be a wig, and the head dropped to the ground. Although eyewitness Emmanuel Tomascon omits these details from his exhaustive report. Cecil's nephew, who witnessed the execution, told his uncle that after she died her lips stirred up and down a quarter of an hour after her head was cut off. Elizabeth was furious when she learned of the execution, and claimed that the Privy Council had acted without her consent, and that Davidson had broke her orders not to give up the warrant. Elizabeth was given plausible deniability, to try to avoid the direct stain of Mary's blood because of her hesitation and purposely ambiguous instructions. after being detained and cast into the Tower of London. Davidson was convicted of misprision. After Walsingham and Cecil pleaded on his behalf, he was freed 19 months later. Before being buried in the Protestant service of Peterborough Cathedral in late 1587, her body was embalmed and kept safe in a lead coffin. Her request to be buried in France was denied. Her entrails, which were taken out during the embalming procedure, were interred secretly at Fotheringay Castle. When her son, King James, ordered her to be reburied at Westminster Abbey across from Elizabeth's tomb in 1612, her body was exhumed. In an effort to determine where her son, James of England, was buried, her tomb was opened in 1867. Alfred the Great, the King of Wessex from 871 to 899, and one of the most celebrated English monarchs. His reign marked a series of vigorous military campaigns against the Viking invaders who had overrun much of England. He's particularly noted for his defense of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of southern England against these invaders, becoming the only English king ever to be awarded the epithet the Great. But that wasn't all. He also initiated wide-ranging reforms that included the revival of learning and education that laid the groundwork for the renaissance of literature and arts in his kingdom. And if that wasn't enough, his legal reforms solidified the administration of justice, and he's also credited with the foundation of the English Navy. If you want to learn about Alfred the Great, then you're in the right place today. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, it's great to have you back here again. As always, if you like what I do and would like to support the channel and keep me going, link to the Patreon is in the description. Otherwise, let YouTube know that you want more people to see the video and enjoy the content by liking, subscribing, and perhaps leaving your comments down below. Now, with all that out of the way, I'd like you to get yourself relaxed, and we're going to begin our full biography of Alfred the Great. Let's start by tracing his family lineage. Alfred the Great's grandfather, Egbert, ascended to the throne of Wessex in 802, establishing what seemed an unlikely dynasty, given the turbulent history of West Saxon succession. Prior to Egbert, for 2 centuries, the throne had seen a kind of revolving door of different families, none of them really having any direct father-to-son succession. Egbert, who traced his paternal lineage to Cerdic, the founder of the dynasty, was considered an aetheling. That's the word for someone eligible to be king. His reign marked a turning point, because after him, being a descendant of Cerdic alone was insufficient to claim aetheling status. Well, under Egbert's rule, Wessex got stronger and rose to prominence, notably after his defensive victory against Mercia at the Battle of Ellendoon in 825, which effectively ended Mercian dominance in southern England. This victory led to an alliance between Wessex and Mercia, crucial for future defenses against the Viking incursions, which at this time were becoming more of a problem than internal issues. Egbert's influence expanded as he took control over Kent, Essex, Surrey, and Sussex, leading him to appoint his son Aethelwulf as the King of Kent. Now onto this Viking threat, which became more pronounced during Egbert's reign, culminating in various battles, including a notable victory at Hingston Down in 838 against a combined force of Cornishmen and Vikings, which solidified Egbert's control over Cornwall. Well, upon Egbert's death in 839, his son Aethelwulf ascended to the throne, continuing his father's policies, and of course facing ongoing Viking challenges. Aethelwulf's reign saw significant military engagements also, including the notable Battle of Aclear in 851, where he and his son Aethelwald inflicted a massive defeat on the Vikings. The transition of power from Aethelwulf to his sons was quite smooth, with his territories divided among them, ensuring a continuation of his lineage and policies. Aethelbald and Aethelbert, his sons, successively ruled Wessex and Kent, eventually uniting them under a single crown. So that's the background. Let's get on to Alfred the Great, whose early life was marked by a significant event that underscored his interest in learning and intellectual pursuits. A Welsh monk, Acer, and Alfred's contemporary biographer, records an anecdote from Alfred's childhood, where he won a book of English poetry. This prize was offered by his mother to whichever of her sons could memorize it first. Alfred, who was not yet literate and had his mother read to him until her death when he was around 6 years old, eventually learned to read at the age of 12, demonstrating early signs of scholarly inclinations. And indeed, at the time, it was a big deal in and of itself to learn how to read. Well, in 853, Alfred's royal status was further highlighted when they sent him to Rome. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Pope Leo IV confirmed him and anointed him as king. However, this episode has been subject to various interpretations. Historians in Victorian times mistakenly took this anointing as a form of anticipatory coronation, speculating that it was preparation for his future ascension to the throne. Such an interpretation is considered kind of unlikely today, since Alfred had 3 living elder brothers at the time, marking his immediate succession somewhat improbable. It is more plausible that the title conferred by Pope Leo IV referred to a designation as consul, a title of honor rather than a papal preparation for kingship. During his time in Rome, Alfred may have also spent time at the court of Charles the Bold, that was the king of the Franks at the time, which of course would have provided him with exposure to wider European politics and the culture of the mainland. After his return from Rome, Alfred witnessed the turbulent political shifts in Wessex. His father, Aethelwulf, was deposed by Alfred's elder brother Aethelbald in 856. The resolution of this conflict involved a power-sharing agreement, where Aethelbald retained control of the western shires of Wessex, and Aethelwulf the eastern part. Now, upon Aethelwulf's death in 858, the kingship of Wessex passed successively to Alfred's brothers, Aethelbald, Aethelbert, and Aethelred. Each of these successions moved Alfred closer to the throne. Now, Alfred the Great's early public life was largely unrecorded during the reigns of his elder brothers. But it was not until the significant threat posed by more Viking invasions that Alfred's role became somewhat more pronounced. In 865, when Alfred was around 16 years old, the Great Heathen Army, a formidable group of Danes, landed in East Anglia with ambitions to conquer the various kingdoms of Anglo-Saxon England. It was this period that marked the beginning of Alfred's formal public involvement in royal affairs, coinciding with the accession of his brother Aethelred, who wasn't much older. He was only 18. During the reign of Aethelred, Bishop Acer bestowed upon Alfred the title of Secundarius. This title suggested a role akin to that of a tanist, a recognized heir apparent who was closely associated with the king, ready to assume leadership if the time was necessary. This was particularly important given how volatile and dangerous things were getting, when the risk of a king falling in the heat of battle was ever more of a threat. Such arrangements were not uncommon among Germanic peoples, reflecting a tradition of establishing clear lines of succession to prevent disputes and ensure continuity of leadership during periods of crisis. By 868, the Viking threat had escalated significantly, leading Alfred to go out and fight alongside Aethelred in an unsuccessful attempt to prevent the Danes, led by Ivar the Boneless, from invading the neighboring kingdom of Mercia. This period was marked by frequent and fierce conflicts with the Danes, who advanced into Alfred's homeland at the end of 870. The year 871 was particularly tumultuous, featuring a series of battles with varying outcomes, and highlighting the desperate struggle of the Anglo-Saxons against the Viking invaders. One notable engagement was the Battle of Englefield in Berkshire on the 31st of December 870, where Anglo-Saxons achieved quite a victory. However, the success was quickly overshadowed by a devastating defeat at the siege and the subsequent Battle of Reading by Ivar's brother Halfdan Ragnarsson on the 5th of January 871. Despite these setbacks, the Anglo-Saxons managed a victory at the Battle of Ashdown shortly thereafter. Unfortunately, subsequent defeats at Basing on the 22nd of January and Merton on the 22nd of March further demoralized Aethelred's forces. Aethelred's death in April of 871 brought Alfred to the forefront, as he succeeded his brothers as king during a time of great national crisis. In the April of 871, upon the death of his brother King Aethelred, Alfred officially ascended to the throne of Wessex, amidst the existential threat posed by the Danes. Despite Aethelred leaving behind two young sons, Aethelhelm and Aethelwold, the succession of Alfred was uncontested, likely due to the dire circumstances and Alfred's adult status, which was critical for leadership during ongoing warfare. The smooth transition was supported by a previous agreement made with Swinburg, where Aethelred and Alfred had resolved that the survivor between them would inherit their father, King Aethelwald's personal properties, leaving their respective children with only the lands settled upon them. Alfred's initial days of king were marred by immediate military changes. While engaged in the funeral rites for Ethelred, the Danes seized the opportunity to strike, defeating the Saxons first in Alfred's absence at the Battle of Wilton in May of 871. The loss of Wilton dashed any hopes of quickly expelling the invaders from Wessex, compelling Alfred to negotiate a peace, the terms of which were not detailed in the historical record, but we do know that they included an agreement by the Vikings to leave the realm. Following the peace agreement, the Viking forces withdrew to London for winter, marking a temporary halt to their advance. Historical evidence suggests that Alfred likely had to pay a substantial amount of silver to persuade the Vikings to retreat, a common practice of the time, as evidenced by similar actions in Mercia the following year. The respite, however, was brief, as in 876 the Danes, led by Guthrum, Oscetal, and Anwend, bypassed the Saxon defences to seize Wareham in Dorset. Alfred's attempts to reclaim Wareham through a blockade ended in a negotiated peace involving the exchange of hostages and oaths on a sacred ring. However, the Danes soon violated this peace, killing the hostages and retreating back to Exeter. Alfred's strategic persistence was evident in his blockade of the Danish ships at Exeter, which, coupled with a fortuitous storm, led to the Danish capitulation. They withdrew to Mercia, but resumed their aggression in January of 878 with a surprise attack on Chippenham, where Alfred was residing for Christmas. This attack forced Alfred into a dire situation, fleeing to the marshes of Somerset, where he established a base at Athelney. It was from there that Alfred orchestrated a guerrilla war against the Danes, culminating in a significant victory at the Battle of Edington in 878. Following the victory, he besieged the Danish stronghold at Chippenham, leading to their surrender and Guthrum's conversion to Christianity, a notable event where Guthrum and his chiefs were baptized, with Alfred as a sponsor. The aftermath of these events led to the formalization of boundaries between Alfred's Wessex and Guthrum's East Anglia with the Treaty of Wedmore, and later the Treaty of Alfred and Guthrum, which delineated the Danelaw boundary and reaffirmed Alfred's control over London. These treaties marked a turning point in Alfred's reign, establishing a relatively stable boundary and allowing for a focus on internal consolidation and cultural advancements in his kingdom. This period of relative peace was crucial for Alfred's establishment of legal and educational reforms that would underpin the resurgence of Wessex and the eventual unification of England under his descendants. Following the Treaty of Alfred and Guthrum around 880, which substantially mitigated the threat from Guthrum by settling his forces in East Anglia, King Alfred of Wessex experienced a period of relative peace. However, it did not signal the end of Viking incursions in England. The army that had wintered in Fulham during 878–79 left for the continent and continued their operations there until around 892. Despite the treaty, The 880s were marked by persistent local raids along the coast of Wessex. In one notable incident in 882, Alfred engaged in a naval battle against 4 Danish ships, managing to destroy 2 and capture the remaining 2. This engagement was part of a broader pattern of smaller skirmishes that Alfred contended with, similar to those that had occurred for decades. Now, the relationship between Alfred and the papacy during this time also strengthened. In 883, Pope Marinus gained a tax exemption to the Saxon quarter in Rome, likely in response to Alfred's commitment to send annual alms to Rome, a practice that may have laid the foundation for the medieval tax known as Peter's pence. Additionally, Alfred received sacred relics from the Pope, including what was believed to be a piece of the true cross. Well, despite all of these moments of peace and all of the little gifts, Alfred was forced to address a significant Danish raid and more incursions. In 885, a considerable Viking force raided Kent, seizing the city of Rochester and constructing a temporary fortification. Alfred's response was swift. He mobilized an Anglo-Saxon force that drove the Danes back to their ships. They eventually fled to another part of Britain, and by the following summer, they had completely left the country. The ongoing threat posed by the Danes prompted Alfred to take proactive measures. Shortly after the raid on Rochester, he dispatched his fleet to East Anglia, ostensibly for plunder, according to his biographer Asser, though this rationale is debatable. The expedition encountered a Danish fleet of around 13 or perhaps up to 16 ships, which led to a naval battle in which Alfred's forces triumphed and captured a considerable amount of spoil. However, as Alfred's fleet attempted to depart, they were ambushed at the mouth of the river Stour by a Danish force, resulting in a defeat for the weakened Anglo-Saxon fleet. In 886, Alfred made significant strides in urban recovery and defense by reoccupying and beginning the restoration of London. He entrusted its care to his son-in-law, Aethelred, the Earldoman of Mercia. During this time, Alfred notably changed his title to King of the Anglo-Saxons, reflecting a broader sphere of influence beyond Wessex. The refurbishment efforts in London likely included a new street layout and strengthening of its defences, possibly extending the existing Roman fortifications and adding new ones along the south bank of the Thames River. By 888, 2 years later, Alfred's leadership had garnered the allegiance of the Saxon people across what was likely then a rather fragmented England. This period also saw the deaths of prominent figures like Aethelred, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and in 889, Guthrum, also known as Aethelstan after his baptism. Alfred's one-time adversary turned ally and the ruler of East Anglia. Guthrum's death created a power vacuum that attracted new contenders for control and, of course, altered the politics of the region. The peaceful interlude was broken in the 890s, when Viking forces, finding their European holdings unsatisfactory, launched another major incursion into England. In 892, or perhaps early 893, a large contingent of Danes, including families, indicating plans for a settlement, split into two groups and fortified themselves in Kent, at Appledore and Milton, under leaders including the notorious Hastin. Despite ongoing negotiations, the Vikings from Appledore initiated a series of movements that led them into conflict with Alfred's forces directly. Initially repelled and forced to give hostages at Thorney, they soon regrouped with their comrades at Shoebury after additional defeats. Alfred, upon learning of a simultaneous siege on Exeter and another location in North Devon, swiftly mobilized to relieve Exeter and successfully lifted the siege. The Danes' subsequent maneuvers across England were strategically countered by Alfred and his ealdormen, culminating in their blockade and near starvation at Bootington. The Danish forces ultimately retreated to Chester, where they endured a harsh winter with very few supplies, courtesy of Alfred's scorched earth tactics. By 894 or 95, the Vikings were compelled to withdraw to Essex due to food shortages. In a strategic shift, Alfred decided to block their escape routes on the Thames and Lee rivers, forcing them to abandon their positions and move to Quatbridge near Bridgenorth. By 897, exhausted and unable to sustain their campaigns, the remaining Danish forces either settled in Northumbria and East Anglia or returned back home to the continent, marking a significant downturn in the large-scale Viking threats to Alfred's realm. The Anglo-Saxon military system that King Alfred inherited was traditionally built on the levy of local militias known as the Fyrd, that's F-Y-R-D, where each freedman was required to serve and face severe penalties for non-compliance. This system, which had been effective in its time, proved to be insufficient against the tactics employed by Danish invaders, who utilized quick raids from fortified bases, leading to significant challenges for the Anglo-Saxons who struggled with mobilization and logistics. Under King Ian of Wessex's law code around 694, the penalties for neglecting military service were harsh, reflecting the importance of military readiness. Landholding nobles could face fines of up to 120 shillings and forfeiture of land, a significant deterrent aimed at maintaining a ready and responsive military force. However, the Viking raids of the 9th century exposed the vulnerabilities of this defense system. The Danes' strategy of utilizing fortified bases and quick raids and retreats gave them a tactical advantage over the Anglo-Saxons, who traditionally massed in shield walls for direct combat in the open area. The static nature of the Anglo-Saxon response often led them to being outmaneuvered and their resources drained during prolonged engagements. Recognizing these issues, Alfred initiated comprehensive military reforms following his victory at Edington in 878. Inspired possibly by his observations of Carolingian strategies against similar threats and the existing fortification systems in Mercia, Alfred implemented a more centralized approach to defense and military readiness. This included the development of a network of burhs, that's a word for fortified town, and the reorganization of the Fyrd into a more mobile and standing army that could respond more swiftly to threats. Additionally, Alfred established a small naval fleet to better secure the waterways and coasts against the Viking fleets. Alfred also reformed the administrative and taxation systems to support these military reforms. The Trinota Necessitas required landholders to fulfill military service, participate in fortress work, and maintain bridges, essential duties that supported both defense and also infrastructure. The Hide, a land measurement unit representing the land needed to support a family, became the basis for assessing these obligations. Landowners were thus conscripted into military service based on the size of their holdings, ensuring a reliable source of manpower for the king's campaigns. Alfred's military reforms included the establishment of a network of fortified sites known as burhs. These were situated approximately 30 kilometers apart in strategic locations, allowing forces to respond quickly to any attack within a day's march. The Burgal Hittij, a contemporary document, details these defenses, specifying the number of men required for each burh's maintenance based on its size, a system that reflected a sophisticated approach to logistical planning in military defense. The burhs themselves, of course, varied significantly in form and size, from refurbished Roman towns like Winchester, enhanced with additional fortifications, to newly built earthwork fortifications like Bertham. The larger fortifications could be quite substantial, as in Winchester, while smaller sites served more as lookout points or minor defensive positions. These fortifications were not isolated, but connected by a network of roads known as herepaths, designed for rapid military communication and deployment. The roads inhibited Viking movements and facilitated the quick assembly of forces from multiple burhs, complicating the raiders' ability to execute their hit-and-run tactics. The Vikings, who were accustomed to quick looting raids followed by retreats to their fortified camps, found it increasingly difficult to penetrate deep into Wessex without facing organized and sustained resistance. Alfred's innovations extended to naval warfare also. Recognizing the importance of naval power in countering Viking threats, Alfred commissioned a fleet of ships that were significantly larger and better designed for combat than the typical Viking vessels. These ships were intended to intercept Viking raiders before they could land, aiming to prevent raids altogether. However, despite their advanced design, Alfred's ships proved less maneuverable in the confined waters, where naval engagements typically occurred, illustrating the practical limitations of his naval innovation. In one notable naval engagement in 896, Alfred's fleet managed to trap several Viking ships at the river's mouth. The engagement highlighted both the strengths and weaknesses of Alfred's naval strategy. His ships succeeded in blocking the Vikings' escape and captured or destroyed several enemy vessels, yet their size and design also proved to be a disadvantage, as some of Alfred's ships ran aground. The battle concluded with heavy losses on both sides, but the Vikings' inability to sustain their raiding campaign was a testament to the increasing effectiveness of Alfred's military strategy. Alfred's compilation of the Dombok, or Law Code, is a significant example of early medieval legal practices and the role of kingship in legislative activities. His laws were a blend of earlier Anglo-Saxon laws, biblical texts, and his own additions and reforms. The law code began with an introduction that included translations of biblical laws, such as the Ten Commandments, and excerpts from the Book of Exodus and the Apostolic Letter, which were meant to provide a divine justification for the secular laws that followed. Alfred's Code was notable not just for its content, but also for its structure and the rationale behind it. The code was organized into 120 chapters, mirroring the age of Moses at his death and symbolically linking Alfred's laws into the Mosaic Law, emphasizing a continuity from divine law to human secular legislation. This symbolic linkage was underscored by the integration of the Apostolic Letter, which reinterpreted Christ's teachings to affirm the law codes of the Old Testament, rather than to replace them, thereby grounding Alfred's legal reforms in a more broader Christian context. Well, what about the laws themselves? Well, they ranged from penalties for breaches of the peace to regulations on public behavior and the management of property. Among these, Alfred emphasized the importance of oath-keeping and the faithful execution of legal commitments as foundational to societal order and justice. The focus reflects Alfred's concern with maintaining social stability and justice through a reliable and respected legal system. However, the laws were not merely practical. They also served an ideological purpose. They were intended as a manifesto of Christian kingship, presenting Alfred not only as a secular ruler, but as a divinely guided legislator whose authority was modeled on biblical prophets and kings. This is evident from his introduction, which stresses the king's role in defining and enforcing just laws as a reflection of God's will. Despite their comprehensive nature, the laws sometimes conflicted with those of his predecessors, like the aforementioned King Ine of Wessex, which suggests that the Domboc was also a statement of political authority aimed at consolidating legal practices and enhancing the king's role as the central figure in governance. Alfred's reforms extended beyond lawmaking into the realm of judicial administration. He took an active interest in judicial proceedings and insisted on reviewing decisions made by his ealdormen and reeves, emphasizing the need for fairness and the careful application of laws. His insistence that judges be literate so that they could engage with the laws directly illustrates his unique commitment to a knowledgeable and effective judiciary. His commitment to reviving learning and religious life in Wessex during his reign was a multifaceted endeavor, aimed at restoring the cultural and spiritual foundations of his kingdom in the wake of the devastating Viking invasions. This initiative was not only a response to the physical and economic damage inflicted by the raids, but also addressed a perceived moral and educational decline that Alfred believed had weakened the kingdom. Recruitment of scholars. Understanding the importance of knowledge and education in governance and society, Alfred looked beyond Wessex for intellectual support. He attracted scholars from Mercia, Wales, and even the continent, enhancing the intellectual environment of his court. And these scholars were pivotal in Alfred's court school and his broader educational reforms. Establishment of a court school. His establishment of a court school was a landmark in Anglo-Saxon education. It served not only his children, but also the children of the nobility and promising students of lesser birth. The curriculum was comprehensive, including both Latin and Old English, and focused on writing and the arts. This initiative reflected Alfred's recognition of the role of education in leadership and governance, and aimed to cultivate a learned advisory class. Focus on clerical education. Alfred's efforts extended to clerical education, emphasizing the need for a knowledgeable and effective clergy capable of guiding the spiritual life of the community. He distributed translations of key religious texts, such as Gregory the Great's Pastoral Care, to ensure that priests were well prepared for their pastoral duties. Now, this also involved using bishops as royal officials and even judges, which blurred the lines between the secular and spiritual authority, but also leveraged their roles to strengthen the kingdom's administrative and judicial systems. Manuscript production and learning. The revival of learning in general under Alfred also meant the revival of manuscript production, which had suffered greatly due to Viking attacks, especially at Lindisfarne. Churches and monastic schools were the centers of learning and manuscript production, and their destruction had a severe impact on education. Alfred's support for these institutions was crucial in restoring their educational function. Do remember that this was long before the printing press. If you wanted a book, it had to be wrote by hand. But they took a great deal of pride in doing this. And, well, they're fun to look through. Challenges and legacy. Despite all of these efforts, Alfred faced significant challenges. The scale of destruction brought by the Viking invasions meant that the rebuilding was going to be slow and arduous. The educational decline had been severe, and many church lands had been lost or were under threat. Alfred's pragmatic approach sometimes involved reallocating church lands to defend against further Viking attacks, which shows the difficult choices he faced in balancing his spiritual obligations with the practicalities of defense. Well, all in all, Alfred's revival of learning was not merely about restoring old institutions, but adapting and strengthening them against future threats. His strategic establishment of educational and religious centers, along with his fostering of a learned class, contributed to the cultural administrative resurgence that would characterize later Anglo-Saxon England. This period laid the groundwork for the intellectual flourishing of the 10th century and beyond, making Alfred not just a warrior king, but also a patron of education, whose legacy shaped English identity and governance long after his reign. The reforms reflect a visionary approach, blending pragmatic governance with a profound respect for learning and education, aimed at revitalizing a society that was so weakened by warfare and cultural decline. His push to establish schools and promote literacy among the English nobility and free men, especially for its time, was nothing short of revolutionary. By advocating for primary education in English, Alfred made learning accessible to a broader segment of society, not just the ecclesiastical elite. This policy not only democratized knowledge, but also fortified a cultural identity that united his people against external threats. His focus on educating those in positions of authority, ensuring they could fulfill their roles with wisdom and justice, was particularly astute, linking the stability of his realm directly to the education of its leaders. Alfred's translation initiative, where he targeted essential texts for translation from Latin into English, was pivotal in preserving and extending knowledge. The works chosen, including philosophical and religious texts, were intended to provide moral guidance, but also practical wisdom to the people. This effort not only made significant knowledge accessible, but also helped in establishing a vernacular literature that would influence English culture for generations. The translations of these works, often termed Alfredian, if not directly penned by him, underscore his role as a patron of scholars and scholarship. His personal involvement in the translation of these works, like Gregory the Great's pastoral care, illustrates his personal commitment to the people's spiritual and moral welfare. This work in particular, circulated widely among bishops, was intended to enhance the care of pastors across Wessex, directly reflecting his policy of using spiritual authority to reinforce the stability of society. His translations are marked by an intent to clarify and adapt the original texts to reflect the local needs and modern realities, often incorporating his own interpretations and additions that align with his philosophic and kingly responsibilities. Thus, the lasting impact of Alfred's educational reforms is evident in the sustained production of literature and the maintenance of a learned culture in the centuries that followed. Manuscripts from this time became foundational texts in English religious and philosophical thought. Moreover, Alfred's establishment of a court school laid the groundwork for educational institutions that would eventually emerge in medieval England, fostering a tradition of educated governance. His death on October the 26th, 899, at the age of 50 or perhaps 51, marked the end of a reign that significantly shaped England. His death, attributed to a painful and chronic illness that modern doctors suspect may have been either Crohn's disease or hemorrhoids, highlights the human side of a king, often revered for his military and scholarly achievements, just as vulnerable as the rest of us. After his death, Alfred was initially laid to rest at the Old Minster in Winchester alongside his wife, Ailswith, and later his son, Edward the Elder. In life, he had planned for a more permanent family mausoleum, leading to the construction of the new minster in Winchester. His foresight for a family burial place shows his commitment to his own family and understanding of legacy, which was not just about kingship, but also establishing a familial dynasty. However, the turmoil of the subsequent centuries saw Alfred's remains, and those of his family, exhumed and moved multiple times. About 4 years after his death, as the new minster was completed, his and his family's bodies were relocated there. This rest was unfortunately disrupted by the Norman conquest of 1066, which led to widespread demolition of Anglo-Saxon structures, including the new minster. The monks, foreseeing the destruction, preemptively moved the royal remains to Hyde Abbey, a new site they established to the north of the city. Hyde Abbey's fate was sealed during the dissolution of the monasteries under Henry VIII. In 1538, the abbey was demolished and its materials repurposed for local construction. Mirroring the fate of many religious sites at this period. The site was then used for agriculture until 1788, when it was earmarked for a new jail. During the preparation of the site for constructions, convicts unearthed numerous stone coffins, including those believed to belong to Alfred and his family. The discovery was overseen by Dr. Milner, who lamented the desecration in his writings, noting the disrespectful treatments of the remains and associated artifacts by convicts, who sold what they could for a quick profit. This was not, however, the final indignity for Alfred's remains. The jail built over his supposed resting place was demolished between 1846 and 1850. Subsequent archaeological investigations in 1866 and 1897 tried, unsuccessfully, to conclusively locate Alfred's remains. In 1866, an amateur antiquarian claimed to recover the bones from the site, which were buried by the vicar of St. Bartholomew's Church in an unmarked grave. Modern archaeological efforts in 1999 at the site of Hyde Abbey unearthed foundations and some bones, initially hoped to be Alfred's, but later proven not to be. In 2013, in the light of new interest sparked by the identification of Richard III's remains, the bones in the unmarked grave were exhumed and placed in secure storage for further analysis. However, radiocarbon dating revealed that they were from the 1300s, thus not Alfred's. In 2014, a pelvis bone found in the 1999 excavation was dated to Alfred's period, suggesting that it might belong to him or perhaps his son Edward, though this remains, to this point, unproven. Well, thank you very much for listening again. It's been a pleasure. And that was the life of Alfred the Great, a ruler who certainly deserves a lot more attention. The Peasants Revolt of 1381, a major uprising across large parts of England, triggered by socio-economic and political tensions caused by the Black Death, high taxes, and general instability within the feudal system. The revolt itself was sparked by the imposition of a poll tax, which was seen as unfair and excessive by the common people. It reached its climax when the peasants marched on London, presenting their demands directly to King Richard II. What happened next? You're about to find out, aren't you? Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do, links to Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, give YouTube a shove in the right direction by liking, commenting, and subscribing, and they'll push it out to a broader audience. Now, without further ado, I'd like you to get relaxed, and we're going to learn all about the Peasants' Revolt. The Peasants' Revolt was deeply rooted in the economic and social upheaval of the 14th century. As this century began, the majority of the English population were engaged in agriculture, supporting both local consumption and international trade. The societal structure was predominantly organized around manors, which were managed by local lords, including gentry and the church, and governed by manorial courts. Within this system, the population was divided between free individuals and unfree serfs, the latter bound to their lords' lands for part of each year. Though things got a little bit different when the Black Death arrived in 1348, which killed an estimated 50% of the population. The subsequent labor shortage led to increased wages and also diminished landowner profits, disrupting established economic and social orders. The government responded with legislation, namely the Ordinance of Labourers in 1349 and the Statute of Labourers in 1351, which aimed to cap wages at pre-plague levels and penalized labor mobility, but enforcement was biased and primarily targeted laborers. Well, you can imagine that after the Black Plague, with so many jobs available and not many people to fill them, people could generally choose where they wanted to go. The script had flipped. And if one peasant heard that another manor was offering a slightly higher wage because they simply could not find people to work, then they would simply move and keep moving to find a better deal, trading their labor and time to the highest bidder. Sounds fair, doesn't it? But was there somebody you forgot to ask? Well, before you make any extra money, it's best that you clear it up with the government and see if they think it's okay. Well, spoiler alert, back in 1349, they did not think it was okay. So, the peasants found themselves back on their pre-plague wages. You see, these regulations, that Ordinance of Labourers and Statute of Labourers, combined with the local gentry enforcing the laws, certainly managed to heighten tensions, let's put it that way. Over the next few decades, the peasantry began to experience an increase in economic opportunities. Some moved into specialized roles or shifted between employers, leveraging the high demand for laborers. Of course, they couldn't enforce the law everywhere. Well, despite the legal barriers, many serfs simply left their manors in search for better opportunities, and they found it. It was pretty easy to find employment elsewhere, even though it was illegal. But who else are they going to find to till the fields? Well, by the 1380s, despite the government intervention, wages had risen significantly, and it increased the purchasing power of rural labourers by about 40%. In response to these economic gains, Parliament enacted sumptuary laws in 1363 to restrict the consumption of luxury goods to the elite, though these were largely unenforceable. I mean, people weren't going to be turning away sales from people whose money was as good as anybody else's, class notwithstanding. However, the labour laws remained strictly enforced, contributing to the growing discontent that would eventually lead to the Peasants' Revolt. This revolt was not just a spontaneous outburst, but a culmination of decades of economic pressure, restrictive legislation, and class tension. The conduct of the 100 Years' War was a significant factor contributing to the Peasants' Revolt. The war, initiated by Edward III in 1377 to assert his claims to the French throne, placed a continuous financial strain on England. Despite early victories, the conflict dragged on and on inconclusively, leading to increased military and financial pressures, especially evident by the 1370s. The maintenance of English forces in Calais and Brest was particularly costly, consuming vast sums annually. But upon Edward's death in 1377, his grandson, Richard II, ascended the throne, albeit only at the age of 10. His regency government, led by influential figures like John of Gaunt, grappled with the ongoing financial demands of the war. Traditional forms of taxation, which targeted movable possessions, increasingly failed to meet these demands due to outdated assessment rules and the demographic shifts that were caused by the Black Death. In response, the government introduced the poll tax of 1377, a flat-rate tax on every individual above the age of 14. This new tax aimed to broaden the tax base, but was naturally met with widespread unpopularity and resistance, raising only a fraction of the needed funds. Subsequent attempts to levy additional funds through the poll tax in 1379 and 1380 faced similar challenges, with rampant evasion and diminishing returns exacerbating the crown's fiscal woes. The situation reached a crisis point in the year 1380, when Parliament convened to address this dire financial state, marked by a failing war effort, collapsing international trade, and the looming threat of sovereign default. The Commons, though sympathetic to the young king, were increasingly critical of the Royal Council's management of funds and suspected corruption. Despite these concerns, a third poll tax was enacted, requiring even more from the populace, at a time where they didn't have anything to give. While the implementation of this third tax, which was particularly aggressive in its collection, heightened tensions significantly. Royal commissioners were dispatched with extraordinary powers to enforce compliance, deeply intruding into local communities, especially in the southeast of England. This heavy-handed approach, combined with ongoing financial strain and social unrest, set the stage for an explosion as the populace reached its breaking point under the weight of incessant taxation and administrative and government overreach. Really makes you think. The decades leading up to 1381 were marked by significant social unrest, particularly in London, a hotbed of discontent due to various issues. The city at this time was troubled by the expansion of the royal legal system, especially in the Marshalsea Court in Southwark, which encroached on the judicial authority traditionally held by city officials. the tension was exacerbated by the local population's animosity towards foreigners, particularly Flemish weavers, and also towards figures like John of Gaunt, whose support of the controversial religious reformer John Wycliffe and conflicts with the city's elite stirred public resentment. The city elite themselves were embroiled in a fierce internal struggle for power, contributing to a volatile and divided ruling class in the year 1381. In the rural southeast, discontent was fueled by the operation of serfdom and the use of manorial courts to impose fines and levies, with local landowners often doubling as enforcers of unpopular labor laws or royal judges. This led to a decline in community participation in local government, acts of defiance against court orders, and even outright physical assaults on legal officials. There were calls for the establishment of independent village communities that would adhere to traditional laws but operate outside the now detested centralized legal system. Literary figures like William Langland and John Gower reflected societal concerns in their works, warning against the moral and social decline and the potential for revolt. There was a growing fear among the elites about the loyalty of rural workers, especially in the context of a potential French invasion, with concerns that these workers might side with the enemy. This period also saw significant legislation that targeted migrants and expanding conspiracy and treason laws to include domestic servants and wives betraying their masters or husbands. By the 1370s, a moral panic about the loyalty and intentions of newly arrived workers and servants in towns had taken root. The tension eventually escalated into open protest with the Great Rumour of 1377, where rural workers in the southeast and southwest organized themselves, refusing to work for their lords and claiming exemptions based on the Domesday Book. Despite these claims being dismissed by the courts and the king, the dissent grew, leading to increased urban tensions. John of Gaunt's near public lynching in the middle of London, protests across northern England, and uprisings in cities like York where the mayor was ousted highlight the widespread nature of the unrest. In 1380, disturbances continued with tax riots and further protests in western towns like Shrewsbury and Bridgewater. The situation reached a critical point in early 1381, foreshadowed by a great storm in May that many interpreted as an ominous sign of impending upheaval. Thus, the revolt of 1381 began in earnest in Essex, when John Bampton arrived in Brentwood on the 30th of May to investigate the non-payment of the recently imposed tax. Bampton, a member of Parliament and Justice of the Peace, with strong royal connections, summoned representatives from the villages of Corringham, Fobbing, and Stanford-le-Hope to account for their tax shortfalls on the 1st of June. The villagers, organized and armed with whatever they could get their hands on, resisted Bampton's interrogations. Thomas Baker of Fobbing declared that his village had paid their taxes and refused further payment. Attempts by Bampton and his sergeants to arrest Baker led to a violent outbreak, which forced Bampton to flee to London. In the chaos, 3 of Bampton's clerks and several compliant Brentwood jurors were killed. Robert Belknap, the Chief Justice of the Court of the Common Pleas, was then tasked with arresting and dealing with the rebels. News of the revolt began to spread quickly across Essex. A local bailiff, John Jeffrey, rode between Brentwood and Chelmsford, gathering support. By the 4th of June, the rebels convened in Bocking to discuss their plans, growing in numbers as they prepared for their march on London. Some travelled directly, while others moved through Kent. John Raw, a former chaplain turned rebel leader, directed some rebels north towards Suffolk to incite further uprisings and gather more support. Simultaneously, discontent sparked in Kent due to the actions of Sir Simon de Burghley, who had claimed a man named Robert Belling as an escaped serf. Despite attempts to resolve the issue through compensation, Belling was imprisoned in Rochester Castle. This incited a large group from Gravesend to gather in Dartford, then Maidstone, and finally Rochester, where the local populace forcibly freed Belling and took control of the castle without opposition. As some Kentish rebels dispersed, others rallied under Wat Tyler, chosen as their leader during a significant assembly in Maidstone on June the 7th. Tyler, a formidable archer with military experience in France, proved a charismatic and capable leader, quickly shaping the revolt's political direction. Another figure, Jack Straw, was also mentioned as a leader, though his exact identity remains unclear, possibly overlapping with that of Tyler or Raw. Tyler then led the rebels to Canterbury, where they entered without resistance on the 10th of June. They deposed the absent Archbishop Sudbury, secured oaths of allegiance from cathedral monks, and targeted properties associated with the royal council. Suspected adversaries were dragged from their homes and executed, and the city's prison was opened. Tyler then convinced several thousands of rebels to leave Canterbury and advance towards London, intensifying the revolt's momentum as they prepared for a significant confrontation with royal authorities. As the Kentish rebels coordinated their advance with groups from Essex, Suffolk, and Norfolk, they progressed towards London, equipped with an array of weapons including sticks, battle axes, old swords, and bows. During their march, they encountered Lady Joan, the king's mother, who was heading back to London to avoid the upheaval. Although she was subjected to mockery and jeers, she was not harmed. You don't go after someone's mum. It's just not good form. Anyway, the rebels managed to reach Blackheath, which is a little bit southeast of London, by the 12th of June. The news of the uprising had reached King William II at Windsor Castle on the night of June 10th. The following day, he travelled by boat down the River Thames to the safety of the Tower of London, where he was joined by prominent figures, including his mother, Archbishop Sudbury, Sir Robert Hales, the Lord High Treasurer, then the Earls of Arundel, Salisbury, and Warwick, among some other nobles. A delegation led by Thomas Brinton, the Bishop of Rochester, was dispatched from London to negotiate with these rebels, urging them to disperse immediately and return to their homes. At Blackheath, the rebel crowd was addressed by John Ball, a radical preacher and priest from Kent, closely associated with the revolt's leader, Wat Tyler. It's unclear how Ball joined the revolt. He may have been liberated from Maidstone prison by the rebels, or was already free when the revolt began. Either way, Ball delivered a sermon that included the rhetorical question, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then a gentleman?" promoting the idea that no natural social hierarchy justified the serfdom and inequality imposed by the nobility and the church. He emphasized the rebels' significance to King Richard and the true commons of England, indicating their loyalty to the monarchy, but opposition to the king's current advisers. The rebels were unpersuaded by the Bishop of Rochester's plea to disband, and instead prepared to march directly on London. Within the Tower of London itself, discussions ensued about how to possibly manage this rebellion. The king was severely undermanned, having only the Tower's garrison, his bodyguards, and at most a few hundred soldiers at his disposal. Most seasoned military commanders were abroad, and significant forces were stationed in northern England, poised against potential Scottish aggression. English law further complicated the situation, stipulating that only the king himself could lawfully summon local militias, or execute rebels, leaving local lords somewhat hesitant to suppress the uprisings without royal backing and command. Given the unsuccessful negotiations at Blackheath, it was decided that King Richard II should simply go and meet the rebels himself. On the 13th of June, guarded by soldiers on 4 barges, he sailed from the Tower to Greenwich on the southern bank of the Thames to meet with the rebels. The meeting, unfortunately, ended in failure, as Richard was reluctant to come on shore. I wonder why. And the rebels, of course, refused to negotiate unless he did so. Obviously, he thought this was simply a trick, which, well, it may have been. We don't know for sure, but I certainly would not have gotten off that boat if I was Richard. Well, consequently, Richard returned back to the safety of the Tower across the river. Back to the drawing board. On the afternoon of June the 13th, as the revolt began to intensify, the rebels managed to cross from Southwark on to London Bridge. The bridge's defences were opened from the inside, either due to sympathizers of the rebel cause or simply out of fear. Either way, it allowed the rebels to advance into the city. Simultaneously, the rebel force from Essex approached the city, targeting Aldgate on the north side. The gates were opened, either by collaborators or under the pressure of the advancing rebels, facilitating their entry and the spread of the uprising through central London. The Kentish rebels, with a growing list of enemies they wanted the king to surrender for execution, included high-profile national figures such as the aforementioned John of Gaunt, Archbishop Sudbury, and Sir Robert Hales, along with other key members of the Royal Council and officials who had intervened in Kent. Their rampage led them to the Marshalsea prison in Southwark, which they promptly demolished. By this point, the Kent and Essex rebels were joined by many Londoners who were sympathetic and became outright supporters of the revolt. This led to attacks on Fleet and Newgate prisons, and targeting properties that were owned by Flemish immigrants. They were apparently doing a little too well for themselves. The rebels continued their destructive path towards Smithfield and Clerkenwell Priory, the headquarters of the Knights Hospitaller, which was led by Sir Robert Hales. They destroyed the priory and the nearby manor, moving west along Fleet Street. They reached the Temple, a complex of legal buildings and offices owned by the Hospitallers. The rebels then destroyed legal documents and buildings, burning everything in the streets. The most dramatic destruction occurred in the Savoy Palace, the opulent residence of John of Gaunt. Rebels systematically destroyed the interior, burning furnishings, smashing metalwork, and destroying any valuable item they could find. They emphasized that their motives were for justice, not theft, and they didn't steal, they just destroyed or simply discarded the Duke's possessions into the Thames or the city drains. By the evening, the rebels had gathered outside the Tower of London, where King Richard and all of his rich buddies were forced to watch the city burning. On June the 14th, the rebels continued their rampage, moving west along the Thames, targeting houses of officials around Westminster and liberating the prisoners of Westminster Prison. They then returned to central London, setting more buildings on fire and storming Newgate Prison. Their hunt for Flemings continued aggressively. Those with Flemish accents were particularly targeted and killed, including the royal advisor, Richard Lyon. In certain areas of the city, the brutality was worse than others, with the rebels piling up the bodies of executed Flems in the streets as a kind of grim trophy. Meanwhile, trapped in the Tower of London, the royal government was in a state of paralysis and panic. Earlier that morning, Richard left the tower to negotiate with the rebels at Mile End in East London, accompanied only by a small bodyguard. He left behind Sudbury and Hales in the tower, perhaps for their safety or perhaps to distance himself from these unpopular ministers. Along the route, Londoners approached the king with grievances, indicating widespread discontent. At Mile End, the rebels, whose spokespersons' identities remain unclear, presented their demands. First, the execution of certain officials, then the abolition of serfdom and unfree tenure. Also the adherence to the Law of Winchester, which likely advocated self-regulating village communities, and also a general amnesty for the rebels. King Richard responded by issuing charters that announced the abolition of serfdom, which began to be circulated around the country, although he refused to surrender any officials for execution. Well, you give a little, you get a little. Meanwhile, another group of rebels were storming the Tower of London. The gates had rather sillily been left open. That's right, in a time like this. Possibly it was to allow King Richard's return, but instead of Richard coming through the gate, about 400 angry rebels went through, and nobody had the guts to stop them. They quickly located Archbishop Sudbury, Robert Hales, and others, taking them to Tower Hill, where they were executed. Their heads were later displayed on London Bridge. Also, inside the tower, the rebels encountered John of Gaunt's son, the future Henry IV, who narrowly escaped execution thanks to the intervention of John Ferror, a royal guard. The rebels also encountered Lady Joan, the king's mother, and John Holland, Richard's sister, Joan Holland rather. But after once again jeering and mocking them, they let them go unharmed. It seems that executing women is a bridge too far. Well, what a day it was in London, and following this day's chaos, King Richard did not return to the Tower, but instead went to the Great Wardrobe in Blackfriars. There he appointed Richard FitzAlan, Earl of Arundel, as the new Chancellor, replacing Sudbury. He then began strategizing to regain control over the situation. Many of the Essex rebels, satisfied with the king's promises at Mile End, simply began to disperse, leaving Wat Tyler and the Kentish forces as the dominant rebel faction in the city. That evening, Tyler's forces continued their violent spree, targeting employees of John of Gaunt, foreigners, and those associated with the legal system. On June the 15th, amidst the ongoing unrest, Richard II and the remaining discontented rebels agreed to meet at Smithfield, which is just outside of London city walls. The city was still in a state of chaos, with various groups of rebels moving independently. Richard, having prayed at Westminster Abbey, set out for the meeting in the late afternoon, accompanied by a substantial entourage of at least 200 men, which of course included armed guards. The meeting at Smithfield was tense. Richard and his entourage positioned themselves outside of St. Bartholomew's Priory, facing thousands of rebels gathered at the western end of the field. It's likely that the king summoned Wat Tyler to come forward from the crowd. Tyler's approach and his informal manner of addressing the king as his brother were perceived as overly familiar by the royal party. When Richard questioned why Tyler and the rebels had not dispersed after receiving charters the previous day, Tyler brusquely demanded the drafting of a new charter, and he wanted some refreshments reportedly. which were promptly provided. An altercation then ensued between Tyler and some of the king's servants. William Walworth, the Lord Mayor of London, intervened as Tyler made threatening gestures towards the king. In the heat of the moment, either on Richard's or Walworth's order, Tyler was arrested. He reacted by attempting to attack Walworth, who responded by stabbing him. Rolf Standish, a royal squire, then delivered further stabs, fatally wounding Tyler. As tensions escalated and violence seemed imminent, with the rebels readying their weapons, Richard courageously rode toward the crowd, leading them away from the potential explosive situation at Smithfield to Clerkenwell Fields. This, frankly, bold move helped defuse the confrontation. Now back at Smithfield, Walworth, with support from city reinforcements, began to restore order. Tyler's head was severed and displayed on a pole as a grim warning. With Tyler dead, and the London militia now supporting the royal government, the rebellion rapidly began to disintegrate. In recognition of their actions, Richard knighted Walworth and several of his key supporters, consolidating his control over the city and marking the beginning of the end of the Peasants' Revolt. During June 1381, the revolt spread across the east of England, leading to significant uprisings in Suffolk, Hertfordshire, Cambridgeshire, and Norfolk, spearheaded by various local leaders and fueled by widespread dissatisfaction. In Suffolk, John Raw, influential in the Eastern England revolt, led his forces to attack properties belonging to unpopular officials and nobles, gaining support as they progressed. They stormed the wealthy Bury St. Edmund's Abbey, capturing and later executing the disliked prior John Cambridge. Further violence and extortion spread through the region, including the murder of Sir John Cavendish, Chief Justice of the King's Bench. Simultaneously, in Hertfordshire, tensions in St. Albans erupted over long-standing disputes between the town and its powerful abbey. Rebels led by William Grindecob secured a temporary authority from Wat Tyler in London to act against the abbey. They forced Abbot Thomas de la Mare to surrender the abbey's rights and privileges, a victory that saw the destruction of the abbey properties and records across the country. Remember, this is happening in a different part of the country before Wat Tyler's execution. We're just having a look at the other areas away from London. Now, in Cambridgeshire, the revolt targeted the actual University of Cambridge and its affiliations with the privileged clergy, including John of Gaunt. Rebels, backed by the mayor of Cambridge, attacked Corpus Christi College and destroyed the university's library and archives, signaling a rejection of the elite clerical learning. Norfolk saw a coordinated revolt led by Geoffrey Lister, who was a weaver and involved local gentry like Sir Roger Bacon. The rebels assembled outside Norwich, killed Sir Robert Sale, who tried to defend the city, and then looted the city upon gaining entry. The revolt spread throughout the country, with the killing of Flemish immigrants, destruction of court records, and looting of properties. The revolts in Beverley, Leicester, York, Scarborough, and Bridgewater show the widespread unrest across all of England, extending beyond the southeast where the rebellion had originated and somewhat ended abruptly. Well, out in Beverley, tensions between the mercantile elite and the poorer townspeople escalated into violence, leading to a takeover of the town administered by the rebels. This upheaval culminated in arbitration through Archbishop Alexander Neville, highlighting the involvement of high-ranking clergy in attempts to mediate the conflicts. Leicester then prepared itself for an anticipated attack due to its association with John of Gaunt, a prominent target of the rebels. However, luckily for them, the attack never came. It just simply didn't happen. It shows the chaotic nature of the revolt and the spread of rumors that often outpaced actual events. York, on the other hand, experienced significant violence, with attacks on religious institutions and properties. The city saw a brief takeover by armed men under John de Gisborne, indicating that the rebellion's influence reached far into the north and disrupted local governance. Scarborough's response to the news from the south included riots against the ruling elite, characterized by rebels wearing distinctive attire to signify their participation of the revolt. The attack led to the temporary disposition of local officials, and a tax collector nearly got lynched. Lucky for him, he got away. But it's hard to feel bad for tax collectors. Now in Bridgewater, the revolt led by Thomas Ingleby and Adam Bruges saw attacks on religious houses and local gentry, showing the rebels' disdain for not only ecclesiastical but secular authorities, anybody who embodied these social and economic structures that they opposed. Well, either way, the suppression of the Peasants' Revolt was swift and harsh, involving a range of legal and military responses across England. Key figures in the royal government and local nobility rapidly mobilized to restore order, often using force and conducting summary executions. Sir Robert Knowles and Sir Nicholas Brembre, along with other royal appointees, were crucial in reasserting control in the capital and beyond. Henry Despenser, the Bishop of Norwich, took an exceptionally active role, personally leading forces to suppress the revolt in East Anglia. His actions, though effective, were later criticized for their legality and severity. But then again, any means necessary. Thomas of Woodstock and Robert Tressilian were given special commissions to oversee trials across England, utilizing a variety of legal charges to prosecute the rebels. The legal proceedings often relied on dubious methods and heavy-handed tactics. In fact, their actions included a large number of executions that showed little mercy on those involved in the uprising, even if they were only involved by association. Not to mention the widespread use of informants and denunciations, which spread fear among the populace. In fact, at least 1,500 people were executed or killed in battle by November following the revolt. The legal aftermath continued on for years. Some cases even dragged on till 1387. Notable rebel leaders like JSTOR and John Ball were captured and executed, along with many others who played significant roles in the revolt. The execution of John Ball in St. Albans and the trial of John Roar in London show the royal government's determination to make examples of the leaders. Well, what happened after the revolt? Well, the English government and Parliament took steps to re-establish normal governance and address underlying issues that had led to the unrest. As much as you can sort out these issues with a heavy hand, it's still wise to maybe see how it happened in the beginning and address the root causes. On the 30th of June, King Richard ordered England's servants to revert to their previous conditions of service. All the serfs get back to work, and this effectively annulled any concessions that were made during the revolt. By the 2nd of July, the royal charters that had been signed under duress during the uprising were formally revoked, completely putting everyone back to square one. Effectively, I hate to say it, but it was a big waste of time. In November, Parliament convened to deliberate on the year's events and how to address the resultant challenges. The revolt was attributed to the misconduct of royal officials who were accused of aggressive greed and heavy-handedness. The Commons reaffirmed support for the existing labour laws, but they did call for changes within the Royal Council, which Richard agreed to implement. The king also issued general pardons, not to any of the rebels, but to people who had executed the rebels without giving them a proper trial, to all who had remained loyal during the revolt, and yes, to a few rebels themselves, but not those from Bury St. Edmunds, or anyone involved in killing the king's advisors, or anyone who had escaped from prison. And many of the rebels at this time had already died anyway, so there wasn't many rebels left to pardon. Despite the initial harsh suppression, the restoration of order after this was relatively measured. Local lords and government were a little cautious. They were wary of potential further uprisings. Legal reprisals against peasants were largely confined to the courts after this, avoiding direct retribution. Nonetheless, you can't keep a good man down. Low-level unrest persisted in the following years, with incidents in Norfolk in September 1382, and actually a plot against the Sheriff of Devon in March 1383. Significantly, Parliament abandoned the poll tax and refrained from any major fiscal reforms that could provoke further discontent. So that is a small victory. Instead, though, it resolved to reduce military efforts on the continent, leading to a scaling back of England's foreign policy ambitions and more of a push towards peace negotiations. Economically, the institution of serfdom began a decline that was more due to economic forces than the political outcomes of the revolt. The labour market's dynamic shifted again and again as rural wages continued to rise, leading to many lords to either sell serfs' freedoms or convert traditional land tenures to leasehold arrangements. By the 15th century, serfdom had effectively disappeared in England. marking a significant socio-economic transformation initiated in part by the Peasants Revolt of 1381. But those who were facing the immediate aftermath of this and were unfortunately executed or thrown in prison, well, they perhaps did not see it that way. Well, the rebels of the revolt were portrayed by contemporary chroniclers using a broad, derogatory Latin terms such as serviles rustici, servile genus, and rusticias, which depict them as rural serfs. Chroniclers like Knighton acknowledged that the presence of other societal groups, like runaway apprentices and artisans, referred to as the lesser commons. However, subsequent analysis of court records reflect a broad participation beyond simply unfree serfs, and it's led historians to reject this narrow view. The revolt saw participations from urban dwellers too, particularly in London, where the majority of the rebels were simply local townsfolk, not peasants. In some cases, such as York and Bury St. Edmunds, the urban poor joined forces with the rural rebels and blurred the line between the urban and rural discontent. This collaboration was less pronounced in places like Canterbury, where the post-Black Death influx of villagers into towns made distinguishing urban and rural communities pretty much irrelevant. Notably, many of the rebels were literate. That's right, they could read, contradicting the perception of universal illiteracy. And in fact, estimates suggest that between 5 and 15% of England's population at the time could read. It was kind of like, perhaps you had somebody in the household who could read. Might be your father or an older brother, and you would rely on them. But for the time, even if it's 5%, that's not bad. Well, the revolt included a significant number of women as well, as characterized by the use of pseudonyms in communications, which served both to protect individual identities and invoke common cultural values. For instance, the name Piers Plowman for William Langlet's poem was popular among the rebels, symbolizing a connection to a broader social and literary context. Rebel leadership extended to some members of the gentry, for example, Sir Roger Bacon in Norfolk, though some later claimed to have been coerced into participation. It's not my fault. They made me do it. I wonder how well that was believed. And it wasn't just the nobles. The clergy were involved too, with figures such as John Ball and John Raw taking their own prominent roles, driven by a mix of local grievances, economic hardships, and radical beliefs. Well, Edward of Woodstock, also known as Edward the Black Prince, a paragon of medieval knighthood and medieval prowess, whose legend is woven into the fabric of English history. Born in 1330, he was the eldest son of King Edward III of England, and his life was marked by significant military achievements during the 100 Years' War. His leadership at the battles of Crécy and Poitiers not only demonstrated his tactical genius, but also cemented his reputation across all of Europe, which led to his knighthood at the age of 16. Despite his early death at the age of 45, the Black Prince's legacy as a chivalric hero and capable leader continues to endure, embodying the ideals of knighthood and valor of his time. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. If you like what I do and want to support the channel, there's a link to the Patreon in the description. Otherwise, help YouTube push it out to more people by liking, commenting, and subscribing. Now, with that out of the way, get yourself relaxed, because we will begin our history and biography of Edward the Black Prince. Edward was born on the 15th of June of the year 1330 at Woodstock in Oxfordshire, as the eldest son of Edward III and Queen Philippa of Hainault. His birth into royalty came at a time when his father, Edward III, was deeply entrenched in conflicts with France over territorial claims and the French throne itself. This animosity was rooted in familial ties, as Edward III's mother, Queen Isabella of France, was the daughter of Philip IV of France, positioning Edward III and consequently his son in the line of succession for the French crown. The situation escalated when the French king threatened to seize English lands in France, which sparked the 100 Years' War. Queen Philippa, Edward's mother, was the daughter of the Count of Hainault. Her marriage to Edward was orchestrated by Queen Isabella, who sought to secure Hainault's military and financial support to overthrow her husband, Edward II. The union was fruitful, producing 13 children, with Edward being the firstborn. Edward III ascended to the throne at the tender age of 14, after his father, Edward II, was deposed in 1327 by Isabella and the English nobility, due to Edward II's failed leadership and military defeats, particularly against the Scots. In an effort to reclaim lost territories, Edward III initiated military campaigns that mirrored the aggressive strategies of his grandfather, Edward I. His efforts culminated in the decisive Battle of Halidon Hill in 1333, where he avenged the earlier humiliating defeat at Bannockburn and restored English dominance over Scotland. This victory solidified Edward III's reputation as a formidable leader and earned him the epithet Great Champion of the English nation. Now, on to the young prince, whose upbringing was marred by the political and military dynamic of the time. On September 10th, Edward III allocated an annual allowance from the profits of the county of Chester for his son's maintenance, and by February 25, 1331, these funds were entirely assigned to Queen Philippa for the upbringing of both Edward and his sister Eleanor. In July of 1331, amidst ongoing internal tensions, Edward III proposed a marriage between the young Edward and daughter of Philip VI of France, aiming to stabilize relations through marital ties. On the 18th of March, 1333, Edward was formally granted the earldom and county of Chester. Several years later, in a Parliament session held on the 9th of February 1337, he was created the Duke of Cornwall, receiving the duchy through a charter dated on March the 17th. This distinction marked the first instance of a duke's creation in England, and the terms of the charter stipulated that the title was to be held by him, and subsequently by the eldest sons of the kings of England. Edward's education was overseen by Dr. Walter Burley from Merton College, Oxford. In March of 1334, the responsibility for managing his revenues was assigned to his mother, Queen Philippa, to cover the expenses of raising Edward and his two sisters, Isabella and Joan. By August 1335, amid rumors of an impending French invasion, Edward III ordered that Edward and his household relocate to Nottingham Castle as a precautionary measure. In late 1337, when two cardinals arrived in England to negotiate peace between Edward III and Philip VI of France, the young Duke of Cornwall met them outside London and escorted them to the king, accompanied by many nobles. On July the 11th, 1338, and again on May 27th, 1340, and October the 6th, 1342, Edward III appointed his son as guardian of the kingdom during his absences abroad. Although Edward was too young to engage in any significant governance, he left the council to manage the affairs. To strengthen his alliances, in 1339, Edward III proposed a marriage between the young Duke of Cornwall and Margaret, that was the daughter of Duke John III of Brabant, and in the spring of 1345, he urgently requested a marriage dispensation from Pope Clement VI. On May the 12th, 1343, Edward was made Prince of Wales during a parliamentary session at Westminster, where he was invested with a circlet, a gold ring, and a silver rod. He accompanied his father to Sluis on July 3rd, 1345, where efforts were made to persuade the burgomasters of Ghent, Bruges, and Ypres to recognize the prince as their lord, although this plan was thwarted by the murder of Jacob van Anteveld. The prince was then tasked multiple times with mobilizing troops from his principality and earldom for the military campaigns in France. Due to the heavy debts incurred in the king's service, his father authorized him to draft his will, ensuring that his executors could access all his revenues for a year if he were to fall in battle. Thus, on July 11, 1346, Edward, the Prince of Wales, embarked on a significant campaign along his father, Edward III. They landed at La Hogue, where the young prince was knighted by his father in the local church at Quetho. Following his knighting, Edward demonstrated early military prowess as he ravaged through Cotentin, contributing notably during the capture of Cannes and the skirmish at the ford of Blanchetaque against Sir Godimar I du Fay, which allowed the English army to finally cross the Somme. Before the Battle of Crécy, on August 26, 1346, Edward and his father received the sacrament in Crécy itself, preparing for the conflict where Edward would command the right flank of the army. This unit included prominent leaders such as the Earls of Warwick and Oxford, and Sir Geoffrey d'Harcourt, among others, comprising 800 men-at-arms, 2,000 archers, and 1,000 Welsh foot soldiers. During the battle, after an initial success against the Genoese bowmen, Edward's forces faced a severe challenge from the Count of Alençon. At a critical moment, Edward's division was nearly overwhelmed, prompting his commanders to seek aid from Edward III. However, the king refused assistance, urging his son to win his spurs and earn the victory. Now that's some medieval parenting for you. Well, during this intense phase, Edward was thrown to the ground, only to be saved heroically by Sir Richard Fitzsimon, his standard-bearer. With additional support from the Earl of Arundel, they repelled the French attack. The battle saw significant French casualties, including the Duke of Lorraine and the Counts of Alençon and Blois, leading to a complete rout by the English forces. Well, after the battle, Edward III met his son with pride, commending him for his brave conduct. Together, they paid their respects to the fallen, including King John of Bohemia. Edward's valor at Crecy was a testament to his capabilities as a military leader, even at such a young age, and it was certainly a trial by fire. Say what you want about Edward III's throwing him into battle and not saving him, but certainly he did, as it was said, earn his spurs. Now, following Crecy, Prince Edward played a crucial role in the siege of Calais between 1346 and 47, where it was his job to conduct raids around the captured town, of which he accumulated substantial booty. He returned to England with his father in October of 1347 and participated in courtly festivities, including his investiture into the newly formed Order of the Garter in 1348. In subsequent years, Edward continued to support his father in military endeavors, including the Battle of Winchelsea in the August of 1350, where they confronted the fleet of Lacerda. During this naval battle, Edward's ship was almost sunk by a larger Spanish vessel. It was only through the timely intervention of Henry of Grosmont, the Earl of Lancaster, that they achieved victory. It seems to be a running theme that Edward, the Black Prince, certainly has a lot of good friends by his side. Of course, that always helps. In 1353, disturbances in Cheshire required Edward's attention, as he was indeed the Earl of Chester. He led an expedition to support the local justices, and he managed to quell the unrest, albeit extracting heavy fines from the local populace. His visit to Vale Royal Abbey, mistaken in records as Dulacres Abbey, led to a generous donation. In 1355, as Edward III prepared to rekindle hostilities with France, he assigned his son, Prince of Wales, a pivotal role in the campaign. It was time for the Black Prince to shine. Just quickly, it's such a cool name. I know that's off topic, but I keep saying it, and every time I do, the Black Prince has such a ring to it. Anyway, Edward was tasked to lead an army into Aquitaine, aligning with broader strategic movements that included coordination with the King of Navarre in Normandy and support for John of Montfort in Brittany by the Duke of Lancaster. This deployment into Aquitaine came at the behest of local Gascon lords, eager for the spoils of war. On July the 10th, Edward III officially appointed his son, the Black Prince, as his lieutenant in Gascony, granting him substantial autonomous powers, including the authority to receive homages. Thus, the Black Prince departed London for Plymouth on the 30th of June. However, adverse winds delayed his departure until September the 8th, where he finally set sail with a formidable fleet of about 300 ships. His force was indeed quite substantial, comprising about 1,000 men-at-arms, 2,000 archers, and a significant contingent of Welsh foot soldiers, alongside 4 earls who were notable figures of military command. Upon the arrival in Bordeaux, he was warmly received by the Gascon lords. A decision was made to initiate a swift, aggressive campaign before the onset of winter. On October the 10th, the Black Prince embarked on his campaign with a well-equipped force that included 1,500 lancers, 2,000 archers, and 3,000 light foot soldiers. This military venture quickly devolved into a ruthless marauding expedition across the counties of Juliac, Armagnac, Asturias, and the Comminges. Upon crossing the Garonne at Sainte-Marie near Toulouse, which was then defended by John I, the Count of Armagnac, the expedition laid waste to the region. The local garrison, under orders from the Count Armagnac, refrained from engaging the invaders, simply allowing the Black Prince and his forces to continue their destructive paths straight into the Lourdes. The campaign was marked by harsh tactics against the local population, particularly in Montxard, where the troops stormed the town, committed atrocities against its residents, and plundered wealth, including carpets, draperies, and jewels. The people of the region, described by the Black Prince as good, simple, and ignorant of war, were severely exploited. Notably, the only significant resistance came from the Monge, where the chatelaine ingeniously used beehives to fend off the English attackers. Very creative. The prince's army continued its path of destruction through Carcassonne, sacking the town but not the well-fortified citadel. Towns like Ormez and Trebes negotiated to avoid plunder, while Narbonne was not so lucky. Plans to assault the citadel at Narbonne were abandoned due to its robust defenses. Now, during this time, the Black Prince received overtures for peace from the papal court, but deferred any decision pending his father's directive. Ultimately, the expedition, which lasted 8 weeks and only saw 11 days of rest, concluded with the prince's uneventful return to Bordeaux. That being said, it was a very hard trip with all the treasure he had to carry back with him. On the 6th of July, 1356, Prince Edward embarked on an expedition through France to Normandy with the intention of supporting his father's Norman allies, including the King of Navarre and Geoffrey d'Arcon. He began this journey by crossing the Dordogne at Bergerac on August the 4th. As he progressed through regions like Auvergne, Limousin, and Berry, his forces engaged in widespread plunder and burning. His approach to Bourget led only to the burning of its suburbs, as he failed to capture the city itself. Edward then turned westward and launched an unsuccessful assault on the Issoudun between August the 25th and 27th. Meanwhile, King John II of France was amassing a formidable force at Chartres, prepared to defend the Loire crossings and reinforcing fortresses at risk of attack. After the failed siege at Issoudun, Edward retraced his route to Vierzon, which he captured, and then decided to execute most of the garrison. From Vierzon, upon realizing that crossing the Loire or joining forces with Lancaster in Brittany was unfeasible, he decided to return to Bordeaux, setting course towards Romorantin on August the 29th. Upon hearing that the French knights had withdrawn into Romorantin, Edward moved to assault the fortress on August the 31st. Despite the stiff resistance and personal loss of a friend which enraged him, Edward succeeded in capturing the fortress by September 3rd. Reportedly, he had used Greek fire to set its roofs ablaze. If you don't know what Greek fire is, it's kind of like an ancient form of napalm, the secrets of which we've somewhat lost since the fall of Constantinople. They've kind of figured out how to do it, but maybe it's not the same. Well, as he continued his march through Berry, King John II, having gathered a large army, crossed the Loire at Blois and pursued the English forces. Despite being significantly outnumbered, Edward commanded about 7,500 men compared to John II's upwards of 20,000. Edward maintained a parallel path to the French, staying just miles away. By September 17th, as confrontations began near Poitiers, Edward positioned his forces on the advantageous terrain, using the natural landscape and fortifications to strengthen his defensive position. Despite the French king's substantial numerical advantage, Edward's strategic positioning and preparation played a more important role. The prince decided to deploy his archers more effectively, using the terrain's hedges for protection. He set out an ambush that proved pivotal in the ensuing battle. On the morning of September 19th, the Battle of Poitiers commenced. French forces, attempting to break through the English defences, were decimated by English archers, as the French ranks faltered. The English counterattacked, leading to a comprehensive victory for Edward's forces. The battle then concluded with the capture of King John II and numerous French nobles, causing significant French casualties and resulting in a decisive English triumph. Following the battle, Prince Edward treated his royal captive with notable respect, serving him personally at dinner and refusing to sit at the same table, citing his unworthiness compared to the great king. Now, this is interesting, because it was this act of chivalry that was praised widely, and it also enhanced Edward's reputation. So whether or not he was doing this as a genuine act of kindness and chivalry towards the French king, or if he just knew this would make him look very gentlemanly, well, that's a matter of debate. But either way, the result speaks for itself. Well, one thing that wasn't very gentlemanly was the amount of plunder he got from the campaign. And after securing these swaths of treasure, Edward returned to Bordeaux, where he spent the winter celebrating his successes. In March of 1357, he agreed to a 2-year truce, desiring to return to England. Despite some opposition from the Gascon lords over the removal of King John II to England, Edward quelled their dissent with a payment and left the governance of the region to local lords. He arrived back in England in the May of 1357, entering London triumphantly with King John II displayed prominently, albeit in a manner that some contemporaries and later observers alike may view as an act of calculated humility. Now, after his triumphant return to England, Prince Edward immersed himself in the vibrant court life, participating in numerous festivals and tournaments. By tournaments, we're talking the knightly tournaments, and yes, they're exactly what you're thinking. Jousting and fights and wrestling, all the rest. It is exactly as you think it is. Now, in May 1359, he and King Edward III, along with other challengers, held the lists at a joust in London. This event, proclaimed by the mayor and the sheriffs, absolutely delighted the people, especially as the king appeared in the guise of the mayor and Prince Edward dressed up as the senior sheriff. The extravagance of these festivities and the generous gifts Edward distributed to his friends led him into more than a few financial difficulties, stretching himself a little bit too thin while he was in the festive mood. Well, recognizing this, the king decreed on August 27th, 1359, that should Prince Edward fall in battle during the upcoming French expedition, his executors would have control of his entire estate for a period of 4 years to settle his debts. In October 1359, the Black Prince journeyed with his father to Calais to participate in the Reims campaign, part of the ongoing 100 Years' War. At the conclusion of this military endeavor in 1360, Edward played a role in the negotiations for the Treaty of Brittany. He was heavily involved in the drafting the preliminary truce at Chartres on May 7, 1360, which was established by proctors acting on his and Charles, Duke of Normandy's behalf. Following the campaign, it's likely that Prince Edward did not return to England until after his father, who landed at Rye on March the 18th. On the 9th of July, 1360, the Black Prince, along with Henry, Duke of Lancaster, again travelled to Calais, accompanying the French king. However, they had to return to England as the promised ransom installment was not ready, leaving King John II in the custody of Sir Walter Manny and other knights. In the October of the same year, 1360, Edward was present at Calais for the liberation of King John and the formal ratification of the Treaty of Brittany. He journeyed with King John to Boulogne for a ceremonial offering before returning with King Edward III to England in early November. On October 10th, 1361, Prince Edward got married to Joan of Kent. What, did you think I was going to say another war? It can't all be about fighting. We must take a break from the murder to have a little romance. But actually, it's not that romantic when it's your cousin. Well, of course, marrying your cousin was not such a big deal back then, and far be it for me to push my morality onto others. Well, either way, he married Joan of Kent, his cousin and the widowed Countess of Kent, thus becoming the Earl of Kent through marriage. Joan was the daughter of Edmund of Woodstock, the Earl of Kent, and Margaret, a daughter of Philip III of France. Their close kinship required a papal dispensation for marriage, which Pope Innocent VI gladly provided. Although it appeared the marriage contract was secured before the dispensation, the ceremony was held at Windsor, officiated by the Archbishop Simon Islip, and attended by King Edward III, who was initially unaware of the engagement. The couple made their residence at Berkhamsted Castle in Hertfordshire. Now, on July 19, 1362, Edward III granted the Black Prince all English territories in Aquitaine and Gascony as a principality, requiring an annual tribute of an ounce of gold, and conferring the titles of Prince of Aquitaine and Gascony. After Christmas celebrations at Berkhamsted, the Black Prince departed for Gascony in February with his household, arriving at La Rochelle. There he joined John Chandos, the king's lieutenant, and travelled to Poitiers to receive a homage before continuing to Bordeaux to establish his court, alternating between there and Angoulême. During his rule, he appointed John Chandos as Constable of Guyenne, and secured lucrative positions for his knights, though his favoritism towards the English led to quite a few eyebrows, if not outright discontent among the Gascon lords, exacerbated by Charles V of France, who actively encouraged local opposition. Despite attempts to mediate regional conflicts and hosting dignitaries like Peter, King of Cyprus, in Angoulême, tensions remained high, particularly with local nobles such as Arnaud Amanieu, the Lord of Albret, and Gaston, the Count of Foix, who openly supported the French. The regional instability was compounded by the activities of the Free Companies, mercenary groups that had shifted allegiance to Bertrand de Guesclin and supported Henry of Trastamara against King Peter of Castile. When Peter sought Edward's aid and arrived in Bayonne, the prince supported him, further entangling English forces in continental disputes. This period was marked by significant military and political challenges, with Prince Edward increasingly pressed by both local unrest and demands from his father to manage the mercenary bands effectively. Many of Edward's English and Gascon lords were reluctant for him to support King Peter, viewing the conflict as inappropriate for intervention, since it involved a dispute between a legitimate king and his illegitimate brother. However, the Black Prince felt compelled by a sense of royal dignity and the unacceptable precedent that a bastard could usurp a legitimate king. While Peter, seeking further support, promised riches and titles, including making Edward's son the King of Galicia, which actually swayed many to his cause. A parliament was then convened in Bordeaux and deliberated on this matter, seeking the opinion of King Edward III, who endorsed his son's involvement. Subsequently, another parliament agreed to support Peter, contingent upon financial guarantees for their efforts. To this end, the Black Prince agreed to lend the necessary funds to King Peter. Negotiations at Bayonne between Prince Edward, Charles of Navarre, and King Peter solidified their military collaboration. Peter agreed to financial compensations and provided territories as collateral to secure the prince's financial backing. The Treaty of Libourne, formalized on September the 23rd, laid out these agreements in detail, including substantial monetary commitments for military wages and strategic pledges regarding leadership roles in campaigns against the Moors. The prince financed this military venture through various means, including funds received from his father, derived from the ransom of the French king John II, and by melting down his supply of silver plates. His preparations in Angoulême culminated in a festive Christmas in Bordeaux, where his wife gave birth to their second son, Richard, who would later become King Richard II of England. I just did a video on him too. It'll be out soon. Should be. Now, in February of 1367, Prince Edward departed Bordeaux, consolidated his forces in Dax, and marched through Roncesvalles into Pamplona. The loyalty of the free companies shifted back to Prince Edward from Henry of Trastamara, recognizing Edward as their rightful lord. There, from Pamplona, the prince's campaign continued towards Burgos, but strategic challenges and supply shortages slowed their progress. The army also faced harsh weather and logistical difficulties, but managed slightly better conditions in Logroño. The 30th of March, 1367, Prince Edward responded to a letter from Henry of Trastamara, and on April 2nd, he moved his forces from Logroño to Navarrete, La Rioja. The proximity of the two armies, with Henry encamped at Nájera, facilitated communication, and although Henry seemed inclined to negotiate, asserting that Peter was a tyrant responsible for much bloodshed, the prince maintained his commitment to Peter, asserting the importance of rightful kingship and the defense of royal dignity. On April the 3rd of the same year, the prince's army, consisting of a well-organized force of English, Breton, and Gascon troops, dismounted for battle some distance from Henry's position. The vanguard was commanded by notable leaders including Lancaster, Chandos, and Calvalet, with separate divisions led by prominent Gascon lords, and the prince himself overseeing the main body of the army. Before the conflict began, the prince appealed to divine support for his course to reinstate King Peter, exhorting his forces with a call to advance under the banner of St. George. The Battle of Nájera commenced with Castilian forces aggressively engaging the English vanguard, but strategic misalignments in Henry's forces allowed the Gascon lords to flank the main body of Henry's army effectively. The prince then led a critical charge with the main body of his army, turning the tide of the battle. The conflict ended with Henry's forces in complete disarray, and Henry himself, well, he fled the battlefield in a panic. In the aftermath, while Prince Edward requested King Peter to show mercy to their defeated foes, Peter executed a notorious traitor immediately, and 2 others shortly thereafter. The capture of notable figures such as the French Marshal Arnauld d'Audrehem, a previous captive at Poitiers, led to a dramatic encounter where the prince accused him of treachery. However, upon review by a panel of knights and much discussion, Dordrehem was acquitted on the grounds that he served not the prince directly, but King Peter, thereby honoring his prior commitment. Following their military success, the prince and Peter advanced to Burgos to celebrate Easter. However, financial and political tensions arose when Peter failed to fulfill his financial obligations to the prince, leading to further complications. Peter's evasiveness and the eventual denial of payment resulted in strained relations, with the prince encamping outside Burgos and later moving to Valladolid in an attempt to secure the promised funds. Valladolid is an interesting town, by the way. A rather infamous figure comes from there, being Thomas de Torquemada, that was the first Grand Inquisitor of the Spanish Inquisition. I'm sure they don't have, at the entrance of the town, home of the Grand Inquisitor. That may deter certain types of tourists, perhaps. Well, the subsequent weeks proved difficult for Prince Edward and his army. Harsh conditions, disease, and a lack of resources plagued his forces. All this together led to significant casualties. There were allegations of poisoning that were made as the prince himself fell ill, a condition from which he never fully recovered. Meanwhile, Henry of Trastamara took the opportunity to launch attacks on Aquitaine, further complicating the politics. Now, the situation continued to deteriorate, and as it did, negotiations for a safe passage through Navarre facilitated a return through Roncesvalles. By early September 1367, the prince and his remaining forces returned to Bordeaux, marking the end of a challenging campaign marked by initial military success, but brought down by political and logistical failures. After returning to Aquitaine, the Black Prince faced significant challenges managing the free companies, bands of mercenaries who had fought under his command. Around 1366, about 6,000 of these soldiers had passed through the kingdom of Aragon into Aquitaine. Due to incomplete payments, they took up residence in the region, causing substantial disorder and damage. Prince Edward successfully persuaded their captains to move north across the Loire, where they continued their devastation in France, which of course exacerbated tensions with Charles V of France, who was not happy about Edward pushing his problems onto his territory. Charles then seized this opportunity to foster dissent among the Gascon lords and destabilized Edward's authority. One particularly significant incident involved the Lord of Albret, who had initially agreed to serve in the prince's Spanish campaign with 1,000 lancers. However, the prince, citing the logistical constraints, later requested that he only bring 200. This perceived slight deeply offended the Lord of Albret, marking the beginning of a strained relationship that was exacerbated by the prince's failure to pay an annual pension to Albret. The situation worsened when Albret, aligning himself closer to France, betrothed Margaret of Bourbon, the sister of the Queen of France, further alienating him from the prince. Facing financial difficulties from the expensive Spanish campaign and his customary extravagance, the Black Prince convened the estates of Aquitaine in Saint-Emilion and later in Angoulême in early 1368. There, he managed to secure a hearth tax to alleviate his financial strains, though this move was, of course, unpopular and further alienated the local nobility, which I'm sure that the prince was very surprised to hear that they weren't pleased to have another tax to pay. Well, jokes aside, the major vassals of the High Marchers refused the tax. They just said, "No, we're not paying it." And prominent figures like the Counts of Armagnac, Périgord, and the Comminges, alongside the Lord of Albret, brought their grievances to the King of France, asserting his paramount lordship over them and rejecting Edward's authority. Well, Charles V of France was happy about this, and he capitalized on this unrest by summoning the Black Prince to Paris in 1369 to answer for his actions, a demand that Edward outright refused, threatening to arrive with a military force instead. Now this tension escalated into open conflict, during which Sir Thomas Wake, the High Steward of Roger, was attacked by forces loyal to the dissenting French lords, indicating a worsening situation for English control in the region. By 1369, a full-scale war was back on. The health of the Black Prince had also significantly deteriorated. You know, that problem with the poisoning. Like we said, it never went away. This, of course, prevented him from taking an active role in military operations. Despite all this, however, he continued to attempt conciliatory measures with the Gascon lords, but it was to no avail, and the political influence of John of Gaunt, possibly acting against him at the English court, further complicated his position. Charles V's strategic deployment of forces into Aquitaine resulted in severe losses for the English, culminating in the siege and controversial capture of Limoges in 1370, where the Black Prince, despite his illnesses, directed harsh retributions against the city for its betrayal. Ultimately, the worsening of his illness forced the prince to retire first to Angoulême and then to Bordeaux, leaving the direct military engagements to other commanders. The death of his eldest son, Edward of Angoulême, in 1371, really hit Edward hard. He was deeply grieved and exacerbated already by his declining health. The last thing he needed was the stress. Following the advice of his personal doctor, he decided to return to England to recuperate. Accompanied by the Duke of Lancaster, he landed at Southampton in early January of 1371 and proceeded to meet his father, Edward III, at Windsor. During this meeting, Edward successfully contested a treaty that his father had arranged with Charles of Navarre the previous month, objecting to the cession of lands demanded by King Charles. After halting the treaty, the Black Prince returned to his manor in Berkhamsted. Back in England, he found himself naturally opposed to the influence of the anti-clerical and Lancastrian party. His stature and the trust he commanded among the clergy were evident when he met with the Convocation of Canterbury at the Savoy on May 2nd, persuading them to make an exceptionally large financial grant. Well, around this time, his health actually began to show a few signs of improvement. I mean, at least compared to before. And in August 1372, he joined his father on an expedition aimed at relieving Thouars. However, bad weather prevented their fleet from reaching the French coast, and the mission was called off. On October the 6th, 1372, citing the insufficiency of revenues from Aquitaine and Gascony to cover its expenses, he resigned his principality, formalizing this decision in Parliament the following month. During the same Parliament, he effectively negotiated with citizens and burgesses to extend customs protections for merchant shipping for an additional year. In 1374, amidst growing tensions with the Church, Prince Edward presided over a council at Westminster, responding to Pope Gregory XI's demand for a subsidy to combat the Florentines. Despite the Pope asserting dominion over England, the prince, frustrated with Archbishop Whittlesey's hesitation, managed to assert the independence of the crown, declaring that no previous monarch had the authority to subject the kingdom to external rule. By the time the Good Parliament, as it's called, convened on April 28, 1376, Prince Edward was widely regarded as a champion of the Commons against administrative abuses. Aligned with William of Wykeham, he opposed the influence of the Duke of Lancaster and the corrupt courtiers surrounding him. Despite receiving a significant bribe from Richard Lyons, the king's financial agent who was under impeachment, the prince refused it, maintaining his integrity, even though he later remarked it probably could have been useful to pay the kingdom's soldiers. Recognizing his impending death, the Black Prince prepared by making provisions for his servants in his will and bidding farewell to his father, asking him to ensure the protection of his son Richard. Now I know I say that casually, but that is so sad. It's so sad that your son would have to die before you. Indeed, it reminds me of the scene in Lord of the Rings where Theoden is burying, I forgot the name of the son, burying one of his sons, and he turns to Gandalf and says, "No son should have to bury his father." Terrible. Anyway, I digress. Well, Edward the Black Prince died on June the 8th, 1376, at the Palace of Westminster. In his final moments, attended by the Bishop of Bangor, he sought forgiveness from God and those he had wronged, leaving a legacy marked by both his military skill and his principled stand against corruption. Now, what about the name? Why was he called the Black Prince? As I've said, it's a cool name. It must have a story, right? Well, he acquired his sobriquet long after his death in 1376. The first known use of the name appeared in the writings of the antiquary John Leland, about 200 years later, during the 1530s or perhaps 1540s. Leland referred to Edward as Edwardi Principis Cog Nigri, and the Blake Prince. That's right, Blake, not Black, while summarizing earlier historical works, although these sources themselves that he was summarizing did not use that name. Now, this name Black Prince gained wider recognition through Roger Ascham's Toxophilus of 1545, where Ascham mentioned Ye noble Black Prince Edward besides Poitiers. Later, Richard Grafton in his Chronicle at Large of 1569, and Raphael Holinshed in his Chronicles of 1577 also use the term the Black Prince, solidifying its association in the historical narrative. Notably, William Shakespeare also referred to Edward as the Black Prince in his plays Richard II and Henry V. The origins of the name are not definitively known, but theories generally focus on two aspects. One, Edward's heraldic symbols, and two, his military reputation. One suggestion is the name derived from the black field of his shield for peace, or rumors that he wore black armor, though direct evidence for black armor is scant and debatable. John Harvey mentioned, without citation, that Edward was described as wearing black armor of burnished steel at the Battle of Crecy, but once again, without citation. Now another theory relates to Edward's brutal military reputation, particularly during his campaigns in France. The French soldier Philippe de Mézières referred to Edward as the greatest black boars, a term symbolizing destruction. This reputation for harshness might have contributed to the epithet, as echoed by other French sources, and even in oral traditions in southern France, where he was remembered as l'homme noir, noir being black, Well, in summary, the nickname encapsulates both martial prowess and also intimidating presence that Edward held over his contemporaries, combined with a good deal of later romanticized portrayals that solidified him as a legendary figure in history. Marco Polo, 1254 to 1324, was a Venetian merchant, an explorer, and a writer who traveled through Asia along the Silk Road between 1271 and 1295. He's best known for his extensive travels and the resulting book titled The Travels of Marco Polo, which offers a detailed and rich account of the vast cultures, cities, and life of Central Asia and China during the Yuan dynasty under Kublai Khan. Polo's descriptions provided Europeans with an unprecedentedly comprehensive look at Asian lands and goods, stirring imaginations and interest in the East. But there are many who believe these tales to be outlandish exaggerations, and if not exaggerations, some people believe them to be completely made up. But what is the truth? Perhaps we should hear a little bit from both sides. If you want to find out, you're in the right place to do so. Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel and keep me going, links to Patreon are in the description. And if you want YouTube to tell other people about the channel, the best way to push the video out is by clicking the like button and leaving your thoughts down below in the comments. Thank you in advance. And now, with that out of the way, don't you think it's about time that we get relaxed and begin our life of Marco Polo? First, I'm going to give a general outline of Marco's life, and then we are going to have a look at his writings and subsequently the claims made within them in detail. There's going to be a lot of modern scholarship and modern theories that perhaps might change by the time you see this video. But as of early 2024, this is what we know. Marco Polo, the renowned Venetian explorer, was born around 1254, though the precise date and location of his birth are a little bit of a mystery. Historical records suggest Venice as his birthplace, as indicated in his work The Travels of Marco Polo, which notes his Venetian heritage and mentions his father, Niccolo Polo, a merchant, returned to Venice around 1269 to find his wife deceased and his son, who was then 15, well and truly alive. Despite the general consensus placing his birth in Venice, alternative theories have proposed his birthplace as the island of Cortula, or even Constantinople. These suggestions, however, have not been widely accepted in the scholarly community, but there is discussion around them, and mostly the widely scholar community does dispute the claims for lack of supporting evidence, so perhaps we'll wait to find out. Now, the Polo's family's origins are also a little mysterious, with historical records suggesting at least 2 different Polo families in Venice, one in San Geremia district and the other in San Giovanni Grisostomo district, where Marco's family house was located. Various sources from the 15th and 16th centuries debate the family's origins, some suggesting a Dalmatian background. In fact, prominent figures like Placido Zula and Niccolo Tommaseo have examined these claims, with some scholars asserting the family's Venetian roots trace back to the 10th century. Theories of a Dalmatian origin often represent Ramusio's account of Polo's capture at the Battle of Gazzola, associating his lineage with the aforementioned island of Cortula. His family tree is just as complex, and quite convoluted, influenced by Giovanni Battista Ramusio's writings in Navigazioni et Viaggi of 1559, which may have confused different branches of the Polo family. Now onto Polo's father, Niccolo, whose ancestors had significant ties with Constantinople. That's modern-day Istanbul in Turkey, by the way. Or we should perhaps say Turkey, as they have now changed the name of their country. Well, this all further complicates the family's history. The details of Polo's mother, including her name, remain unknown. Marco Polo was also known by the nickname Milione or Emilione, which is believed to have originated from the vast wealth he described of Kublai Khan, often in millions. Some speculate that this nickname, which also applied to his father, distinguished their branch of the Polo family from others. This nickname encapsulated the grandeur and scale of the wealth and wonders Marco Polo recounted upon his return to Venice, leaving a lasting imprint on his legacy as a bridge between the East and the West. Niccolo Polo, let's talk about him for a while. He was a merchant too, along with his brother Maffeo. They were established traders with the Near East, gaining wealth and prestige from their ventures. Before Marco Polo's birth, around 1260, they were residing in Constantinople, at that time the capital of the Latin Empire. Anticipating a shift in political power, they converted their assets into jewels and departed the city. Their timing was fortuitous, as in 1261 Michael VIII Palaiologos retook Constantinople for the Byzantine Empire, persecuted the Venetian quarter, and targeted its inhabitants. Well, Marco's early life largely remains undocumented until he reached 15, although it is known that he was likely raised in Venice. After the death of his mother, his upbringing was overseen by an aunt and an uncle. He received a substantial education focused on commerce, such as understanding foreign currencies, appraising and managing cargo ships, but he acquired very little or no Latin. Now you must remember that at this time, the two big shipping empires, the two big naval powers, were Genoa and Venice. Venice arguably being the superior of the two. Of course, we're talking about a European world here. So, perhaps in other countries they had substantial navies as well, but we are talking about the Mediterranean region. So receiving an education primarily in foreign trade and currencies, cargo ships, was quite normal. Now in 1269, Niccolo and Maffeo, so that was Marco's father and his uncle, returned to Venice, and that was when Marco had met his father for the very first time. By 1271, 2 years later, Marco, alongside his father and uncle Niccolo and Maffeo, embarked on an extensive journey to Asia, documented in his later writings. Their travels took them to Acre, and then they got some camels and went to the Persian port of Hormuz. They consulted with Archdeacon Tadalo Visconti in Acre, who later actually became Pope Gregory X. If you've watched some of my other videos on the Crusades times, you'll know his relevance. The Polos were carrying a message from Kublai Khan, seeking papal envoys. After learning of Tadaldo's elevation to the papacy, they returned to Acre, where the new pope entrusted them with a mission to the Great Khan, sending 2 Dominican friars to accompany them. The group eventually reached Kublai Khan's court in Chengdu, China. By this time, Marco was 21 years old, and reportedly, the Khan took quite a liking to him, leading to his official appointment as a foreign emissary. Marco then served in this role for 17 years, traveling extensively across the empire in Southeast Asia, relaying detailed accounts of all of his observations. Kublai Khan, valuing the Polo's service, was initially reluctant to let them return to Europe. Around 1291, though, he permitted their departure, tasking them with escorting the Mongol princess Kokochin to Persia for marriage to Aragon Khan. Following the completion of this task, the Polos journeyed overland to Constantinople, and eventually decided to return to Venice. They arrived back in Venice in 1295, after 24 years abroad, carrying with them a wealth of riches and treasures accumulated over nearly 15,000 miles of travel. Upon his return to Venice in 1295, Marco Polo found his hometown at war with Genoa. Amidst the conflict, he armed a galley, equipped with a trebuchet to participate in the war. Now, contrary to later traditions, Marco was likely captured by Genoans in a naval skirmish off the Italian coast in 1296, not during the Battle of Corzola in 1298. This was a misconception stemming from the 16th century accounts by Giovanni Battista Ramusio, though some people still argue for the former. Latter, rather, Battle of Corzola. Now, excuse me. Let's continue. Well, after this capture, of course, he was put in irons and thrown in prison. But this is the reason why we have a record of his travels and all of the things that he's seen or claimed to see. You see, while imprisoned, Marco dictated the details of his extensive travels to a one Rusticello de Pisa, a fellow prisoner who had managed to learn the skill of writing, which was actually a pretty impressive skill back in the day. This collaboration resulted in the Travels of Marco Polo, which was also known as Il Milione, the Million, a title that references Polo's nickname Milione. In the book, which combined Polo's travel accounts with Rusticello's own stories and other contemporary tales, provided Europeans with unprecedented insights into Asia, including detailed descriptions of China, India, and Japan. Eventually, Marco was released from Genoan captivity in the August of 1299 and returned to Venice, where his family had prospered, purchasing a large palazzo in the Contrada San Giovanni Crisostomo. The Polo family likely financed this purchase with profits from their eastern trade and the precious stones brought back by Marco. Despite his wealth and continued investment in other expeditions, Marco never returned to Asia, or really ventured far from Venice again. After his father Niccolo's death around 1300, Marco married Donata Badaur, and the couple had 3 daughters. Now, intriguingly, a very recent discovery from 2022 revealed that Marco had another daughter, Agnes. But you see, this was even more interesting because it was from an earlier relationship. A bit of a scandal 700 years later. Now, Marco Polo's contributions were not merely limited to his travel accounts. He reportedly shared astronomical observations with Pietro d'Abano, an astrologer and philosopher. These included sightings of a comet in the South China Sea around the year 1293, which was also documented in China and Indonesia, but not in Europe. Such observations, however, were not mentioned in his travel book, but they were preserved in d'Abano's writings. By 1305, Marco was involved in local maritime and civic affairs, paying taxes as a sea captain. In his later life, included managing his estates and maintaining social and family connections in Venice. The life of a rich old man, it seems. His will, mentioning him in relation to various familial and civic responsibilities, indicates his integration and prominence in Venetian society until his death, which came in 1323, as he was bedridden by illness, but he reached his final days in the early January of 1324. Now, on January the 8th, despite the efforts of his physicians, Polo was simply too far gone. The task of writing and certifying his will fell to Giovanni Giustiniani, a priest who was from the church of San Procolo. In his will, Polo appointed his wife, Donata, and their 3 daughters as co-executors, reflecting the typical practice of the time for ensuring the family's interests were managed. Aware of the legal entitlements of the church, Polo willingly bequeathed a portion of his estate to the church and directed additional funds to the convent of San Lorenzo, where he desired to be interred. Interestingly, he emancipated Peter, a Tartar servant, who might have journeyed with him from Asia, endowing him with 100 lire of Venetian denarii, which highlights Polo's acknowledgement for the loyalty and services of those close to him throughout his ventures. His generosity, of course, extended beyond his immediate family and freed servants. He distributed the remainder of his assets amongst various individuals, religious groups, and pretty much every guild and fraternity that he was part of, reflecting his integrated role in Venetian society. He also demonstrated forgiveness and familial care by writing off debts, including 300 lire owed by his sister-in-law, further debts owed by several convents and religious figures. For his last wishes, Polo compensated Giovanni Giustiniani for his service as a notary and for prayers, paying him 220 soldi. Intriguingly, Polo's will was not signed in the conventional sense. Instead, it was validated under the Signum Magnus rule, requiring him only to touch the document for legal validation. I don't think that would hold up in many legal cases of wills these days. The exact timing of his death is subject to ambiguity due to the Venetian method of timekeeping, which considered the day to end at sunset. This has led to some confusion, with the testament dated January 9th, 1323 by the Biblioteca Marciana, which also suggests his death occurred in June of 1324. The discrepancy in dates illustrates the complexities and challenges of historical documentation and interpretation, especially around this time. But either way, his death marked the end of an era, defined by his extensive travels and contributions to global understanding of geography and culture, leaving a legacy that endured well beyond his voyages. And what about his voyages? Well, now we know a general historical outline of Marco Polo's life. We know where he was born, how he grew up, how he lived, how he died. But now we're going to look specifically at the writings of Marco Polo. Let's get into it. The text of Marco Polo's book, in his own language, Dévissement du Monde, or The Travels of Marco Polo, is not uniform due to the multitude of early manuscripts, with about 150 copies in various languages known to exist. Each manuscript bears differences attributed to errors in copying and translation before the invention of the printing press. These discrepancies make the reconstruction of the original text a complex exercise in textual criticism. Well, the narrative began as Marco Polo's oral recounting to Rustichello de Pisa while both were imprisoned in the Genovan Republic. Rustichello then composed the account in Franco-Venetian, likely intending the work to serve as a practical guide for merchants on weights, measures, and distances. Among the earliest manuscripts, the oldest surviving one is in Old French with a strong Italian influence, and it's known as the F text. Italian scholar Luigi Foscolo Benedetto considered this manuscript to be the closest to the original, which he cross-referenced with more detailed versions, such as Giovanni Battista Ramusio's Italian translation and a Latin manuscript from the Biblioteca Ambrosiana. Also, sorry about my Latin and Italian pronunciations. They're not too bad, but they're not too good either. Other significant early texts include the R version and the Z version. That was be Ramusio's printed version and a Latin manuscript held in Toledo, Spain, respectively. Now, the English-speaking world first got access to Polo's travels through John Frampton's Elizabethan translation in 1579, which was devised from a Spanish version by Rodrigo de Santaella. Modern editions vary significantly in approach. Some base their text on a single manuscript, others integrate multiple sources, and still others include annotations to aid understanding. The 1938 translation by A.C. Moule and Paul Pielot, notably longer, is based on the Latin manuscript from Toledo found in 1932. Now, let's get on to the book itself. It opens with a preface about his father and uncle traveling to Bulgar. Well, they resided with Prince Berk Khan. A year later, they moved to Ukek, and from there went on to Bukhara. Now, of course, many of these countries no longer exist, or they were part of the broader Mongol Empire at the time. In Bukhara, they encountered a Levantine envoy who invited them to meet Kublai Khan, the Mongol ruler, who at the time had actually never encountered Europeans. Well, reaching the court of Kublai Khan in the city of Da-Du, which is modern-day Beijing, in 1266, the brothers Polo were warmly received. The Khan was reportedly curious about the European legal and political systems, and he asked about the Pope and the Roman Church. Well, satisfied with their answers, Kublai entrusted them with a letter to the Pope, requesting 100 well-educated people to teach Christianity and Western customs in his empire. Additionally, he asked for the oil from the lamp in the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem to be brought back to him. Due to the prolonged sede vacante following Pope Clement IX's death in 1268, which delayed the election of a new pope, the Polos returned to Venice in 1269 or 1270 to await the election. This allowed Marco, born after his father's departure, to finally meet him around the age of 15. In 1271, with the election of the new pope, Niccolo, Maffeo, and Marco embarked on their journey to fulfill Kublai Khan's request. They traveled to Acre, and from there rode camels to the Persian port of Hormuz. Intending to sail directly to China, they found the ships inadequate and continued their journey overland along the Silk Road until they finally reached the summer palace of Shangdu. During the journey, they encountered a caravan of merchants whom they joined for safety. However, the group was soon ambushed by bandits during a sandstorm, Though many were killed or captured, the Polos managed to fight off the attackers and escaped to a nearby town seeking refuge. After 3.5 years of travel from Venice, they finally arrived at Kublai Khan's court, where they presented the sacred oil from Jerusalem and the papal letters. Kublai Khan, very impressed by the Polo's knowledge and Marco's linguistic skills, he knew 4 languages, by the way, appointed Marco as a government official. Marco wrote about his extensive travels throughout China, describing the culture, geography, and economy of the vast empire. Despite their desire to return to Venice, the Polos remained at the Yuan court for 17 years. Their departure was delayed by Kublai Khan's refusal to let them leave, fearing the loss of his trusted advisors and envoys. Of course, in 1292 the opportunity to leave China finally arose when Kublai's great-nephew, the ruler of Persia, requested the Polos' assistance in escorting a Mongol princess to Persia. The party left Zaitun, which is now modern-day Quanzhou, in southern China, on a fleet of 14 junks traveling to Singapore, north to Sumatra, around the southern tip of India and across the Arabian Sea to Hormuz. This perilous 2-year voyage saw severe losses. Only 18 of the 600 passengers survived. Upon reaching Hormuz, the Polos continued overland to the port of Trebizond on the Black Sea, continuing their long journey back to Venice. Now, the credibility of Marco Polo's account of his travels has been subject of debate among historians and scholars. During the Middle Ages, some viewed his book as merely a romance or a fable. The perception was influenced by a stark contrast between Polo's detailed descriptions of a sophisticated Chinese civilization and earlier accounts by other travelers like Giovanni de Pian del Carpine and William of Rubric, who depicted the Mongols as more of a barbaric people, almost like some kind of mythical monsters from an old folk tale. Now, skepticism increased due to what Polo didn't write about. In fact, in his writings, he conveniently failed to mention the Great Wall of China, which is like going to Paris and not knowing what the Eiffel Tower is. Also, there's difficulty in identifying many of the place names he mentioned, though the majority of these have since been identified. For example, Dado meaning big capital, and that's modern-day Beijing and some other places. Chinese city names usually change. The modern name now, Beijing, just means northern capital. And of course, you have Nanjing, the southern capital. And then Tokyo in Chinese is called Dongjing, the eastern capital. I don't think there's a western capital. Anyway, during these downs, some of Polo's narrative align with known facts about China during that period. His accounts do offer more precise and detailed information than those other travelers of his time. He often challenged the marvelous fables and exaggerated legends prevalent in other European accounts. Now, his narrative, aside from some exaggerations and errors, contains fewer descriptions of irrational marvels, and is largely free from the gross errors of the other travelers, like, for example, Ibn Battuta, who confused the Yellow River with the Grand Canal, and believe porcelain was made from coal. Now, modern scholarly work has validated many details in Polo's descriptions, such as the currencies used, salt production, and tax revenues, which are not only accurate but also provide unique insights not found in other non-Chinese sources. These details are corroborated by archaeological evidence and Chinese records post-dating Polo's departure from China, suggesting that his accounts could not have been derived from second-hand sources. Moreover, Polo's notes on various regions, such as his observations about the presence of numerous Christian churches in Zhenjiang, Jiangsu, align with Chinese records from the 14th century. These records confirm that a Sogdian man named Mar Sargis from Samarkand did establish multiple Nestorian churches in the region during the latter half of the 13th century. Additionally, the story of Princess Kokojin, who was sent from China to Persia to marry the Il Khan, is supported by independent sources in both China and Persia, lending further credence to Polo's account. But there are still skeptics, and they have long debated the authenticity of Marco Polo's accounts in the book, suggesting that he may have written it completely based on hearsay. Of course, they once again point out the omissions of key Chinese cultural elements and structures, and not just the Great Wall. He also didn't say anything about the tea, the Chinese characters, the chopsticks, and the foot binding. And you're certainly going to notice those, aren't you? Concerns about these omissions surfaced as early as the 17th century, with some 18th century scholars suggesting that Polo might have never reached China at all. One scholar, John Hager, speculated that Polo possibly did not travel to southern China, given the vague details he provides about the cities there, compared to more detailed descriptions of northern ones. Herbert Frank in later times even doubted whether Polo went to China at all, suggesting that he might have relied on Persian sources due to his use of Persian expressions. On the other hand, defenders of Polo's credibility argue against these skeptical points, particularly regarding the Great Wall and foot binding. Now, one of these is historian Stephen Hoare, and he points out that the Great Wall known today is a Ming Dynasty construction, which was built 2 centuries after Polo's travels, and that the Yuan Dynasty rulers under whom Polo served controlled areas on both sides of earlier walls, reducing any need for their maintenance. Furthermore, other European travelers to Yuan Dynasty China, such as Giovanni de Marignoli and Orderic of Pordenone, did not mention the wall either. Neither did Ibn Battuta, the earlier Muslim traveler, find anyone who had even seen it. Well, these days, of course, it's pretty hard to miss. And if you've not walked along the Great Wall of China, I do suggest you do so. It's only about an hour's bus ride from Beijing, if the Beijing traffic is not too bad. Now, these observations suggest that the remnants of earlier walls were not prominent or noteworthy at that time, and it supports the idea that Polo's accounts could still be valid despite these omissions. Now, the same scholar, Stephen G. Hoare, supporting the authenticity of Marco's accounts, suggest that the practice of foot binding was not common among the Chinese during Polo's era, and was virtually unknown among the Mongols. This perspective challenges the expectation that Polo should have mentioned foot binding. He notes that even though the Italian missionary Orderic of Pordenone, who visited Yuan China, did mention foot binding, his description was likely based on hearsay and was notably inaccurate. This lack of mention by other foreign visitors suggests that the practice was either not widespread or simply not yet practiced in its more extreme forms. Now Marco himself, in a less frequently cited version of his manuscript, observed the dainty steps of Chinese women, but he didn't explicitly describe foot binding. Furthermore, Hall points out that Marco Polo's omission of other elements, such as tea and chopsticks, is not necessarily an indication of falsehood, as these were also omitted by other contemporary travelers. Stephen G. Hall emphasizes that Polo's account of China includes detailed observations, such as the watertight bulkhead compartments in Chinese ships, which demonstrate a keen eye for technical details, likely derived from first-hand experience. But then again, observing such a detail that would be so much of a small thing, and taking the trouble to write it down, implies that somewhat more notable things would be observed in a bit more detail too. This prioritization leads to a little more skepticism. Well, in addition to this, several other scholars have defended Polo's narratives as fundamentally accurate. Critics like Igor de Raschuelz and Maurice Rasabi have challenged Frances Wood's assertions in her book, which questions Polo's presence in China. Now, some other scholars, let's take David Morgan for instance, highlight basic errors in Wood's book, such as misidentifying Chinese dynasties, and argues that there is no compelling evidence within her critique to doubt Polo's extensive travels in China. Moreover, Jürgen Jensen, another scholar in the field, notes a meeting between Polo and the scholar Pietro D'Abano, where Polo shared astronomical observations that align with his travels through China, Sumatra, and the South China Sea. Details that are recorded in D'Abano's works, but absent from Polo's own travelogue. Well, ultimately, the prevailing view among many scholars today is that Marco Polo did indeed travel to China, as detailed in his accounts. Those who have criticized them suggest that their research lacks a little depth, and, well, it don't really convince me, and probably won't convince you either. Now, there's a few other things that we can cover, because there's a lot more claims and a lot more little tidbits about different things that Marco Polo did or claimed that he did. Now, the claim that he served as a governor in China and his alleged prominence in Kublai Khan's court has also been another subject of debate. Now, one British historian, David Morgan, has suggested that Marco likely exaggerated his role in China, a sentiment echoed by other modern scholars who attributed these embellishments to Polo's ghostwriter, Rustichello de Pisa. The controversy centers around a passage in Polo's The Book of Marvels, which suggests that Polo governed the city of Yangzhou for 3 years. No Chinese historical texts from the Yuan dynasty directly mention Polo, raising doubts about his claims. Now, there are a few mentions that could perhaps be twisted around. The names Polo or Bolod found in Yuan documents typically refer to individuals of Mongol or Turkic descent, but not a Venetian merchant. If there was perhaps a indication that he was governing the city of Yangzhou, I'm sure it would have been quite a record to write about. They wouldn't have let that one simply just slip into the memory bank. However, there is a new perspective that has been introduced by a Chinese scholar, Peng Hai, in the 2010s, who proposed identifying Marco Polo with a figure mentioned in the history of Yuan named Bolor, which is a little bit funny because that's the Chinese word for pineapple. Well, this text, compiled by the Ming Dynasty, narrates an incident involving Bolor, who was arrested for a breach of protocol regarding the segregation of men and women on city streets, but was then released on the emperor's orders. Bolor was subsequently reassigned to Ningxia in 1275, aligning with Polo's account of being sent on a mission around that time. Further analysis reveals connections with imperial dignitaries named Saman and his brother Xiang Wei, correlating with Polo's movements within China as he described in his travels. Xiang Wei's appointment to Yangzhou and subsequent transfer to Hangzhou coincides with Polo's own reported relocations, suggesting possible efforts to manage tensions between local officials and the foreign envoy. These findings hinted a potential trace of Marco in the Chinese records, providing some support for his presence and role in Kublai's administration, albeit a lot less glamorous than the governorship of major cities as claimed in his travelogue. But hey, we're all guilty of embellishing our resume just a little bit, aren't we? Well, the sinologist in modern times, Paul Pelliot, suggested that Marco Polo may have held a significant position within the Mongolian Empire, potentially as an officer of the government salt monopoly in Yangzhou. And that was big business, by the way. While this position, while significant, aligns with the historical context where Kublai Khan is known to have favored foreigners for certain administrative roles over his Chinese subjects. The practice is exemplified by recorded instances of a Nestorian Christian bishop known as Mar Sarkis, referred to in local gazettes as Ma Xue Li Ji Si, who served as an assistant supervisor in Zhenjiang and founded 2 Christian churches there during his tenure. Despite some skepticism about a European holding such a position in the Mongolian Empire, historical records do confirm that it wasn't uncommon for Kublai to employ foreigners. Some argue that against the notion that Polo exaggerated his importance in the Yuan dynasty, and clarify that Polo never maintained that he claimed rather that he maintained a high-ranking position, who would lead a military unit of 10,000 men, this position being the Darugachi. Instead, Polo described himself as an emissary of the Khan, suggesting a role with esteem, but not of top military or administrative leadership. Contradictory accounts exist regarding Polo's exact role in Yangzhou, with various manuscripts depicting him differently, from a mere resident to a governor, or even a temporary substitute for another official. Nevertheless, all accounts agree on one thing, that being his position as a respected emissary of Kublai Khan. So, on to one controversial claim in Polo's Book of the Marvels that relates to the siege of Xiangyang, where Polo, along with his father and uncle, allegedly offered to build powerful mangonels, which is kind of like a catapult, for the Mongol army. This assertion is problematic, as the siege concluded in 1273, and that was before the Polos even arrived in China. While the Mongol army did employ foreign military engineers from Baghdad during the siege, there's no evidence in the Chinese or other credible sources that suggest the Polos were anywhere near anything to do with it. Also, a number of inaccuracies in Marco's accounts have been highlighted by scholars. For instance, Polo described the Marco Polo Bridge as having 24 arches, where it actually has 11 or 13. I know, it's not a big deal, but it's still an inaccuracy. He also miscounted the gates at Khan Balik's city wall, stating that there were 12 instead of the actual 11. Additionally, his account of the two failed Mongolian invasions of Japan in 1274 and 81 seem a little confused, as he described ships with 5 masts, while archaeological evidence suggests they only had 3. Well, perhaps we could put this down to maybe a poor memory. Well, historian Francis Wood has criticized Polo for potentially appropriating the accounts of other people, suggesting that he may have relayed second-hand stories or drawn from Persian guidebooks. For instance, his detailed description of the Princess Kokochin's journey to China, from China rather to Persia, is confirmed by both a passage in the 15th century Chinese Yongle Encyclopedia and the Persian historian Rashid al-Din Hamadani in his Jami al-Tawarikh. However, neither of these accounts mention Polo or any European being part of the bridal party, leading Wood to argue that Polo was merely retelling a rather well-known story. Well, some come in, of course, and defend Polo, noting the absence of the princess in the Chinese source and Polo's presence in other independent sources, suggesting that Polo's account could fill in historical gaps. Furthermore, critics such as Herbert Frank have questioned whether Polo even got to China at all, citing his use of Persian expressions in his writing and somewhat inaccurate geographical descriptions of southern Chinese cities compared to northern ones. Polo's claim of serving as the governor of Yangzhou for 3 years has been doubted since there are no Chinese sources that corroborate it. And the German historian Herbert Frank noted the names similar to Polo found in Yuan text typically belong to people of Mongol or Turkic extraction. Well, in 2012, a sinologist by the name of Hans Ulrich Vogel provided a rather detailed analysis supporting Polo's presence in China by examining his descriptions of Chinese currencies, salt production, and tax revenues. He argued that Polo's accounts included unique details that simply could not have been known without actually being in China, such as the specifics about the paper money, and yes, they had it that early in China, and also regional variations in currency usage. Well, despite all the ongoing debates, the consensus among modern scholars, at least for now, leans somewhat towards the authenticity of Polo's accounts, attributing inaccuracies to the oral transmission of stories and variances in manuscript translations. Well, did you know Marco Polo, though not the first European to travel to China, he authored the most influential account of the Far East during his era, and this sparked a surge of interest in Asia among Europeans. For better or worse, if you know how the next few hundred years panned out. All of these detailed descriptions inspired the adventurers like Christopher Columbus, who carried a copy of Polo's book, annotated by his own hand, in hopes of reaching the East to explore and trade. Well, he ended up reaching a different landmass, but that's for another video. Similarly, Bento de Gois was motivated by Polo's account to journey across Central Asia, a trek that helped confirm that Cathay, as described by Polo, was indeed what the Jesuit Matteo Ricci referred to as China, linking Polo's Cathay with the China known to Europeans in the Renaissance. Well, his impact extended into European cartography as well, influencing map-making and navigation, which supported the age of European exploration that followed. The 1453 Fra Mauro map, a significant milestone in medieval cartography, was allegedly influenced by maps brought from Cathay by Polo, as noted by Giovanni Battista Ramusio. And though Polo himself did not produce maps, his accounts and possibly maps associated with him informed European knowledge about the geography of Asia and beyond. Moreover, his account contributed directly to the European knowledge about routes to Japan, the Kamchatka Peninsula, the Bering Strait, and even the coastlines of what would be known as Alaska, showing a remarkable breadth of knowledge, don't you think? Well, despite his substantial contributions to the European understanding of Asia, I'm afraid that there are many aspects of his legacy that will remain a myth. One that you may have heard of is the often repeated but incorrect claim that he introduced pasta from China to Italy. This story, popularized by a trade association's promotional efforts in the 20th century, conflicts with the historical evidence that pasta was already known in Italy long before Polo's travels, having been introduced by Arabs during their rule over Sicily in the late 9th century. And there you have it, the life and the legacy of Marco Polo, a great explorer, and maybe a great liar. But good luck trying to prove it. Either way, I believe him. I'd like to thank my top-tier Patreon subscribers. That's Susan, JC, Jeffrey, and Stark Factory. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. If you would like to do so, I don't have to explain to you how to do it. Just simply follow those links. And if you want to like and subscribe and comment, you know what to do. Thank you once again for listening. It's been a pleasure. And I will see you in the next exciting episode of ASMR historian. Good night.